If y'all would like to hang out and watch what we're watching, oop, cover that up. Excuse me. HRN, thank you for the TikToks. I appreciate you. Kyle, thank you for sharing the live video. You have your tardigrade on your pelvis. I never went so far as actually getting it tattooed, but I've had this since like 2011, so that's one of my good luck charms. That, and also the vintage. If you had one of these growing up, you're probably a piece of shit, and your teachers hated you. Axel, thank you for the roses. Lucinda, welcome back. Hi, Bunny. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. Is it just me, or is... Did I put a fingerprint in the middle of that or something? No. I need to make a list of songs that I will end up covering if we are going to release music, because I'm going to eventually, especially if we're going to keep doing that. What other songs should I cover? Honestly, just whatever fucking songs that the singer sings in a depressed, deep, raspy cigarette voice anyways. So, like, all of Nirvana. Like, anything grunge, pretty much. Like, right? Anything Nirvana. Anything goth or emo, because you just go, ugh. Yeah, right? Oh, hi, Kayla. Lucy wants to say hi real quick. Oh, Jesus, Lucy, watch it. Hang on. Yes, come say hi. Lucy, a.k.a. Falcor from the Neverending Story. Y'all don't forget to cover. Y'all don't forget to follow before scrolling. Candlebox, yeah. So, I wouldn't want to do like sing songs. It would be more so like Nirvana songs, like where the singer's raspy voice is pretty much the main thing of the song. Right? Yes, this is Lucy. What? Yeah, you hear me say your name and you're like, what? I'm right here. I'm already doing it. Again, we're live on YouTube right now. The play button on my page if y'all would like to watch some... What were we going to watch again? Damn, I forgot. We were watching some true crime yesterday. We're going to watch some more true crime. Disturbed, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because the vision softly creeping left and seen while I was sleeping. Yeah, we can definitely do that. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains when whisper the sounds of silence. Yep, definitely. We got that one for sure. Thank you for reminding me of that one. We'll add it to the list. And in the naked light I saw 8,000 people. Yeah, we can do that one for sure. Mio, thank you for sharing the live video. That will get added to the list for sure, especially since if I start doing like my own music, we can start putting that on videos and stuff and not have to worry about copyright, because it'll be like, hey, this sounds like a song you shouldn't have, and I'll be like, no, that's me, okay? Hello, darkness, my own friend. I've come to talk with you again. I figured out if I turn to the right, I can go an octave lower even. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people. Hang on. 10,000. That one. 10,000 people, maybe more. It's weird. It forces your voice box to do stuff. Interesting what it's capable of. We shall explore the possibilities with music. What are we gonna watch tonight? We've been watching like unexplained history or like paranormal history. Chadwick, thank you for sharing the live video. Again, we are live on YouTube right now. If y'all would like to hang out with us for the rest of the night, we're on YouTube longer than TikTok.
TikTok is what we call the shallow end, the kiddie pool, where we're not allowed to do nearly as much as we are on YouTube. On YouTube, I can show, do, and say, and put together all the pieces that you would like to see me put together and do, show, and say. Hablas español? No lo siento, porque mi padre es un piece of shit. ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Bastardo. How would you say? Is a traitor to his own people and didn't teach me Spanish, but also dislikes things Hispanic. Whitewash. Mythological stuff. Oh, also, you want to know what I realized? There's a whole fucking website on the internet that's literally just free live TV all day long, and they've got movies on there as well. I'm like this close to just deleting all. Hola, si potro, bienvenido, mi amigo. Mio, thank you for sharing the live video. Yeah, so I understand Spanish fluently. I was around it enough growing up that I knew what everyone was saying, but I just didn't know how to respond to them, unfortunately. My dad tried throwing away his heritage because when he came over, I'm a white Cuban. He was kind of a white Cuban, obviously he was much darker than I am, but took advantage of the white passing and tried to make it happen. But they don't tell you that when it comes down to it. When the hoods come off of them, them white hoods come off, they go, hey. But then you go, hey, I'm on your side, the hood. They go, no, you're not. Yeah, he didn't know that. And yeah. Trish, thank you for sharing the live, or for the rose. Thank you. You're from Peru. What up? What up, James? Again, we are live on YouTube right now. We are going to watch some paranormal stuff. We're going to watch some historical coolness. I always like history and whatnot. Trish, thank you for the fire. We learned about the Demon Core yesterday. The Demon Core radiation. Yesterday. We're out on YouTube. It's the same as my page, same as my name here, but it is also the play button on my page. Also, the play button on my page. Oh, this is what we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch some more fucking MXC. That's what we're gonna watch. What up, Kate? If y'all would like to watch TV with us. That was rude. You have to wait. If you'd like to watch TV with us, it is the play button on my page. Is this muted? Oh, it's just not. Hello? Oh.
Equal elimination to the day. Blasting off at number 10, Ted Berry Knight, who prematurely evacuate.
Prematurely evacuate.
9, Randy Stump whacks the dolphin while his wife finds the wet spot. Number 8, it's Plank Spanker's prime. Debbie Green, he got spanked because he's a bad boy.
The play button on my page, Michael. The play button on my page, or it's the exact same as my name.
Why is she screaming?
Here.
Because her husband got himself a new set of balls. At number 5, Sven Jorgensen.
We might want to. We'll wait until we're no longer on TikTok to do this. Oh, hi, Jay. To watch more. What up, Ethan? Oh, I already said hi, Ethan. We're gonna wait until we're not live on TikTok anymore to watch MXC, and for now, we'll put on the more family-friendly stuff. Yeah, YouTube is the same as my name here. It is also the play button on my page. Play button on my page. We had what, weird history yesterday, and found some pretty cool shit. Oh, you want to know who's a cool fucking person in history that not a lot of people know about? Fucking Rasputin. And how much influence he actually had on the Prussian royal family. Good shit. Yeah, good shit.
Just before we get started with this one,
Dude was literally considered a mage. Like, he was considered, like, magic and, like, holy and, like, could perform miracles, and the Tsar at the time fully believed it and wanted to keep him close. Also because he was feeding him substances the entire time that were mind-altering, so the guy was like, oh, wow, he makes me see things that I never knew. My eyes are open now. And Rasputin's like, fucking, yeah, sick.
I do want to address the fact that I recently covered Rasputin on another
It's
one.
the play button on my page, Angel, or the in my bio. It's also the same as my name here, if you just want to click the play button on my page. What up, James? Rasputin. If y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling.
Of my channel, so we kind of thought, is it really necessary to do it here on Biographics as well? However, it has been requested so much that here we are. Grigory Rasputin was born on January the 20th, 1869 in a Siberian village called Prokofskoye. For years, Siberia had been some dumping ground for Russia's criminals, and there were a lot of prison colonies that were full of men doing
What's up, bro? Thank you for sharing the live video.
There were people there who had been exiled to Siberia for their religious or political beliefs. It is one of the coldest and most difficult places to live, and survival there is a constant. Rasputin's father, he was a peasant farmer and a courier, and his mother gave birth to 7 children before he was born. All of them.
Actually, that's not that many for the time.
Or in early infancy, so he was actually the first to survive harsh slavery.
He was the first to survive out of 7?
Visions of the future, and that angels appeared to him in his dreams. He knew things about his neighbors that he couldn't possibly know, which was enough evidence to make his believer. He could heal horses who were sick, despite
He could heal horses who were sick.
He was the second coming of Christ, and then he was.
Oh, hang on, I need to make sure y'all's chat is on live chat. Where is that, Skylar? Because that would be amazing. Of course, fucking Wisconsin. I was like, maybe it's a little closer than I would hope, but nope, that is all the way north. I'll be there eventually. I'm coming for you, Canada.
My God, others believe that he was demonic.
50 minutes from your house, lucky. I look like Jake Gyllenhaal. I've gotten that before. I've gotten that many, many times before, actually, believe it or not. They are who I think my celebrity lookalike is. If you like, just look at it like that. I'm ethnic Jake Gyllenhaal, right? He's white meat. Watch. I will pull up an example. Here, look, with a beard too, so it gives me a little advantage. See? See? What up, Angel? Glad you found it. If y'all make it all the way to YouTube, don't forget to subscribe before scrolling. See? That look that he's doing. Hang on, I gotta do the white lips. See? Jake Gyllenhaal. Without the green beard, right? Like, also when I do this, it makes it look like I don't have a chin, so that doesn't count either because this comes all the way out to here. Right? Jake Gyllenhaal. Let's see if is there any pictures of like long hair Jake Gyllenhaal? For like a role or something that they were in. Or like, where's younger Jake Gyllenhaal? Because I'm not doing myself any favors picking pictures where he's 20 years older than me too. There we go. Disheveled and greasy Jake Gyllenhaal. There we go. That looks more like me, right? Jake Gyllenhaal is white meat. I've got bigger lips and a bigger nose and bigger features just in general. But if you were to shrink those down pull him a little closer, Jake Gyllenhaal. I've had that realization before as well. What do you do, Ethan? This is what I look like without a beard too, by the way. So we have long hair. Long John Jake Long John Silvers. There's a little bit better of a representation. Oh yeah, I totally forgot Jake Gyllenhaal was the Prince of Persia. Here we go. There we are. There I am. Making a classic. What just happened? Making a classic me face too. If you want to see what we're looking at, we're on YouTube right now. See? Same lines. Same lines of the nose and everything. Same forehead. Same hairline. I have a little bit bigger of a nose and bigger lips. And a heavier brow. Right? Isn't that funny? Donnie Darko, Jake Gyllenhaal. Let's see. Also, because he's younger than me there. Actually, no, I would say he's about my age in Donnie Darko. They always get them to play younger. I take that back. Wasn't he 18, 19, 20 in Donnie Darko? Also one of my favorite movies ever. If you say you don't understand Donnie Darko, let me explain it to you. Like, this is what I look like with a shaved face. Hang on. Because my jawline isn't that sharp either. It's white meat. Let me make the face. Right? I won't be able to check it out until later, Ethan. I'm using my phone for streaming. Speaking of, we're on YouTube right now. If y'all want to see what we're looking at, the YouTube is the play button on my page. Yeah, I'm ethnic Jake Gyllenhaal. Are these people comparing Jake Gyllenhaal and Lady Gaga? Does that mean I look like Lady Gaga? Yeah, I'll check it out, Ethan, for sure. Lady Gaga is my gender bent celeb. Whatever. Obviously, I look more like... Well, see, what's funny is I actually don't really look like Rob Zombie. I emulate Rob Zombie. But I don't quite actually look like him. With the makeup and everything, obviously, yes, because that's what I go for. That's what I'm trying to do. But I do not look like this man. See? Completely different nose, completely different cheeks. Our lines of the face that connect here are completely different. Really, the only thing that we've got going similar is the style and hair. Style, hair, our facial hair isn't even the same. Hairline different forehead size. Right? But that's who I get the most. Like, oh, you look like Rob Zombie. Thank you. That's what I go for. But if you look closely, I don't look anything like this. What up, Warrior? Although I wish I looked this cool. And had a hot wife. See, look, this is, he's about 10 years older than me here. I guess I can see how I kind of look like that, again, if I were white. White. I know I'm white. Not actually. Okay, maybe, okay, hang on. Maybe young Rob Zombie. Maybe young Rob. Okay, maybe young Rob. Meh. Compliment either way. Jake Gyllenhaal and Rob Zombie are my celebrity lookalikes. That's completely fine by me.
So the latter is true.
Alright, friends, we are going to end the stream on TikTok and on YouTube. No, I'm kidding. Alright, end the stream on TikTok. We will be live on YouTube. We're going to learn about Grigory Rasputin, a.k.a. the devil. Literally called him... That guy's the devil, literally. He's messing with your head. Alright, I'll see you over here. Link in my bio. Also, play button on my page if you'd like to join us. Bye. Go, Rasputin.
He was apparently very bad.
Rah, Rasputin.
He would drink, he would steal, and
he'd never bathed.
On everyone's nerves.
Oh, also, since we're in Adult Swim now, he had a huge penis. Rasputin fabled for it so that they preserved it. They cut it off him. You can see it in a museum. You want to see it now? I was going to put Rasputin's stuffed wiener, but that would probably not pull up. I want to be real specific about what I'm about to pull up. Rasputin preservation. Yep, there we go. There we are. In all its glory. For educational purposes, thank you very much. This is science. Look at it. Preserved scientifically. There it is, with a little bit more scale, accurately represented. Yeah. With some more scale and representation. Let's also consider the fact that there's no blood flowing through this thing right now, so that's chilling. That's hanging out. That's just on an off day, just like being like, uh-oh, my dick got cut off, there's no blood in it anymore. That's hanging out. Jake, where is that on display? Just, asking for a friend. Let's see. Rasputin. Rasputin member on display. That's a bit more educational of a way to put it. Where is Rasputin's junk? Looks like what I should have actually typed in, because it says right here, it is allegedly kept today at the Museum of Erotica in St. Petersburg, Russia. Of all the things to cut off the man, though, like, bring me his dick. Who, like, there's no basis of, like, who ordered that to happen. Yeah, let's do an autopsy, and someone said to cut his dick off. That's not really what we do, but oh, that's why they want it. Okay, never mind. Get the big knife. Somebody get the big knife.
28 years old, he was married and had 4 children with his wife, who he met in a neighbouring village. He had a reputation of being an abusive alcoholic, and also cheated on his wife. One day, he stole a horse. When word got out that he was a horse
One day he stole a horse.
consequences, he galloped towards a local monastery for sanctuary and ended up staying with Christian brothers for several months. They had convinced him to find God and change his evil ways. A man named Marjorie became his mentor, and he decided to actually join the order and become a monk. He abandoned his family in favor of traveling from place to place, evangelizing to various villages. Many historians believe that if he spent so much time walking through the forest of Siberia, it was always guaranteed that he would run into a cult called the Christi. These people were an offshoot of the Russian Orthodox Church, and many of their members would actually turn up to a normal mass on Sunday and have secret meetings in the woods. They believed that salvation could only be achieved through purging sin. They would perform ceremonies where they choked one another and let go at the last moment so they would get harm asphyxiation.
They're playing the fucking choking game.
Dance until they felt drunk. They would work themselves into a frenzy and then fall to the ground. Then they would let out their pent-up desires by having sex with whoever was lying next to them in a massive orgy. Rasputin continued to travel and evangelize the Christian faith, but this wasn't your normal run-of-the-mill visit from someone with a Bible. These monk wanderers were not allowed to bathe, and Rasputin sometimes wore shackles as he walked to make himself feel pain on purpose. This was supposed to be an atonement for his sins. By the time he returned to his village to see his family and friends again, he was a completely
hot
man. His eyes stared on with a frightening intensity, and he said that his visions...
What are we making tonight? Oh yeah, speaking of what we're making and what we did, this was from last night, and turned out very nice. Let's put some water in it. Or hang on, I'll put water on it and we can test the function on it.
He only just got home.
Also needs bongers.
He needed to use the basement as a meeting place for his religious group, where he continued to have orgies with his pissed friends. One day, Rasputin claimed that the Virgin Mary appeared before him and told him to go to St. Petersburg to help the royal family. The idea that the royal family could need help from a peasant man in Siberia was totally insane. So, well, how on earth did someone like Rasputin make his way into the royal palace? Well, it turns out that his mentor from the monastery, Makary, was actually the former religious advisor to the Romanovs. He was likely able to use Makary's connections to attract noble clients who believed in Rasputin's abilities, and people were simply amazed at his powers. Rich people, they were willing to travel all the way to a small village to be healed by him. Makary sent a letter of introduction to one of his friends in St. Petersburg, and Rasputin went on the long journey to that city. He met Bishop Hermann and a higher priest named Sergei Trufanov, who is better known as Iliador. At first, the men were shocked by Rasputin's disheveled appearance. He smelled pretty awful, and his stare was terrifying. He was able to dilate his eyes at will, making them appear to be almost fully black. But once the priest saw his healing ability, he said that he must be a saint who was gifted.
He must be a saint!
But Rasputin truly did not care at all about what people thought.
He's like, yeah,
pick
sure.
his nose and eat it in front of dignified people and mock aristocratic women for their heirs. He actually became good friends with Princess Milica and Anastasia of Montenegro, who were nicknamed the Crow Sisters because of the shape of their noses. They were not Russian, but they still managed to marry into the Romanov family. They'd actually both been heavily involved in mysticism and the occult, and they both manipulated their way into marrying members of the royal family. They were often treated as outcasts by the rest of the aristocracy, so they bonded with Rasputin and took him under their wing. All of this was perfect timing, because Tsarina Alexandra Romanov had just lost her first spiritual advisor, a man named Dr. Philippe. She believed that he helped her and Tsar Nicholas have her son and heir to the throne after having only daughters. He claimed
He's
on
magic.
his deathbed that she would meet another holy man very soon who would take his place. Almost immediately after this, the Crow sisters introduced Rasputin to the Tsar and Tsarina at a party. The sisters had been the ones who helped the Tsarina find her previous mistress.
Seeing what I missed on the internet world, and then we'll blow some glass.
Miraculous healing abilities, she knew that she wanted him to help her son Alexei. He was born with hemophilia, which is a condition that prevents the blood from clotting. This means that even a small scrape can lead to massive blood loss. They never told Rasputin about their son's condition at the party, and it was a secret they had attempted to keep quiet. Alexandra was still considering whether or not she could trust this peasant from Siberia. But one day, Alexei fell ill and scraped his knee, and the bleeding was not stopping. Rasputin showed up out of nowhere to the royal palace, demanding to see the boy. He said that he had a vision.
Let me see the boy!
That without him, the prince would die. In reality, he most likely learned about this insider information from the Crow sisters, but to the guards and the royal family, they were shocked, wondering how he could possibly know. Once he was allowed to see him, he told the doctors to leave. So
I don't know, Jay. We'll find out.
Almost immediately.
They were on the TikTok, Shane. If you're in here, say hi.
And this was enough to convince Alexandra that he was truly a
You are also of the same mindset as I.
And historians believe
we will
this
see.
was not magic, surprise, surprise, but that he was actually preventing the doctors from giving Alexei aspirin, which would thin his blood and only make his haemophilia worse. Within just a few months, Rasputin became a regular installment in the Romanov family mansion. He began to give drugs like opium, morphine, and cocaine to the Tsar, meaning that they would help him with his various ailments. They would get high together on a regular basis.
Oh, it'll help.
Addicted, which only made
It'll help you feel better, that's for sure.
The palace more often. The Tsarina would get migraine headaches and suffer from anxiety, and
so we would give her opium.
Relax.
You got ghosts in your blood.
Tsar and Tsarina, they began to feel a dependency on him and started to visit at least once a week. Rasputin called Alexandra and Nicholas Mama and Papa as if he was one of the kids. He began to pray with the children at night and tell them bedtime stories. This made the nanny very nervous because the oldest daughters were already beginning to go through puberty. One of the maids also claims that Rasputin had raped her. However, the Tsarina trusted Rasputin so much that she accused him of lying and fired her. The nanny tried to pick Rasputin out of the nursery, but the children thought Rasputin was their friend and complained that the nanny was mean, so, well, she was fired as well. It was claimed that Rasputin's claws...
Look at this dude! Look at that guy! That's a fucking scary looking dude. Why don't we have more movies of this man? Why don't we have more... Why isn't there a scary movie about him?
Family.
Is there? No.
Get away with just about anything. Newspapers around St. Petersburg, they began to print stories saying that Rasputin was very literally let into the princesses' beds. Rasputin lived in an apartment in St. Petersburg, where his
that's so exciting, Jay.
Women would all show up with a hot dish, and they had...
How far away do y'all stay from each other?
They gathered around a table, with him sitting at the centre. Rasputin would sit in silence, staring into space, when suddenly he would begin to mumble something. Women would immediately stop talking in hopes of understanding what he was trying to say. He would then write down
9 hours, damn.
For some insane and inexplicable reason, this was incredibly attractive to these women. They believed that he wanted to
lick those lips, huh?
offered to go with him into his bedroom and have sex with him. One disciple in particular, Olga Loktina, had so much faith in him that she left her husband and children in order to live in his apartment. She forced everyone to address him as God. Witnesses opened the back door to see Olga holding his penis and screaming, "You are Christ, and I am yours," and never walked in on this unfortunate scene while they slowly
Lucy,
backed
did you
away,
already eat
shutting
that?
the door on the way out.
Did you even chew it? Why?
After learning about
Savor
this,
it.
police officers
Save-
were
you gotta-
ordered to follow him to see what he would do. They reported that he
Fucking
would
downs that
prostitutes
thing.
on almost a daily basis and bring them into bathhouses.
Marlene's so
Now, you
delicate.
would
That's
think-
her with everything. She has to smell it before she eats it. I've got an autistic dog as well. You're just like me, huh? When your dogs end up like you. No matter what it is, even if it's stuff that she knows I get it from the same place, it's the same thing every time, she has to smell it. She has a routine, just like I do. Little autism doge. Yeah. A little touch of the tism. A little touch of the tism. You too. It's like, is that Everybody Loves Raymond? Where Raymond's brother has to touch it to his chin before he takes a bite? It is, isn't it?
That if he was paying for a bath on a daily basis, he might actually smell good, but according to testimonies...
In all honesty, this isn't going into nearly the detail that I was hoping for. The enduring mystery of Rasputin. There we go. I'd like them to to go into the more rumored things about him, not just like, yeah, he was rumored to be a healer. No, like they legit said that this dude was a wizard, that this dude was legit. And so another one of my favorite facts about Rasputin is he learned how to walk without bobbing. So it's a dance form in Russia. If you've seen Russian ballet, it's when they go around in a circle really, really fast, but they don't move at all. They've got the big dress. I can probably just look it up. I don't know why I do this every single fucking time. That's what this is for. I'll get used to the fact that I've got this eventually. No Bob Russian dance. This. For a second, I thought they were playing Rush E. So the goal is to not bob. The goal is to not move your hips. The goal is to not make any movements, but to still obviously move around. Just wait, it gets fucking wild. See him in the background? Beryoska. Or Bihorska. No, the Z. The Z sounds different. It's Bioshka. It's Biryoshka, probably. Something like that. How it pertains to Rasputin, he learned to do this, to impress people when he would come down a corridor. It seemed like he was floating, because he was. This dude literally could do this, and he wore long flowing cloaks and gowns and layers of black cloth and embroidered cool shit, and would do this down the hallway, down the corridor when he was coming into a party, when he was being announced. He would fucking float in like that. And so he was called a vampire at times too. He was called the devil. He was called yeah. Isn't that wild? Also, he was like 7 foot tall. This man was like 6'10", 6 foot something, 6'8". So imagine a 7 foot tall, just black shaped beard, eyes sunken in, dilated, just floating down a corridor at you. I get where the rumors come from. Like I get where the rumors come from. Also, yeah, that's why he had such a big dick. He was huge. He was a very large person. He was almost 7 foot tall, a fucking elephant third leg, and would float around where he went. What a fucking cool dude, right? Like, and this is why I'm like, more people need to. He was a piece of shit. Let's get this. A lot of the people we learn about, like Aleister Crowley, as cool as they are, were pieces of shit, and we can fully admit that this dude was not a good person. But he was cool as shit, as that's a lot of people throughout history. You know, Marilyn Manson, cool as shit, not a good person, piece of shit. Did cool things, cool aesthetic, cool history, not a good person. Let's see what else. They're all the same fucking height too, oh my god. Yeah! So the greatest depiction that I've seen of Rasputin is if you've seen Watchmen and the Golden Circle. Rasputin, Watchmen. Such a great movie too.
time to dance.
Your reputation precedes you.
Oh, so hot. Like, what was I gonna say? Where's when he walks into this? Damn it, they didn't play it. So you see right there for a split second how he has the two women on either side, and it looks like he's floating there. That's what I mean. That's what he would do. He would make grand entrances in big cloaks like this. And in this scene, in this movie, it's Watchmen in the Golden Circle. He does that. He floats in. He goes, and people are just like, "Oh my God! Wow!"
Are you a monk or a ballet dancer?
Are you waiters or Englishmen?
Great movie, one of the best depictions of him, like his mystery and all that I've ever seen. But yeah, this dude literally learned how to do that just to seem more mysterious. Which is like, I want to do that. That sounds so fucking sick. Fucking 6'10" dude, as wide as a fucking hallway, just floating down a corridor.
Tales of the 20th century Russian mystic Grigory Rasputin have captured the world's collective imagination since his death in 1916. Professing mystical healing powers and the ability to predict the future, Rasputin gained a staggering amount of influence in late Imperial Russia. But it's difficult to separate fact from fiction when discussing his unusual life. So, today we're talking
What's
about
funny
the
is
story.
Crowley and Rasputin could be compared. Could very, very much so be compared when it comes to like mysticism and when it comes to falling to the dark side of it.
The mystery of Grigory Rasputin, Russia's infamous Mad Monk. But before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel, and don't forget to leave a comment and let us. Born Grigory Yefimовich Naivik, Rasputin's early life was a bit of a mystery. Religion kept.
Oh, he's pulling his beard.
And he briefly studied to become a monk.
I like that, actually.
After a short stint at the Verkhoturyer monastery, he abandoned this pursuit to wander. This became something of a pattern for him, like that 9-year-old who keeps switching sports. Just pick a hobby, Grigory. He found himself in the city of Abilek, where he met his wife, Praskovia Fyodorovna, at age 19. The family life didn't hold Rasputin's attention for long, and he left to make a holy pilgrimage in 1897. In other words, he went out for a pack of cigarettes at the end of the 19th century and never came back. Rasputin trekked from the small Siberian village of Pokrovskoye to Greece and the Middle East. He gained a reputation as a holy man.
So, again, like I was just saying, the comparisons could be made between him and Crowley. I don't know if this is a coincidence, but how he's standing there. I'm pretty sure it's an occult symbol. It's the third rib. It's something to do with numerology being 3 and the ribs being of the Bible. Man was made of the rib. That whole thing. So it's a symbol. Where is it? Yes. Same hand and all. Oh, I love my brain is cool sometimes. As fucked up as it is, my brain is cool sometimes. To have pulled that out of it, that's pretty neat.
Russian city of Kazan. Although he had no ties to a church, his charisma and reputation as a mystic helped him build a following. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica,
It's the left hand, too.
The order. While visiting the
So if you ever see me posing like that in a picture,
rumors about their activities were
know that that's a signal to y'all, because it's a reference to the occult. But for me, would be reference to our cult. Look at dude's fucking eyes. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking dude. He's as big as these guys are, but not wearing the crazy poofy stuff. This is obviously bigger than regular, but like he's as big as these dudes are in their giant garbs, but just regular size him.
Strange, including supposed orgies and self-flagellation. Although he chose not to join their order, he adopted a version of the beliefs of the Whiskey monk.
Look at how much bigger he is! No, you're good, Sky. Welcome back. Look at how much bigger this dude is. Like, how much wider. He's behind this guy, he's so wide.
That held one was nearest God when feeling holy passionlessness. Rasputin interpreted this to mean that true holiness could only be obtained through wild debauchery. If you had to interpret your path
Black magic.
to holiness, wild debauchery is not a bad way to go. His behavior and attitudes even
Hot.
his surname. Rasputin roughly translates to debauched one. Eventually,
Debauched one? Oh, that's fucking badass. If I was gonna add on to Perturabo, would that go before or after? Unfortunately, Perturabo and Rasputin both have like similar sounds and vowel, or what is that? What is it? Consonants? No. What is the beats in it? How many? Oh, thank you, Sky. Yeah, we're doing it a little different, but it's still got some waves in it. I have it pulled back instead of up now. Syllables, thank you. Perturabo Rasputin. Perturabo.
into St. Petersburg, where he made a name for himself as a self-styled mystic with magnificent healing powers.
And great hair.
My daughter. She acts like she doesn't care.
Thank you, Sky.
And the laser tag vest goes on, and she's all,
You should have seen it a couple days ago when I had it pulled down and in front of me. There's a video still on TikTok. Oh, Lucy, having dreams? It's okay. You won the race. You won. It's okay. You got it. You see your tail wagging?
Tsarevich Alexei Nikolaevich, the young son of Emperor Nicholas
Alexei
II and
Nikolaevich.
Empress Alexandra, struggled with hemophilia, also known as the dice royalty rolls every time they had kids with their immediate family. Doctors weren't having much luck treating
Otherwise known as incest diseases, is what this dude pretty much said. He suffers from hemophilia, aka a dice roll because they fucked their cousin.
So the royal family turned to Rasputin for help. In 1908, Nicholas and Alexandra brought Rasputin to court. Then, something unexpected happened. Rasputin's mere presence seemed to help Alexei. Whenever the holy man was around, the boy's suffering and pain seemed less severe.
Because he was on
Scholars
drugs!
aren't sure why, but aspirin could be one explanation. At the time, aspirin was a cure-all drug, so the doctors visiting Alexei often gave it to him. But aspirin is also a blood thinner. In other words, not the best treatment for someone with a disorder that prevents his blood from clotting. Keeping the doctors away and thus preventing more doses of aspirin might have had the appearance of helping. And it's also possible Alexei may have just been soothed by Rasputin's presence. After all, the guy had a reputation for being a magical healer, and he had a pretty sweet beard to back that story up. Alexandra, who obsessed over Alexei's health, was attracted to mysticism and spiritualism, quickly became Rasputin's biggest fan. Wowing the Empress is a pretty solid move when you're trying to get your foot in the door.
Plowing the Empress. Also, we've got a mini.
Unfortunately, Alexandra
Recycler in
wasn't
words.
exactly popular with the Russian people, who distrusted her German heritage and didn't approve of her closeness to Rasputin. Rumors of an affair between the Empress and the mystical madman began swirling.
Mystical madman.
Whether or not they were actually knocking the old-timey boots is unknown. although historians like Douglas Smith have concluded the rumors were false. Even so, Rasputin was shockingly popular with the ladies. He amassed a large
big guy
early on, like an entire teacup and practically built into his body. He used his Lothario persona to his advantage, seizing the opportunity to promote himself and add to his own mystique. Many women found themselves attracted to his unkempt appearance, finding it authentic. Kind of like that guy who shows up at the party, wearing homemade clothes.
God damn it! I just proved my point even further earlier when I said cigarette boyfriend. Rasputin is a cigarette boyfriend. God damn it! I've got a type.
Rasputin also spent considerable time visiting brothels and had many admirers. Historian Abraham Asher even notes some men actually felt honored to be cuckolded by the lascivious monk.
They felt honored to be cuckolded by him. I mean, that's kind of what cuckoldry is, right?
The point is, Rasputin
Look at that guy.
brought women to his side, despite his somewhat dubious hygiene. Oh yeah, the Mad Monk was the very picture of a sloppy jerk. He often wore dirty clothes to meetings with the imperial family, and boasted about wearing the same pair of underwear for 6 months on at least one occasion. But Rasputin's legendary hygiene problems did not stop at his dirty laundry. Extended to the dinner table too. Rasputin often had bits of food stuck in his beard. He also had a habit of licking serving spoons before they were used to serve others. And he didn't care much for silverware either, often registered with parts of his hands. He lived like an actual ritual, yet he still managed to acquire vast influence in the world court. Mystical powers or not, Rasputin's work with Alexei Romanov put him in a powerful position in the Russian royal court. Nicholas and Alexandra loved Rasputin and dismissed any allegations about his strange behavior. Ingratiating himself to the 2 grateful parents led to the mystic gaining some political influence. Prince Felix Yusupov, more on him in a moment, claimed in his memoirs that Rasputin used his influence to take control of Russia's military. Propaganda posters from the time depicted Rasputin
That's badass.
as various puppet master controlling Nicholas
Yo, I want
and Alexandra.
propaganda
Consequently,
posters
critics
made about
blamed
me.
Rasputin for Russia's ruinous involvement in
No, I
World
don't.
War
Just
I,
kidding.
regardless of how much he may have actually been involved in the decision-making. Disdain for Rasputin steadily grew, from a small number of critics to a large number of outright haters. And their animosity wasn't confined to the realm of disparaging memes and YouTube comments. The growing hostility against the mystic led to several assassination plots. An excommunicated monk named Heliodor tried to hire sex workers to take out Rasputin.
Heliodor, that's a cool ass name.
Causing Heliodor to abandon his plan. Hey Heliodor, that's not the service you hire prostitutes for. But one of Heliodor's followers was a bit more successful. Kyonya Kusava, disgusted by the sordid tales of Rasputin's deeds, believed him to be the literal Antichrist. Maybe she saw him eat. So in June of 1914, she stabbed Rasputin. He survived that attempt on his life, but 2 years later, he wouldn't be so lucky.
To just stab the shit out of him.
On the night of December 29th, 1916, a group of noblemen, including Grand Duke Dmitry Pavlovich and Prince Felix Yusupov, hatched a plot to bring down Rasputin. The precise events are mainly unknown. Some accounts, primarily those of Prince Yusupov, tell a colorful story. It begins with noblemen bringing Rasputin to a palace with the promise of women, food, and booze. Rasputin, being a pretty big fan of all 3 things, showed up ready to party and proceeded to down several rounds of cyanide-laced cakes and poisoned wine. Presumably growing rather alarmed that the poison wasn't working, Yusupov shot him. Maybe open the shooting next time, fellas.
The poisoning didn't work. This dude was on so many substances constantly that the dude didn't notice that he had been poisoned with cyanide. Not only in the helpings of cake that he was eating, but in his wine too. And it concerned them so much that he shot him. He was like, oh shit, maybe this guy is a fucking mystic and magic. We might want to shoot him. And so they did. And that didn't kill him.
Rasputin survived the first gunshot and fled to the courtyard, where Yusupov shot him a second time, at which point Rasputin collapsed. Afterward, the nobleman reportedly bludgeoned him, wrapped his body in a blanket.
Bro, I would too. At that point, I would fucking, he's actually real. He's actually fucking magic.
In the Neva River, things got even weirder from there.
Clearly a vampire, right? Yeah, that's why they fucking threw him in the river.
Rasputin was initially buried at Tsarsky Selo, but on March 11, 1917, Rasputin's body was dug up and burned. According to one account,
Yep, vampire.
once he became engulfed in flames, the body sat up as if Rasputin were rising one last time. The most infamous rumor following his death is that assassins cut off his member thing. Over the years, several people have claimed to have possession of it, but the truth is...
Right, honestly, at that point, like, you're hanging out with them, they're like, hey, like, there's a lot of cyanide in this cake, right? Like, yeah, why? Like, well, like, what if he doesn't eat the cake? What if he's like, well, I'm full? It's like, okay, well, we have wine. Obviously, he's going to drink the wine. This dude's a drunk. Put it in the wine and the cake. And he ate both of them and drank the wine. And didn't die. I would be freaking the fuck out, too. I would be like, is this guy fucking with us? Like, does he know? He must know. And, yeah, so... At that point, yeah. It's like, alright, let's go ahead and really test the theory.
Autopsy report showed his body to be intact upon his death. In fact, the autopsy pretty much deflates the entire story of Rasputin's demise. For instance, Yusupov claims Rasputin was still alive when he was thrown in the river, but there were no signs of water in his lungs, meaning he had most likely already expired. The autopsy also didn't show any poison in his system, concluding that Rasputin had died from a bullet wound to the head. Because of these little inconsistencies, historians agree that Yusupov was probably full of shit, but the world will never know for sure. Rasputin's official autopsy report disappeared during Stalin's regime 20 years later. And despite
He's been microdosing. So what's funny is actually that isn't completely, like, off the table for mystics and people at the time who were addicts to go, especially like people who were versed in it, to go off and start doing crazy things like, what's his name? Edgar Allan Poe was addicted to cyanide, literally. So, or not cyanide. It was embalming fluid. I forget what it was, but a bunch of, like, most intelligent people throughout history have been addicts and addicted to one thing or another. And back then it was very, very raw precursor type substances. So yeah, him microdosing cyanide wouldn't surprise me.
Pop culture.
Without skilled trade professionals, many of the things we do every day would be impossible. UTI is making more than 15.
UTI. What a horrible name for a place.
Healing wasn't the only trick Rasputin had up his sleeve. He also claimed to be able to predict the future. In 1912, he wrote a book detailing some of his prophecies, called Pious Reflections. A few of his predictions did not come to pass, like his prediction the world would end in August of 2013. That's the same month and year Ashton Kutcher's Steve Jobs movie was released, so we'll give him partial credit. However, some of his other prophecies did have some legs, including his firm belief that the Romanovs would be killed in a revolution. In a letter from late 1916, he wrote to Nicholas, "I feel that I should leave before January 1st. If it was your relations who had wrought my death, then no one in the family. That is to say, none of your children or relations will remain alive for more than 2 years. They will be killed by the Russian people." Rasputin felt so strongly about this hunch, he also mentioned it in his book of prophecies. And in July 1918, Nicholas, Alexandra, and their 5 beloved children were killed by a group of Bolsheviks in a small basement during the Russian Revolution. Not gonna lie, that's a little eerie. The silver screen has been fascinated with...
It would be psychoactive for sure, for sure. I know it's a dissociative, so it would separate you. It would kind of be like doing ether, which is an inhalant, but cyanide you wouldn't inhale. You dilute it most likely like you would with, what's the drink? Green Fairy? The hallucinogenic drink. You dilute it, obviously. Probably similar to opiates, a dissociative. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's, yeah, probably. Like the old Special K. Absinthe is what I was thinking of. Thank you. Yeah. You'd have to dilute it like crazy because obviously just a little amount of that will do you in, but I believe that can be used in multiple. I'm being careful with my words right now. Multiple ways. You can combust it. You can vaporize it, and by vaporize I don't mean like in a vape. I mean it'd be in like a cauldron that already has flame in it, and you throw it in there, and then you breathe it in. It would be like what you see on movies where they go, but in real life, that's actually a thing. Yeah, like an opiate, almost ketamine-ish. Oh yeah, no, nobody do it, definitely. People do dip, which is embalming fluid, which is also a disassociative, so I imagine probably along the lines of that. Probably just separating you from your brainstem, but not in a healthy way. Like in a blocking the signal between while you're still conscious for a little bit. Sounds fun, but you can do that with other things. Yeah, Harry Potter, right? It sounds like fucking what's the class? Someone with a bigger nerd degree than me, tell me what the class is for. Oh, not it's they went to blank class for. Is it potions? Was it potions? Is potions the mixing the shit? Yeah, it's potions. Potions class. Putting a little bit of cyanide in there, huh?
Rasputin for a long time. He appears as an evil
Put your
sorcerer,
fucking name in that goblet!
and as a member of a secret evil organization in the 2021 film The Kingsman. But the strangest intersection of cinema and the Mad Monk comes at the end of every movie's credits. You know that disclaimer you see at the end of the movies that reads, "This is a work of fiction. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental." According to a 2016 Slate feature, the 1937 film Rasputin and the Empress is the reason for that disclaimer's existence. A fictional character from the film was based on Prince Yusupov's wife, Irina. Irina figured it out and sued the filmmakers for libel. Incidentally,
and won.
Yusupov himself appeared in the 1967 film I Killed Rasputin. That's a pretty straightforward title. Did Rasputin truly have mystical healing?
Ooh, look at those hands! Look at those hands! Ooh, look at those hands. I know y'all can appreciate that. Look like my hands.
Interesting. Power to see the future? Or was he simply a charismatic grifter with a carefully constructed image? While science and magicians have concluded that magic
Potions, of course, online, that does sound
exactly what Rasputin's deal was. So much of his life and legacy has been obscured, embellished, or outright lost. But his story is compelling, and the enduring mystery of Rasputin will undoubtedly live in our collective minds for a long time to come. So what do you think? Did Rasputin really have mystical powers, or was he just a con man? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out these other videos from our weird history.
Ooh, the sweating plague? Dudes just be
Karma is a smart shop.
Why are you so loud? Wait, what looks like a nice necklace?
That saves you so much
I'd be
money.
forgetting what we say sometimes.
It will blow your mind.
When you think of deadly diseases, you probably don't think of names like Sudor Anglicus, English sweat, the swat, the new acquaintance, and
The
stout
sweat.
they that know thy master.
Oh
And
no,
overall-
they've got the sweat. What? Is it malaria?
all names with the same
dengue fever?
A terrifying sickness, one that took out its victims in 24 agony.
Oh, his hands. Okay, I was like... Yeah, that's how quick I forget what we talk about.
hours. Today we're going to take a look at the plague that made you sweat to death. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, hey everybody, let's sweat to this oldie. Beginning in 1485 and lasting into the second half of the 16th century, a plague of sweating sickness swept through England. This epidemic, whose symptoms and causes baffled contemporary medical practitioners and are still the subject of great debate today, eventually made its way to the European continent in 1528. Reminiscent of the Black Death, the sweating sickness was lethal, terrifying, and incredibly unpleasant. However, unlike the Black Death, surviving sweating sickness was no guarantee you wouldn't get it again. There were several major outbreaks over the course of a few decades, and by the time all was said and done, it would take the lives of thousands and thousands of people. The War of the Roses. No, not the 80s film with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner, which is pretty good, it's worth a look. But the War of the Roses we're talking about is a civil war that rocked England in the latter half of the 15th century, and was fought Lancaster and the
I don't have whatchamacallit notifications on. Did you message me? Did somebody message me? I didn't get a notification.
Military struggles in George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, where the Lancasters were renamed Lannisters and the Yorks became Starks. Fought in August of 1485 between Henry Tudor and Richard III, the Battle of Bosworth was the last important military engagement of the War of the Roses. The Lancasters won, and immediately after the battle, Henry was crowned king, thus beginning the Tudor dynasty. But it may have happened differently if not for the sweating sickness. Thomas, Lord Stanley, was one of Richard III's biggest supporters. On this occasion, however, Thomas held his troops back because of what he called the sweat. This is one of the earliest recorded references to the disease. Shortly after that, however, Thomas sent his troops into action, only on behalf of Henry instead, an act that turned the tide, defeated Richard, and ended the Plantagenet dynasty. At the time, this shift was believed to be more about Lord Stanley's changing political loyalty.
Oh, gotcha. If you're watching the delay.
Sickness was likely a real factor. Historians point out that the disease is known to have been present in London only 6 weeks after the battle, right around the time Henry's victorious troops would be returning to the city. As early as September of 1485, deaths from sweating sickness were already being reported in London. Thomas Forestier, a French doctor who had been working in the city at the time, recorded the symptoms. He said it came on with great sweat, redness of the face and body, a continual thirst, a fever, and a headache. By the end of October, nearly a month later, the English sweating sickness had killed 15,000 people. Sweating sickness wasn't just deadly, it was downright weird. Based on reports, sweating sickness, unlike many other epidemics, didn't affect
Bong
children
is needed.
There are literally no existing accounts of children suffering from the disease. Equally as strange was that this epidemic seemed to specifically target members of higher social classes and the wealthy. In 1485 alone, London lost 2 Lord Mayors, 3 sheriffs, and 6 aldermen. And that was just the beginning. In 1502, Arthur, Prince of Wales, died from what may have been English sweating sickness. In the 16th century, several members of Henry VIII's court fell victim to it, including Anne Boleyn. And a letter she wrote indicates Lord High Chancellor Thomas Wolsey had the disease as well. Henry was, rightfully, paranoid of getting it himself. A record of 1529 states that the king ran off in great haste to a distance of 12 miles when a chambermaid came down with sweating sickness. The record stated, "This disease is the easiest in the world to die of." Sweating sickness first appeared in 1485, but that wouldn't be its last appearance. Reports indicate additional outbreaks that occurred in 1508, 1517, 1528, and 1551. Each time it struck, it killed thousands of people.
Much better,
The
I
outbreak
needed
of
that.
1528 is alleged to be the worst, spreading through all of England except the north and Scotland, and had an extremely long During this period, Henry broke up the court, got out of London, and changed his residence about as often as he changed his socks. And he changed them a lot. In 2007, the syphilis outbreak was depicted in the Message to the Emperor episode of the hit show The Tudors. It was also the sole instance of sweating sickness jumping across the English Channel. During the outbreak of 1528, the sweating sickness, which until that point had solely existed in England, was transported by ship to Germany. Thousands died, including 3,000 people in Danzig alone.
Danzig?
After that, Scandinavia and parts of Russia. For Western.
I was literally about to go, mother! And then it fucking put a picture of Danzig up there. That was funny.
In Europe, it never reached Italy or France. The cause of sweating sickness was unknown in the 16th century.
The sweat.
Doctors then thought of it
Oh
as
no,
a
he's
form
got
of
the
influenza. The truth is still a matter of debate today. Some modern researchers suspect it may have been the hantavirus, but others have made cases for different culprits, like anthrax poisoning.
Nice 10
Regardless
millimeter.
of the specific agent behind it, doctors both then and now strongly suspected poor sanitation and contaminated water supply.
Anthrax poisoning. Isn't an offshoot of anthrax what Salem was suffering from? Isn't anthrax from expired grain spawn? I've been trusting my brain more and more lately when it comes to information like this, and that's exactly what it is. Actually, I believe cyanide actually is from expired grain spawn as well. What up, Dylan? We're watching The Sweating Plague. Yeah, expired grain spawn was also the reason for the Salem witch trials. Interesting. Somebody could make a fucking present. What is that? What do you call your big project for a college class? What is that called again? Not your study, your... obviously it's a fucking presentation. Thank you, brain. Oh yeah, no, this is just oh, I hadn't heard of the Sweating Plague either. Thesis, thank you. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you filling in the blanks for my brain. My brain's not braining very good right now. Especially... Jay, I don't know if you saw the videos on TikTok or the message on Discord. I found out that my stalker is connected to the things happening to Hawk right now, as well as they targeted Frankie and Grabmaster Hash and a bunch of other people on TikTok. Actually, a lot of the different stuff that big creators on TikTok have been going through is from the same person that did it to me. And I knew that, but was gaslit into thinking that I was crazy, right? Now I found the connections. Found the connections, figured it out. So, been processing that lately. Yeah, you know how Hawk keeps getting banned? And how rumors were started about them being racist, and the R word that happened with the big gathering of them at that mansion that one time. Oh yeah. Because I finally got fed up because the rumor started up again. And I was like, alright, I'm in a good enough place mentally to finally look back at this. Look back at it. Ooh. And as soon as I did, I was like, hold the fuck up. These patterns be patterning. And now that I'm not being gaslit continuously, I can look at them with fresh eyes and be like, oh shit, yeah, all these are connected. And they are. It's the same person. Yeah, Hawk, Frankie, Grabmaster, honestly, a lot of the major debacles and scandals of the past year have been sourced by this person. And I'm wondering how deep it goes, because the reason all of these things got started about these various people is because this person, my stalker, went to them about the same thing they came to me about, spreading rumors about somebody else. And when they didn't spread those rumors about the other people, this person started spreading the rumors about them. Remember when I said that at the very beginning of all this? And I was like, yo, I feel like fucking Charlie during that one scene of Always Sunny where he's like, Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. There is no Pepe. I had already figured it out, but was in the throes of psychosis. And yeah, I figured it out. No, Dylan, this is a completely random person. The big names in TikTok that we're talking about are the people that they targeted, which is also a pattern there. And I found the connection being that whoever they contacted to spread these rumors about this person that didn't got the rumor spread about them. And so there's a whole long list of different people that are either got on board with spreading the rumors, which are likely not true, or didn't get on board with spreading the rumors and then had the rumors spread about them, which are not true. So just the entire circle of this person's reach and scope on the app, yeah, not good. Oh, Hawk's not there anymore. Hawk got banned. And jumped. Hawk got assaulted. The most recent that I've heard. And that's why I've made the videos again, because I'm like, yo, if this is all connected and Hawk just got jumped because of rumors that are connected to this person, then there's real life shit happening. There's real life crimes going on here because of this person. Yup, so me and Frankie talked, and Frankie said the exact same thing happened to them. Frankie Vanian. Yep. Lot to process, lot going on. Don't know what I'm going to do quite yet, except try to spread the information. Yeah, it's wild. There's a lot to it, and it has a very far reach, and I want to be careful because these are very, very popular creators, and yeah, there's a lot of people that could be going one way or another when it comes to stuff like this. Oh, and I kind of hope it does, but we got to make sure to do it in the right direction, right? Unfortunately, the couple videos I just posted aren't going too crazy, but they did get me in contact with Frankie, at least. Oh, and they were like, yep, same thing happened with me. If anything, what I want out of this is just the rumor mill on TikTok to stop. These people shut the fuck up a while, you know? About everything that has to do with other people. Yeah, unfortunately, TikTok is weird about pushing stuff and making stuff happen. But yeah, I got tired. I was like, I'm over all this being heard about me. Y'all know me. I could give a shit less what people think about me, but it just is annoying after a while. And I'm not necessarily one to like set people straight, but I'll speak my mind, and I'll go anytime I prove myself right, like I just fucking did. Get a whole fucking. Need my lap of I fucking told you so. Right, yeah. There's a difference between like people thinking you're a piece of shit and then people like actively trying to hurt you because of the things they think. I can deal with people not liking me. People actively targeting me is a different subject. And I'd rather them target me for the things I'm used to being targeted for, like being queer, or they find out that I'm not actually white, right?
Oh,
A similar disease known as the Picardy sweat sprang up in the
Picadillo
Picardy region of France in 1718. Attributed to fleas on field mice,
I like the way he just said
this presented
attributed.
many of the same
Attributed.
symptoms as sweating sickness and seemed to follow the same seasonal patterns. However, the Picardy sweat also included a rash that was not one of the recorded symptoms of the English epidemics. As such, it is unknown whether this epidemic had the same cause as the older one, or whether it was a distinct disease.
Sometimes I have to remind myself.
Movies make it
Like,
seem
oh,
that
yeah.
people of the Middle Ages were a bunch of superstitious.
And you know what's funny is, like, if I ever went outside for once, y'all would see what I meant. Y'all would see what I mean. I don't go outside. Like, if I actually got a tan, like if I spent 1 week in a sunny place, people would be like, oh, okay, but I don't go outside. I'm a white Cuban until I'm not. And that's the thing. I get privilege. So the way that works is, like, most people get privilege like 6 months out of the year because of the winter, right? But I get it year round because I don't go outside.
Who thought every disease was caused by some sort of moral evil. Okay, for once movies are right. Indeed, every time the sweating sickness reappeared in England, it was followed by a public panic and general fear that evil, in some
Half of
form
the
or
year,
another, was
and the other half you're like,
An
wait.
English physician named John Caius even wrote a book about
What
the
shade
sweating
are you?
sickness in 1852 called A Book of Counsel Against the Disease Commonly Called the Sweat or the Sweating Sickness,
sweat.
which attributes the infections to evil mists and exhalations drawn out of the ground and impure spirits in the body. Despite attributing...
What's really
spread
funny is they're
to
so close to just
more
being like, yeah, it's particulate in the air, but they were calling it spirits and demons and shit. They were so close to just being like, yeah, there's stuff in the air that is making us sick. Bad air? I mean, yeah, but what's in the air? Demons, no!
Physical causes, Caius believed in individuals.
Oh, God, that could be a TikTok. That would be a viral TikTok.
Exercise and moderation. While modern researchers probably wouldn't agree, Caius's theories
Somebody
were
wearing a
highly
plague
influential
doctor
at the
mask.
time. He would
Bad
go on
air.
to become
Yeah,
the
you're
official
getting there.
physician to Queen Mary in 1557 and co-found Gonville and Caius College at Cambridge. Say that 10 times fast. Gonville and Caius College at Cambridge.
I'll make it a draft. I'll do. Hang on, let me write that down because that's actually fucking hilarious. Okay, I made it a little bit better. Plague Doctor says, yeah, the air is bad. And someone says, yeah, but what's in the air making it bad? Demons. So close. Another one that I forgot that I even wrote in here in my idea notes is that sound, or it's why'd you do that? And it says, I don't know. And it was that one time I put my finger in the pencil sharpener. And it was a mechanical pencil sharpener too, so I had to knowingly leave my finger in there and then turn it. How did I get my finger in there, you ask me? Well, I took off the guard that's there so you don't do that. Curiosity killed the fucking finger on that one.
You could spend half an hour preparing for the half-hour status meeting.
I hate that the least effort TikToks are the ones that always get the most fucking reach, or the ones that should be getting reach get none at all. I wish it was a fish. That it made more sense, that there was a little bit more clear-cut parameters for the algorithm. Hashtags, how do they work? That was an Insane Clown Posse reference.
Sweating sickness typically followed a very specific pattern. Each time it appeared in England, it showed up during the spring, killed its way through the summer, and slowly faded away in fall. It struck suddenly, and the first symptom was a psychological feeling of
Right, and yeah, it's usually the ones where like, I don't know if I should post this, then you post it, that one's your most popular one, you're like, oh, okay. Or one where you're like, okay, that's pretty popular, I'm gonna post another video, now that one's doing good, and you post it, and then they both stop. The next one doesn't do really good, doesn't do good at all, and the other one stops because you posted another video.
Bloating, which, when you think about it, was a pretty reasonable way to feel anyway. Those infected would then begin to feel very cold and get the shivers. After that, they would develop a pain in their shoulders, back, necks, and head, and obviously, they would then begin to sweat. Like, a lot of sweat. Richard Simmons in a sauna amounts of
R.I.P.
sweat. This was punctuated by
R.I.P.
bouts of
Richard.
nausea,
Oh wait, yeah,
and
yeah.
that's just what happened.
I was gonna say R.I.P. Richard Simmons, but that's not who also just died recently. If you're hearing it from me for the first time, I apologize. But R.I.P. Gallagher as well is who I was thinking of. Melon Smasher.
In the first few hours, the sickness might make its victims feel cold at first.
Fuck you, TikTok. Give me my validation
Very
clicks.
hot. This would lead to the titular sweating, as well as delirium with an elevated
Fill the
pulse.
void of gambling that money would if I were rich, please. If we're being honest. Shh, we don't have to be that honest.
Some also reported stomach aches, liver inflammations, and heart pains. John Caius pointed out that the sickness wasn't merely a sweat, as its name implied, but was actually a fever that would last 15 to 21 hours. Caius felt the sweat was actually how the disease was eliminated, and that
Blinking lights, blinking lights, blinking lights.
Drinks. Noting that affected individuals
Human disposition, human
often
disposition.
experience fatigue, which could lead to a coma, or sometimes even death. He also recommended preventing the afflicted from falling asleep. If the individual survived, they could expect the whole experience to be over in 24 hours.
If they survive.
For his part, Caius recommended that survivors put on warm clothes and try not to move for 2 full days.
Don't move, okay?
Many epidemics, like the Black Death, for example,
Oh,
produce
yeah.
an immunity. That means if you survive them
There's
once,
every
you never
form
get
of
it
addiction
again.
throughout my
Sweating
family.
sickness, however,
Gambling
offers no
and
such guarantee.
cigarettes are
An individual could
pretty
easily get it
common
multiple
throughout,
times.
and then alcohol
Still
is
the
like number
alternative,
3.
though. Those that didn't survive died fast, and the speed at which the disease killed has held interest for generations of researchers.
You also
Was
want to
it-
know why I haven't gotten another diagnosis? Is because my cousin did. And she was a paranoid schizophrenic with a personality disorder. She had about everything you could get diagnosed for. And overdosed on PCP.
Well, one contemporary report described people dancing in the court at 9 o'clock that were dead by 11 o'clock. Edward VI was the son of Henry VIII. He studied at Cambridge University along with his good friends Charles and Henry Brandon, who was
So me,
himself the son.
why I say that and why I haven't gotten diagnosed again is because I'm like, oh, so schizophrenia already runs in my family. Word. That makes sense. Sounds good.
Sons of the Duke of Suffolk. Charles
Because,
and Henry's
again, to fill in another gap, I've gotten diagnosed for everything up to the point where you get re-diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. So I'm like, yeah, okay, why do it again and be like, hey, what about this one? And for them to be like, oh yeah, that was it the entire time.
father had once been married to Henry's daughter, Mary. which
You
made
tried?
the family of three.
Why? 'Cause it looks cool, Jay?
Charles and Henry
What up, RJ?
distinguished themselves as scholars at Cambridge, but in 1551 they both contracted the sweating sickness. They would
They
die in the home
contracted
of
the
Bishop
sweats.
Lincoln in Huntingdonshire on the exact same day, July 14, 1551. Charles was believed to be 13 or 14 years old at the time. Henry was 16. Upon their deaths, their title, Duke of Suffolk, which had originated with their father, became extinct. Sweating sickness's emergence was sudden and not well understood. Its disappearance was the same. The outbreaks of 1508 and 1517 caused thousands of deaths in London, and later outbreaks in 1551 and 1570 were increasingly localized to places like Devon, Exeter, and Colchester. Though no clear understanding of how to prevent the sickness was ever reached, and it never lost its highly contagious nature, the disease began to slowly disappear after 1551. While there have been similar diseases with similar symptoms in the centuries since, nothing has ever quite duplicated the extremely rapid and highly deadly nature of the English sweating sickness. So what do you think? Would you outsweat the sweating plague? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history. When you think of deadly diseases,
Dang it. One sec. So you're curious if you could? See, what's funny is I know I'm an addict and I have an addictive personality, but I get addicted to weird things, like not actual drugs. Well, I guess, to be specific, the only things I ever have been is Whippets and Dr. Pepper. Whippets and Dr. Pepper. Oh yeah. Fucking devil gas nitruses. We smell. Oh yeah, the Whippets.
You probably don't think of names like subtle or emphasis. The English sweat, the sweat, the swat, the new acquaintance.
Hang on, sorry. I realized that I played the same thing over again.
We're all named for the same.
It's because I wanted to play the video that's next after this.
Today we're going to take a look at the plague that made you sweat to death. But before we get started, subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, take a moment and please leave a comment to let us know what other plague-ridden topics you would like to hear about next. Okay, everybody?
Various outlets, various brain mechanisms. Damn, now I can't remember what video was after this that I wanted to watch. Oh yeah, Day in the Life of a Medieval Executioner. And the reason I wanted to watch this is because I know for a fact that executioners were usually hermits. They were usually not liked people. And nobody wanted that job because you're killing people. And who wants that job, right? There was always people who were kind of weird already. What up, Aquatic? Good to see you again. I think I need to turn the heat back on. How cold is it tonight?
In the 16th century, and when most people picture them, they tend to think of the stereotypical image of a burly, bare-chested man in a black hood with a massive axe. But the executioner did a lot more than just swing a blade. They upheld justice, set an example for the community, served as a medical professional, and often doubled as a spiritual guide who helped the condemned accept their fate and ask for forgiveness before they die. How do we know?
Oh, why did I put that there?
An axeman in 16th century Nuremberg who left detailed.
It's a good thing that was empty, because I would have heard a lot worse. I just need the actual
We're going to take a look at
shit out of that tank.
Medieval hatchet
That
man.
empty,
But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the
propane
Weird
tank.
History channel and let us know in the comments below what other unusual historical jobs you would like to hear
what
about.
I get for leaving that within
Let's get into the head of
within
Franz
kicking distance.
Schmidt.
Oof.
The mask may send shivers down the spines of regular folks, but your colleagues often.
Are you good?
On one hand, they terrify the
Yeah, I hit my heel
They
too.
also
My heel
conceal
hurts
their
more than my
identity
knee right
and
now.
protected them from retribution. Something that's especially important in cases where the doomed person is sympathetic or popular with the crowd. You, however, are proud of your profession and have never worn the mask. Depending on the time or place of
fucking
employment,
hurt.
a hangman might find themselves exceptionally busy, often dealing with several victims in a single day. For example, working under the rain.
I don't even remember what I came over here for now that it hurts so bad.
In times like that, the swordsman has their work cut out for them. Pun intended. But on August 13th, 1577, you only have one job on the agenda. And the
Was it for a
man's
bong
name
rep?
is Hans Vogel.
Speaking of. Oh, I was like, wait, where's
You
Rainbow
only
Monkey?
recently arrived in Nuremberg from your birthplace in Bamberg, and Hans Vogel
Bongo
will be your
monkey.
first
Yeah, was it a bong rip?
at your new gig.
Damn,
Vogel
that knocked
has
the
been
bong rip
convicted
thought
of
right out of my head.
Now you will be expected to give him his.
I kind of want to dab. I want to dab
He came to
instead.
this profession honestly. Your father passed down the profession back in Bamberg, although he didn't exactly mean to take that career path. Originally, he was a woodsman, but one fateful day, Bavarian magistrate Albrecht II, famous for his vicious disposition, wanted 3 men hanged.
Vicious Disposition sounds like a really good name for a band. Vicious Disposition. That sounds good to say. It feels good to say. Vicious Disposition. Vicious Disposition. Vicious Disposition. I like that a lot, actually. That might be one of my new fucking... What is it? When you have to say things, when you have to copy it, when you have to say it out loud, it's almost like a tick. It's almost like Tourette's, but echolalia. I did a video on that not too long ago. Vicious Disposition.
Your father, Heinrich, at random from a crowd, and forced him to perform.
It's like Cellar Door. It's like Cellar Door from Donnie Darko. When she says, the author said, Cellar Door is the most beautiful words written and said out loud, but I'd say Vicious Disposition is. I think that just took number 1 in my head.
Not looking to join the 3 men, your father obliged the tyrant. Once
I
he was done
oblige.
low, nobody in the village wanted
Where'd I
to
put
have
that
anything
carb
to do
cap?
with your father. Despite this, you followed him into the occupation. It was 1573 when you first became a professional, working under the supervision of your dad.
I used to watch Boomerang when the little wind-up toys would go across the screen and shit. Yeah, but Boomerang was my bag.
Also
Where did I put that carb cap?
345 minor punishments,
what I'm
which include
wondering
things like
about. Oh, got it.
floggings, as well as amputations of
Ew.
ears and fingers. You've also taken out
Hairy carb
sword,
cap.
rope, burning, drowning, and, in particularly bad cases, on the breaking wheel.
On the
You may
breaking
think
wheel?
But it just sounds painful, right? Despite all that,
This is gonna
the
smell
general
bad.
dishonorable nature of your profession, you're a respected member of the community for your piety. You're the man who's going to be sending Hans Vogel.
I realized I could do that. The popular noise from TikTok. Ew. Ew. But then he says the N word after it. It would sound better if I could say that after, but I can't. Ew. It's like my other favorite noise. The island in the sun where they go, they say hey, hey, but I make the noise from TikTok of the dude sticking the plastic in the pufferfish mouth, and it goes, ugh. Hang on. Ugh. Wait. Ugh. Ugh. Hang on. Ugh. It's like the yeah, that little thing, the toy that everyone had growing up. Yeah, that one.
So you've gotten to know him.
Ew.
Customary for
It's like
an
that.
accident to
See?
bond with the prisoner, and if he had serious wounds or had taken ill, you would, ironically, be the one expected to nurse him back to health, so that you could eventually execute him. Job security.
What happens if someone tries to pay you to say the N-word on like Cameo and stuff?
As a medical consultant.
Or if they're like, yeah, I need you to say this for my intro.
So the prisoner could receive a proper death with his health intact. Prisoners like Vogel would frequently receive visitors, such as their own family members, and occasionally even the relatives of their victims, seeking reconciliation. You believe that forgiveness is divine.
Like, obviously there's ethics involved with that, and that's like playing a role that says it, And people in the acting community get over the ethics of it. We'll not get into that.
Offered oranges and gingerbread by his victims.
Jay, you're like, I'm not the one to answer that question.
You saw it as a she had forgiven him. But at the end of the day, your role is to mete out justice in the name of God and society.
Jay, just reading that at the beginning just made me laugh just because of the cliche. My friend, my black friend. I'm not coming at you whatsoever. I know you don't mean it like that. It's just funny because I like someone to be like, "What do you mean your black friend?" Oh, I've heard of that multiple times as being a thing during on the job activities, as like obviously a degrading thing. But there's a lot of white guilt associated with that guilt, or with that degrading. There's layers to that. Like maybe you'd be. That's a whole different kind of dom drop. That's a whole different kind of fallout for the dom there. It's like damn, like maybe I could get away with like hitting you and slapping you around and stuff, but that's philosophical right there. That'll get in your head. That'll bore right there in your frontal cortex. But yeah, Aquatic, it's along the lines of actors saying it in a role, or if you got paid to say it in a voice for something for somebody, it's not you saying it. It's not me going on there and saying, "Hey, look what I can say," and it sounds good saying it. If somebody were to pay me, there's moral not high ground. You don't want to say moral high ground. There's moral clarity there when it comes to the murk of that situation. $20 is $20. See, but then also getting punched in the mouth is getting punched in the mouth. And it costs a lot more than $20 to get your jaw rewired.
Agent who balances divine and earthly authority. And today, keeping that balance.
Jay, you're like, wait, hang on, let me make sure. Let me just double check. Gotta be clear with this.
While family or friends may visit occasionally, prisoners are most likely...
It reminds me of the South Park episode. I just rewatched the new one about how Tolkien's name's actually Tolkien. Honestly, one of my favorite episodes ever. And Stan is like, "I thought your name was Token." He goes, "Why would you think my name is Token?" And he's like, "Well, because you're black." And he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And he's like, "No, it's not me. I thought your parents." And he's like, "Why the fuck would my parents name me Token?" You're someone who's born a South Park playing. That's a solid accomplishment. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying it anymore. See, because if that was for it, like, "Hey, $20, say it. You'd say it and then reach for the money and then they'd sock you in the mouth, and that would be valid. Which is also the paradigm I'm having right now, because I wouldn't accept the money to say it in person, so I shouldn't do it on the internet either, right? You gotta be able to back up what you do in real life, right?
By members of the clergy. The chaplains meet with the prisoners, try to soften their hearts, and work to...
On April 1st, hell yeah.
And beg for God's
What a birthday.
They read aloud from the Bible, pray, preach, and appeal to the prisoners' fears, sorrows, and hopes.
Right, if you're not willing to do it in real life, don't do it on the internet.
Prisoners often rely on the clergy to show them their illustrated prayer books. Most prisoners haven't seen much art.
If I was assured in both real life and on the internet that I wasn't going to get jumped because everyone understood the difference between getting paid to do a job and willingly doing it are different, then maybe, yeah, but that's not how the internet works. Finally, they're adding little blurbs on the side. They're like, "Hey, by the way, some of the information provided in this video isn't all the way correct. Here's a link to where you can find it." Nobody's clicking that. Nobody fucking clicks those fucking links.
Small towns might have a church with rudimentary paintings on its walls, but many don't. Some might have caught a glimpse of heaven and hell.
You've never seen South Park, Jay?
With a lower classes to own.
That's
And
valid.
the invention of the printed press.
Why though?
The chaplains who visit Vogel
Do you-
bring their prized Bibles.
Is it because of the significant other soured it for you?
Famous
That's
saints,
usually what I
death
end up
They use
seeing as the
images
case.
to illustrate their sermons and bring life to the religious imagery. You often watch as the chaplains lead prisoners through a recitation of the Lord's Prayer,
Oh,
read
God.
from the Lutheran Catechism, and offer the condemned reassuring words. They sing hymns of consolation, and sometimes even the jailer joins in with the song. Everyone is quite sincere in their desire to get Vogel ready for his final day.
You would like the newer seasons. Their voices are much better now. Their voices are not nearly as annoying as they used to be. It's Matt and Trey realizing that those voices are bad for their voice in the long run, so they all kind of sound the same now, except for Cartman, obviously. But Cartman does not sound like the same Cartman that he used to. He's got like that little voice, he got like that, but it's not nearly as nasally and annoying. It's like, okay, we know that's Cartman, but we can hear him deliver the dialogue. That's the main meat of what we're listening to, and not the funny sounding little kid that's a cutout on screen. And it's a lot more poignant than newer seasons. They're not just bullshit for the sake of bullshit. They're topical. They're very nuanced, and honestly, they're right about everything. They haven't missed on every episode that I've watched. I haven't been like, eh. And there's even an episode about trans people. There's episodes about Caitlyn Jenner. There's episodes about. They make sure to hit the nuance of it from both sides of the situation so good that you're left going, okay, that was pretty. That was daring. That was brave, but I don't find fault with how it was being made fun of. If you start from I'd say start from season 8. You don't need any of the early seasons. They're hard to watch because they're badly fucking animated. Not to throw any shade, they were working with what they had. But it's a lot smoother now. It's funnier. Production quality is better now. Topics are about current events now. It's not just grotesque bullshit anymore. What up, Knight? Yeah, South Park. Would highly recommend it. Maybe we can watch some at some point. You can watch it on the same site that I watch all this stuff on. And again, I was saying earlier that we might end up deleting all of the streaming apps that I pay for and just use the site that I found for TV and that one site we use for movies.
You just need to know the right steps.
When you became a professional life ender, you knew from your father that the job was about a lot more than just ridding the world of sin.
Professional life
Taking
ender.
someone out in public was intended to accomplish two distinct goals. The first is to shock the spectators. You are expected to create a terrifying scene. That
Glad
will
to see you
have
again,
infinite
him.
Power. Any who see it will think twice before committing an offense. The second goal, however, is more esoteric. As the Hatchet Man, it's your job to reaffirm both divine and human authority. You keep the balance by staging the act from condemnation through death procession all the way to the very end. It's like a play, and you're the director. In fact, the people you know are all familiar with theatrical experiences called morality plays.
Oh, nice! I'm very happy to hear that things have slowed down for you a bit.
Allegorical dramas in which characters personify
And that makes me happy that you choose to wind down with my content. Glad you're back as well.
The ending of A Sinner also tells a story in which a person's choices led them to a moral lesson. A poor sinner
Thank you.
sees the error of his ways. He acknowledges and atones for his crimes, and he agrees to serve as an
We've been making lots of cool
example
stuff lately. I've been
in
making
exchange for a quick, painless end.
mini recyclers and mini recyclers. Haha.
As everyone knows, the condemned may request whatever he wants for his final meal.
That started all the way back then too.
Copious amounts of wine and beer, which is a little more than just a courtesy. It's no secret that letting a prisoner drink to their heart's content a so-called hangman's meal is often to the executioner's advantage. You know as well as anyone that a drunk prisoner was often far less resistant. Of course, there are downsides. There was at one time when a condemned rogue...
Thank you, yeah, we've had this for a while, actually. We're going to diet again here soon
Maybe
for
that's the
Christmas.
reason some prisoners refuse to take so much as a single bite or sip. Vogel finishes his last meal. Your assistants help to dress him with a traditional white linen gown. Once dressed, he waits you to preside over the attendant public spectacle. You are announced by the warden, the customary words, "The executioner is at hand." You take the stage and ask Vogel for forgiveness. The two of you share a drink of tea, and then you move on to the second jury, who await you. Vogel has already confessed, but nonetheless, you must present him to the blood court, where his sentence will become known. The room is ornately decorated, and it doesn't wear a red and black robe. A scribe reads Vogel's confession and the tally of offensive advances. The jurors confer, each the manner of demise. You wonder, will it be the sword, the rope, fire, water, or the wheel? The jurors voted, and they chose the sword. Meanwhile, the crowd has become enormous. These living morality plays are meant to be seen by as many.
Morality plays.
They're advertised weeks in advance, and it's normal for there to be hundreds, sometimes even thousands of onlookers. Vogel must walk a mile to reach the place of the day. His trip goes smoothly, although that's not always the case. Sometimes prisoners behave badly or get in trouble. One drunken guy even urinated in the open.
Happy to hear him.
He told you he was willing to go on to the next world, but requested the chance to first fetch and fight 4 of the guards who were present. If you wrote your journal, his
it happens.
Was refused.
It's okay to not be okay sometimes.
Taking out a prisoner is never easy. You're good at it. During your 45-year career, you have ended 187 people with a sword, and only 4 times.
Definitely sounds good.
Stroke. It's your responsibility to be that good. Each shoddy of this job has consequences. In some German towns, if the swordsman takes the job done in 3 blows, the crowds were known to grab him and force him to take the place of the condemned prisoner. The crowds are typically packed with rowdy drunks, ready to riot at a moment's notice, especially if they don't see a head drop. And those riots often turn ugly, fast. When the moment arrives, you dispatch Vogel with one clean swipe of the blade. The judge expresses satisfaction with your work, and you reply, "For that, I thank God and my master, who has taught me such art." While the hard part is over, the job isn't quite done yet. You still have the mundane task of mopping up the mess. Yes,
So it really was like a play. They had fucking lines and everything for this. That's wild.
The carcass. Out of curiosity, some of the mob lingers to watch. You don't know it yet, but in 1617 you'll retire and begin a new
That nice
consultant.
educational
In 1634, you'll receive a state funeral at Nuremberg.
and late night
You'll
what
be
you call
buried
it,
just a few paces away from legendary artists like the
late night educational vibe with the. I've had people tell me that the torch is actually soothing as well. What to me is the loudest and most annoying thing. Not necessarily annoying. It's just what I hear the loudest. So they say that they enjoy that, which fine by me. Oops. There usually isn't too many harsh sounds. I try to keep it not too, clankety clankety. Oh, hi Lucy, would you like to come say hello? It's weird when you stretch like that. When dogs do the cat stretch. Oh, come on. Yeah, come say hi. You look like Rasputin, Lucy.
And you will have done it all without wearing a hood, even once. So what do you think? What kind of life would that be? Let us know in the comments below and why.
Ooh, what was life like as a medieval jester? Wasn't it really dangerous? If you didn't make them laugh, or if you made fun of the wrong person, they fucking kill you, right? The girl from Plainsville, I have not. No shit! Congrats, him! Oh, nice, Jay! We got good things, we got cool stuff happening all around for everyone. Oops.
Poor fool. wearing a three-toed cap and performing for their king or queen is one of the most familiar icons of the Middle Ages.
I love that. And I love that y'all are excited to tell the chat, too.
What role did they play? And what were their lives actually like? The truth is that while jesters were important in medieval entertainment, their lives were far from just being fun and games. Today, we're going to take a look at what life was really like as a medieval jester. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what overlooked historical figures you would like to hear about. Alright, let's see a type 5 from these funny guys.
Oh, those are cool,
Behind your vision.
what's it called? What did you just said
We
it.
often see in movies and cartoons. A king's fool wasn't just some clownish oaf who got kicked around by the
No,
rest
it's
of
not
the
an
court.
acronym.
On
What
the
is
contrary,
ASMR
gesturing
versus
was
the
usually
actual name?
considered a respected-
What's the word I'm looking for? Did you just say it? No. What is that? What is it when it's like ASAP? What is ASMR and ASAP and LOL? Thank you. Abbreviation. My brain's not braining
Jesters
tonight.
themselves were typically well-educated.
Brain's
and
not
highly
braining
intelligent.
too good. Because
Also,
earlier I brained real hard figuring out what we figured out about my stalker and the connections to the TikTok and all that. I brained real hard earlier, and now it's just like, nah, no words for you.
that classic motley jester costume, professional jesters didn't wear those. On most days, a jester wore the same kind of clothes any nobleman would wear.
Oh, I have a whole ass
So if
stalker. Oh
professional
yeah,
jesters didn't wear the famous jester costume,
definitely.
who did? The answer is
TikTok. My most recent 2 videos is a pretty quick rundown of what's going on there. But yeah, they did to me the same thing that they did to like 4 or 5 other people, and I figured it out that it's the same person doing it. Yep.
is amateur fools.
For sure, him. Definitely get some shut-eye.
These trying too hard to get the laugh amateurs
Brain don't want a
really
brain,
always
right?
sport the classic getup, which consisted of a hood with multiple ears and a multicolored tunic. Various parts of the outfit, including the shoes, would usually have bells tied to them. Oh yeah, bells. Bells are funny. Since they didn't belong to any particular royal court, an amateur fool would travel around performing at fairs, in festivals, and on holidays. If not,
Yeah, Sky, that's the
going on,
most
you'd likely
recent
find them performing for tips.
developments on the information is that it's connected to a lot of other bullshit that's happening on TikTok as well.
In the street.
Longles.
In modern times, we have the unequivocal right to make fun of our leaders, and rightfully so. But in medieval times, making fun of the king or queen was likely to get you executed.
What you just did is punishable by death.
Unless, of course, you were the court jester. Yep, this medieval double standard noted that the jester was the only person legally allowed to mock the king. Think of it as something akin to an official royal roast. Sir Geoffrey Ross, if you will. Many rulers even took great delight in being mocked by their jesters. Best of all, the jester's power to satirize didn't end with the king. A fool was typically given the power to openly mock any noble.
See, and I knew that too, and tried like telling people whenever I was first trying to piece it all together at the beginning of this year. And I sounded like a fucking... I had it all put together, but it was like a whole 3-minute video trying to explain all the different pieces, how they fit. And obviously anybody listening to that is like, that doesn't make any sense. And so people were like, no, we don't believe you, you're crazy. None of that could be connected. And it is. I proved it. Now I'm in connection with all the other people that are being affected by it, or I'm about to be. I'm in connection with one of them at least so far.
Whether the shortcomings he derided were real or made up. That, my friends, is called work in the room. No one likes to deliver bad news.
Bad news, milady. Rum is dead.
Especially to a monarch who has the power to execute.
That's what's his name. That looked like, what's the dude's name? Who I swear is just a social experiment. One who's gotten fat because people pay him to. Not Ethan Klein, that's the other guy I don't care about. Nice, hemp, yeah. Cheers to you. I got you, I'll join you. What's his name? And I don't want to look it up because I don't want it on my fucking computer. I don't want the algorithm thinking I want that. It's a kink. And I don't want to go into the details of my theory about this person until I... The one who does the mukbangs, the eating videos, who breaks up with their husband every other week. They have a double chin out to here. And they ride around in a fucking mobility scooter now. That person. No, not Trisha. No. Y'all are gonna make me Google it, aren't you? One of their most popular videos is the one where they do a McDonald's mukbang, and their husband tries taking one of the nuggets or something, and they go crazy. They go ballistic. I'm just literally gonna type in mukbang McDonald's. Do incognito mode, too late. Here, Nico Cotto. That piece of shit. I fully believe he's in a social experiment and knowingly is whoring himself out to people who get off on the kink that is gorging. The depravity of the internet knows no bounds, and this person is getting paid to gorge themselves. It is a kink. Their content is sexual based. Their content is not what it appears to be. It is not what it appears to be. And if you look back, you go watch some of their stuff now that I've told you this, you'll see it. Broken rib scare? No, I didn't hear about that. He used to be skinny, and watch. He's gonna lose all the weight, and then start selling shit for it. He's gonna have surgery, he's gonna lose all the weight, and say it was all an experiment, it was all fake. He's already done this once. He's already said this is a social experiment. Are you watching? Are you listening? And I believe him. I fully believe him. I believe that he is aware that he is in too deep now. I believe he's aware of the damages that it's caused permanently to his body. But he's so deep in the character that he hasn't flipped the script yet, but he will. He will once he's done enough damage to himself, his image, and other people. It's a kink. What he's done to himself and what he does on the internet is a kink. Do you believe that too, Aquatic? Yeah. It is very much so a sexual thing. Same thing for Finn. But it's not nearly as damaging. Finn is caught in a loop of sissification, getting paid to be a girl. Nikocado is getting paid to be fat, but in a sexual way. There's other people who do this, but are upfront about it, and it's mostly women. Men pay women to eat, and you can find it all across the internet. If you can think about it, it's a kink, and there's somebody paying for it right now, and that's exactly what's happening. But what's wild is that this person is disguising themselves and is directing it at kids. The only people that I've seen talk about this person are children. In the same breaths as Ethan Klein and Trisha Paytas and these other people that I've been forced against my will to find out about. And then in the future, this person is going to flip the script, get skinny, and act like it's easy to do, and it's going to damage so many children who are watching them do it. It's another pipeline of DID, dissociative identity disorder. People doing it on purpose. People creating a character, but not a good one. Not a good character. It reminds me of Hunter Thompson creating Raoul Duke, and who people think of when we think Hunter Thompson, the drug fiend, running around with a briefcase full of drugs. It's the same thing. And the exact same thing that Hunter Thompson said is that, well, if me, Hunter, dies, then the rumor, the real person, the beast, can take over. The caricature of myself. And that's exactly what this person is. They're a caricature of themselves that they had control of for a little bit, but have lost complete control of it. And now people expect this. Hunter Thompson said, when I get invited to an interview or to do a presentation at a school, I don't know if they're inviting me or if they're inviting the other guy. And now this person is the other guy. It is somebody lost in a caricature of themselves, and they're going to try to flip the script, but I don't think the internet will let them. That's the future I predict for this. They're gonna lose all the weight. They're gonna say it was all a bit. They're gonna say how easy it is to lose all this weight. Look, you can do it too, and cause dysphoria and dissociative identity disorders for so many people. So many people. Yeah, even the stuff that I've seen about them, I'm like, meh. Sure, I get it, whatever. But I'm glad they're not with Trisha anymore. From what I've seen about them, I'm saying like I know anything about them. What I do know about them, I've learned against my will. But I know for a fact that Ethan was seemingly a victim of Trisha's narcissism, and I saw that just as a reflection of what I've been through. You know, she's like, wow. That's a big personality bulldozing its way through a seemingly good environment. Yeah, Jay, if you go on incognito mode if you're going to do it because you don't want the algorithm thinking you want Nikocado videos. If you watch it with the eyes that I've just given you, you're like, oh, ew. Ew. You're like, oh, gross. That's what this is, and it's children watching it. It's children watching it, and they don't realize what it is. They're like, oh, look at this cute little video of this dude eating a whole bunch. It's not good. Too late. Yeah.
Nevertheless, someone had to give a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down. Jesters were there in order to keep the ruler appraised of things that weren't going.
It's another reason how we talked about why if you're going to make a character of yourself, you don't want it too far of an offshoot of yourself, so you can still be you when you go places. Right? By all means, make a character, make a persona, make an online identity, but make sure it's still you. Unless you obviously don't want it to be you for the online persona. There's the VTubers and anonymity for that for a reason. But if you are going to create content, you better make damn sure that you're making sure other people know that it's a character, or you'll get lost in it. Because people will make sure that you are that character if the character takes over.
Yes, it was the fool's duty to deliver bad news.
Yes, that rainbow monkey is holding a bomb.
They had to deliver it in a lighthearted manner. Delivering crucial information without provoking the ire of the master was business, and skilled fools were typically able to turn bad news into an amusing joke.
Wherever they go. Everyone's name is a big rainbow. Ow.
Just don't open with the bad news.
They do not have a name.
Jesters were well respected and important to their masters.
Honestly, my mind immediately goes to naming it Jax because that's who made it for me.
Entertainers. Like today, being an entertainer.
The Bong doesn't have a name either.
And for jesters, it could
now that you
often
mention
be
it.
downright dangerous. They didn't have stuntmen. This was a one-man show. One aspect of gesturing that could be highly dangerous was juggling. Juggling was a popular entertainment, but juggling with safe items like fruit got old fast.
Wait. I feel like you're making a really good point, but I forget what it's in reference to. Jay, what did you learn the hard way? My brain moves on to the next subject so goddamn fast. What up, Rachel? Oh, online persona. Yes. When it comes to that, I was gonna say when it comes to that, getting paid in that sense is a little different because there is that buffer, like how we were talking about. It is not technically you, but then you get into some hot water because it is still technically you. And if that is the persona that takes over, and you're like, oh shit, everyone knows me as a femdom now, but I'm not necessarily comfortable with that being my persona, then damn. Is that what you're saying? Because I get that completely. Same for me. I get put in a box as well just because of the way I look. And kind of the way I present myself too. Me only being gay for 3 years, 4 years doesn't really lend to that. I don't scream fucking... I mean, what's funny is somebody in the other day was like, damn, you seem like a bottom. And I was like, how dare you? I was like, how fucking dare you clock me like that? Foo-foo cuddly poops and Jax the rainbow monkey. Attacked, completely attacked. Just straight target.
Expected thrills and excitement, and so many gestures.
See, and that I am, but that's more so out of familiarity than anything. Obviously, if I had grown up exploring my sexual proclivities with the honesty that I have now about it, I would obviously have ended up on the other side of things. But just the way that I've been versed in my own endeavors lends to it being more switched than anything, and again, because of the way I present and my general sway when it comes to preference, I do end up putting myself in the box a lot as well. And that's just out of familiarity. That's just most people. That's most queer people in the first place going, wow, I really wish I was more queer. But then you end up just dating the same people you always have, right? Right? You're like, damn, I wish I was fucking way more gay than I am now. Oh yeah, and toxic masculinity was my problem to a T. My dad, being Cuban, machismo culture, he's a closeted homosexual himself. Homosexuality runs in my family as well, and I fully believe in nature nurture and that whole thing, that if you are genetically predisposed for genetic precursors like homosexuality or like being a little fruity, not being on the straight and narrow, that is nature nurture and can get passed down. So my dad's got a little bit of that in there somewhere. And my uncle, who I'm talking about being out, and my uncle, my aunt, like, there are a bunch of queer people throughout. Uncle died of AIDS during the AIDS epidemic, and my dad had been hanging out with him, best friends during the time, and so that completely shifted his view on everything. And so obviously the nature nurture lent to me not being that way, being around him, because he was homophobic. But now that I've escaped from it, I see it with clear eyes, and I'm like, that dude's a fucking flamer. My dad's gay as shit, but just has never admitted to him or anybody else. Well, I shouldn't say anybody else because I know some tea there, but yeah. Yup. See, I like men too, but I don't like men. Not a fan. Not a fan. I'll take a help in a penis. I'll prefer it attached to a woman. I prefer girl dick, that's for sure. Before you call yourself out, Lucinda, you're like, huh? Y'all calling me out? Yeah, like I said, I've only been queer for myself like 3-4 years. And for those years, I was in committed, straight passing relationships. No, I take that back. The only man that I've dated is a trans man, and that's not an asterisk. That's not a but. That's just to say that I did not experience the physiology of my boyfriend in a way that would have facilitated me processing it in a sexual way. I emotionally processed that I dated a man, but I didn't physically, which is interesting because I fully saw them as a dude. It's just a dude that doesn't have a dick, which is more than valid. Some dudes don't have dicks. Some women do have dicks. That's life. That's life, buddy. But there's nuance there. There's nuance to the intricacies of being pansexual, being queer, and only having inclinations towards one physiology as well, which is valid as well. Preference is okay so long as it's not too much of a. You don't want to sexualize somebody because of something. You don't want to box somebody in because of attributes they themselves can't do anything about, right? See, in me, Jay, I would have known I was gay from a very young age if I had ever considered that was what it was. I just always been like, wow, I'm so different. I'm just quirky, you know? Yeah, if I had approached it from a young age with the possibility that that's what it was, it would have made a whole lot more sense than me just being like, damn, why am I so different? And why don't I have the language for what I feel? And then I got out of my dad's dome of oppression, and then immediately, literally within the first couple months, I was like, I'm fucking gay. And I'm not gay, I'm queer, obviously, but immediately I was just like, that's it. Fucking gay. The whole flamer right there. And then I started unraveling it, and I was like, yo, okay. And now it's just kind of been picking up the pieces and trying to get back to it from there. Trying to, yeah, Sam Aquatic, I grew up homophobic and racist. And that's been a whole rigmarole. Because the intrusive thoughts that come along with that are startling. Very startling. And you're like, damn, dude, shut the fuck up. And it's your own voice, too. Especially, so, that video I made the other day of when I sit down and I cross my leg like this, and I look at it and then cross my leg like this, and then the voice goes, gay. That was me mimicking my own intrusive thoughts. Because who the fuck cares? First of all, yeah, I know I'm fucking gay. Second of all, why is that coming? There's a lot of pre-programmed stuff. So the way you sit, the way you do things, the way you a lot, and you realize it, and then when you start changing those things, the inner homophobe or the inner racist or whatever slurs at you. Good night, Hemp. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Looking forward to seeing your name some more. Exactly, Jay. And I also have to be real careful because I don't want to. What's the word for it? The word of the day is when you blank something, when you're sexually attracted to someone for something that you shouldn't be, when you fetishize someone. You don't want to fetishize it. You don't want to, especially something that someone can't change. You got to be careful that you're not fetishizing, which is an interesting line to border, especially when you're reapproaching things like sexuality. If you're approaching your sexuality and you're like, damn, I'd like to suck some dick, that's valid, man. But make sure whoever's dick you're sucking knows that's what it is, because you can make the mistake of using someone You can make the mistake of using someone for your own sexual proclivities, and that's not cool. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure you're aware that the other person is aware of all of happening in the situation. And you'd be surprised at how many people are okay with being sexualized, if so long as you're upfront about it. You're like, hey, I'm sexualizing you. Some people will be like, oh, sick, thank you. I was also sexualizing you. And that's the best case scenario, when it's reciprocative. But if not, then at least the conversation is had, and then they're like, okay, well, it's not reciprocative, and we're on the same page now. Good for everybody. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Exactly. Or the intricacies of somebody who will date somebody that they are fetishizing, right? And interracial dating and trans exclusion, or trans only, right? But trans only when it comes to cis people. T for T is fine, like, by all means, yeah, that's cute as shit. But you're a straight cis male who likes trans men, get the fuck out of my face.
By juggling dangerous items like axes, daggers, and swords.
Oh yeah, I'd rather be told. And at that point, then it's kind of not only validating, but it's kind of freeing too, because you can lean into it yourself. Because if you're getting fetishized for something you may be self-conscious about, and you're aware that it's going to happen, you can underline the fact that it is something that other people will fetishize. And you can go, oh, I should be appreciative of this. Even if I may not be myself in my own eyes, I can see that other people are, and that helps your self-esteem a lot. Definitely. You don't have to see it with your own eyes, but you can say, oh, wow, I can see how other people would see that. And then it really helps your disposition a lot in general. And I've done that with a lot of my own shit. Dysphoria, dysmorphia, oh yeah. Getting positive validation, but in the wrong way, can still be validated. You just got to make sure you're compartmentalizing it correctly. That's hard to do. Very, very hard to do. Oh yeah, exactly, Jay. Yeah, very hard to compartmentalize correctly, especially if there's... Yeah, you get it. But that's just like a lot of sexual relationships. If people are up front and say, "Hey, what I'm looking for out of this is sexual in nature," do that if that's what you intend. Don't fucking waste people's time. Don't run around. Don't go around, fucking beat around the bush. Be up front and then go from there. Don't waste people's time. It's more refreshing to most people than anything if you're like, hey, let's what are the intentions here, and let's make sure we're on the same page. And even if we're not, I'm sure we can still benefit from a conversation anyways, right? Worst they can say is no. And if you're already having a conversation with someone, then obviously don't make it fucking weird. You're like, hey, where is this leading to? My bedroom? No, don't do that. If you're obviously flirting with someone, like from a dating app or something, just be like, hey, before we take this any further, I want to know what your intentions are. Are they platonic, or are you seeking something different? And then you can communicate. Wow, so easy. Unfortunately, at that point, a lot of people still won't be upfront about what they want. Yup. People suck.
Bound to be a hit.
Also the golden rule. People suck.
Was more audiences would applaud. In addition, juggling sharp objects wasn't just good for entertainment. It was also one of the means jesters would use on the battlefield to taunt enemies. I mean, what better way to show someone you're not worried about the threat they pose than to juggle axes while they look on? Sure, it's not for every audience. As skilled entertainers, court jesters were expected to be multi-talented. In medieval times, that meant being able to make music.
Well, communication is hard because our parents never communicated with us. Hey, how do you know I got those?
Your daughter is a very good kisser.
I'm not gonna let you fucking
Not exactly
incept me like that. I'm not gonna eat some of those right now.
A material, but it was commonly sought talent, and being able to do it could pay off in big ways. For example, one jester famous for this ability was the 12th century English jester Roland le Farter, also known as Roland the Farter. People
Roland
wish
the
to
Farter.
This up. Every year, Roland would perform on Christmas Day. Yes, Christmas Day, as if it couldn't get any weirder. And end his show with one jump, one whistle, and one fart. Serving under King Henry II, Roland's act was so beloved he was awarded a manor in Suffolk and 30 acres. Yep, that's gold material right there. Throwing a lavish party every single day might sound like fun, but most rulers didn't.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you can
This meant
communicate
that
it to yourself
really
before you try to
get
communicate
paid.
it to anybody
Which
else.
raises the question of what did they do the rest of the time? The most famous jesters were able to relax, rehearse new material while looking at the mirror, but most typical jesters had other duties around the household to attend to when they weren't performing. Examples of such alternate duties included things like keeping the hounds and traveling to the market to buy livestock to feed the royal family and the rest of the household. Even back then, the hustle was real. The First Amendment guarantees all Americans freedom of speech, but in the Middle Ages, there was no such freedom, unless you were a court jester. Ordinary people could get themselves in big trouble by speaking wrongly of a king, lord, or nobleman. But jesters were not only allowed to make such criticisms, they were expected to. Because they had no real fear of reprisal, jesters were able to speak their mind and offer advice when others may have feared to give it. This meant the jester was often one of the only people a ruler could go to for an honest assessment of their actions and decisions. A jester was a trusted professional.
If it's
who served
oil-based
numerous
Italian,
roles.
you should be
Kings and
good.
Queens alike have been known to develop close friendships
We like
with
Italian.
personal court jesters. This meant that a jester often held a significant political position within their kingdom and would often even accompany their masters to war, kind of like a medieval Bob Hope. There is a well-known story about Jenny von Stockach, the court jester for the Duke of Austria. Jenny was present when the Duke assembled his war council to plan an attack on Switzerland. It is alleged that Jenny warned the Duke and his advisors, "You fools, you're all debating how to get into the country, but none of you have thought how you're going to get out again." The Duke ignored the warning and suffered massive losses on the battlefield. In this case, it would have been wise to listen to the fool. The fool had many duties, even on the battlefield, and one was to entertain. On the night before a battle, the jester would...
Oh, it's in like a bowl. I thought you just meant like a...
juggle and dance.
You have a thing of Italian dressing.
The purpose was to take the soldiers' minds
I was
off
projecting
the
because that's what I would have,
battle.
just a whole thing of Italian dressing
The
next to me,
jester's
not
other duty was
not
to
a
roast men.
portioned out
Yes,
bit.
telling jokes at the expense of those
Fit
who
for
had
to
their
use.
opposed to regent in battle was actually part of the jester's set when the kingdom was at war. Work the crowd of troops up a bit, which would hopefully raise their morale and spirits. A jester would often let such insults fly while riding in front of the troops, in order to be sure the enemy...
Dipping crackers in it.
This taunting
Dude,
was
Italian
not
dressing is
fun,
good.
though. It
Italian
actually
dressing
served
is good as
purpose.
fuck.
The idea was for the jester to provoke those enemies who had explosive tempers into breaking ranks and charging prematurely.
Charge!
Entertaining the troops and slinging one-liners at the enemy was only a part of the jester's job on the battlefield. They also served as messengers to the opposing army. If the king or queen needed to send demands to the enemy, the jester was the only person trusted enough to do it right. Some of these demands might include the conditions for the release of hostages or the terms of surrender. And if you're thinking that strolling into enemy territory and firing off demands sounds dangerous, you're right. Jesters were known to be important and were supposed to never be harmed, but it didn't always go that way. Angry enemies would often kill the messenger when they didn't like the message. Captured fools might be beheaded.
Just clean up my neck a little. Leave the top as well.
Or launched back to their own lines by way of catapult, a jester flying through the air, marking a point in history where the original "hey, doesn't flying suck" joke started. So you're probably wondering, where could a king go to find a man who could give military advice as well as he could juggle knives? The truth is, jesters didn't come from any single place. They came from a range of backgrounds, from university dropouts to excommunicated monks. Oh yeah, those monk jokes, really good stuff. Although more educated candidates, like monks, were generally preferred, some rulers actually promoted from within. They selected their fools from existing serf servants, who themselves could be both intelligent and witty. Professional fools might have been well-respected professionals with keen intellects and great political power, but not all jesters were so fortunate. Sadly, some fools were people with physical deformities or mental.
If y'all have extra time, do me a favor.
Finding other employment. Known as innocent fools.
And help me blow up my most recent 2 TikTok posts. Or if you end up finding the one that's going around of the dude spreading the rumors again, by all means, feel free to redirect them to the new posts clarifying.
Would often be kept by wealthy and noble families in a degrading manner, similar to
Let's keep working on this.
Pet. They would work for no pay and be provided only with food, clothes, and a place to sleep on the floor.
Because the dude right now who just apologized and was like, "Oh shit, okay, I'll delete the post and I'll let everyone know," is not. They're too busy, caught up in the clicks.
Professional medieval court jesters were typically paid very well for their services. Many became quite wealthy and might even enjoy a permanent place of residence in their master's castle. In other instances, some jesters were given large tracts of land with extravagant homes. However, that was just the successful ones. At the other end of the spectrum were the less fortunate jesters who had to travel from place to place. They often had no permanent home and lived in poverty. So what's your best joke? Can you make the king laugh?
Why is it always like right?
While you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
Why does it always end right when I'm working on something? Here, let's learn about Vikings.
You want a career in cybersecurity? We've got the Tech Power program to help you prepare for it. DeVron, advancing ambition.
We've all seen Vikings on television and in movies, but popular depictions of this ancient culture are often more fantasy than they are history. A Viking man was likely to be a farmer by day, while his wife was in charge of the household and the family. At night, they slept in one big room with the whole family and, most likely, their ghosts. Probably not what most people picture when they hear the word Viking. Today, we're going to take a look at the bizarre aspects of everyday life in ancient Viking culture. Before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, take a moment to leave a comment and let us know what group of fierce or warrior you would like to hear more about. Okay, let's watch the non-Minnesota Viking. Viking culture was absolutely brutal. They loved to pillage their enemies, and the spoils of that pillaging would be the prisoners who would be returned to Scandinavia and sold as slaves, which were known as thralls. Viking warriors would sail around Europe, raiding lands from Spain to Byzantium. Along the way, they would traffic prisoners, particularly women, in an elaborate Archaeological evidence has turned up numerous iron slave collars and even suggested the existence of forced labor plantations in Sweden. And if that's not scary enough, they were also hugely into sacrifice of their fellow man. Mass burial sites have been discovered.
Yeah, I did him. That's what we call synchronicities. That's cool that you're recognizing them. They're not just coincidences, that's for sure.
No wonder everyone was so terrified of being raised by Vikings. While it's just a myth that Vikings wore horns, a scary Viking funeral was a real thing. Warriors of renown would have their bodies placed on a ship that could range in size from a tiny rowboat to a massive warship. The ship would be stocked with so-called grave goods, which were important items the deceased would use in the afterlife. These items might include food, animals, weapons, and most terrifyingly, the slaves who belonged to the deceased. Once loaded up, the boat, while probably still on land, would be set on fire, sending the warrior off in a literal blaze of glory. While most who received this honor were men, it's definitely worth noting that quite a few women received it as well. In the 10th century, a writer named Ahmed ibn Fadlan witnessed a funeral that was much like one of these ship burials. He wrote that in the case of rich people of status, a third of their wealth was inherited by their family, another third would pay for their funeral clothes, and the last third went to buying a hall of drinks that would be served at cremation. Ain't no party like a Viking funeral party. You probably knew this already, but Scandinavia can get quite cold during the winter. This causes the ground to freeze over and makes getting around tricky. But when your day-to-day life requires hunting, like it often did for Vikings, you can't let a little ice slow you down. So how did the Vikings deal with it? Well, archaeologists suggest they simply slid over the ice. This is backed up by over 100 pine wood skis that were found preserved in bogs.
The Vikings could ski?
No Viking lift ticket has ever been found. Evidence also shows the Vikings used ice skates made from the bones of moose or horses, and wooden slaves have been found in the graves of high-status Viking women. So one of the things Vikings are not known for is their hairstyles. There might be a reason for that. Namely, the Vikings wore reverse mullets. Yes, when they first arrived in England, locals couldn't help but notice the party in the front difference in the back hairstyle the newcomers sported. The hairstyle became pretty unpopular, particularly in the church, and it would be worn again in subsequent generations by Norman invaders descended from the Vikings. Viking houses were just one big room, and a Viking family was likely to share their living space with their animals. While some houses were built with 2 rooms, likely to share the opposite from having the example by goat squatters, but these tended to belong to wealthier members of society. As time went on and Viking culture progressed, wealthier Vikings got increasingly larger homes with more and more space. These homes could comfortably accommodate
Good night, Jay!
livestock and food that all needed.
I appreciate you.
The largest room in such structures was called the longhouse. It would typically have a hearth and a cooking pit and be used as a hall. Viking women could be chiefs or great warriors, but most weren't. With a typical Viking man out working the farm all day, the typical woman was charged with running her household, which included keeping the larder stocked, weaving, mending sails, and just generally doing the boss of the family. Viking women did not have it easy. A wife's adultery was considered an extremely serious matter, and in some areas a Viking man who caught his wife cheating on him might be legally entitled to dispatch both his wife and her lover. Conversely, men were permitted to keep concubines or even have children outside of their marriage, a practice so widespread some early Christian observers mistook the Vikings for being polygamous. However, the women did have some rights. Viking women were allowed to divorce their husbands if they wanted to in a surprisingly simple legal process. Evidence shows that this seldom-used procedure merely involved calling together a group of witnesses and declaring oneself divorced. While it could be a little more complicated if the ownership of property was involved, its mere existence is fairly remarkable. For leisure, Viking men and women played a game called Nefetackle. Nefetackle was a dramatic strategy game, not unlike chess, that is believed to have evolved from an earlier Roman game. They also enjoyed regular chess. The British museum
Chess is that old?
12th century Norwegian chess set known as the Lewis chessmen.
How did I not know that?
Carved from walrus ivory and whale teeth. It is one of the few nearly complete medieval chess sets known to exist today. Nefetackle is so much part of Viking culture and
Good night, Hep.
it often appears in Norse sagas, being played by heroes and kings. For example, the saga of King Olaf the Saint. This poem tells the tale of a match between 2 real historical figures. Nup the Great, who was king of England, Norway, and Denmark, and one of his nobles, a man named Bong.
If you're going back to school, inform your family your essays, when it's in January, to quickly check the catalog and content of your narrative. Looking so much for my last 2 essays and the feedback from the examiner. I have used Grammarly since February to check all my assignments and emails. Grammarly is a digital writing assistant that improves your writing and saves you time. You first download Grammarly for free, then use it wherever you work, such as Google Docs, email, or Microsoft Word. You then set the goals for your writing, then check your final score. Generally speaking, a lot of advanced features will make your writing stand out, making your writing sound trendy or formal, and so much more.
Even stop cutting the cut off. Welcome to half
Okay, I need to stop being a perfectionist. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
Vikings were not illiterate. In fact, they could write using a runic alphabet called Futhark. Known to be used by both men and women, Futhark was made up of 24 letters and could be used to write out several Germanic languages. Interestingly, Futhark runes have been found carved into stones throughout northern Europe. Archaeologists believe this practice may have had mystical purposes. Like all cultures, Vikings loved to hear stories. They even had professional entertainers called skalds. Much like the oral poets of ancient Greece, the skalds would memorize long tales and recite them aloud around a fire or in a hall. These tales were fun and enjoyable, but they also served to educate younger generations about Viking culture, faith, and history. Skalds were especially known to be associated with royal courts. In such a setting, it is believed they told tales honoring their monarchs by placing them in legendary genealogies. Thanks to an Old Norse book known as the Skaldatal, we know the names of 300 of these skalds from the period between 800 and 1200 AD. Their poems were replete with literary devices called kennings. Kennings are short phrases that would supply necessary imagery without requiring the poet to repeat himself. For example, instead of saying death, the poet might refer to the sleep of the sword. As an interesting side note, a 13th century
Sleep
Icelandic
of the
scholar
sword.
named Snorri Sturluson wrote a textbook aimed at teaching his
What was that guy's name?
behind these scalded
Sleepy
kennings.
Sorensen?
Since understanding many of the Snorri Sturluson wrote
Oh, no, not Sleepy My brain dyslexia'd that and it wasn't even on paper. I heard it and my brain said, what? Sleepy Jorgensen. No, Snorri Sturluson.
wrote a textbook aimed at teaching his readers the meaning behind these scalded kennings. Since understanding many
what a name.
knowing Norse myths,
What a name.
Snorri recorded the myths as well.
Fucking
Much of what we know of
Snorri.
Norse
Good for you,
mythology
dude.
Today was only preserved due to Snorri's writings. Evidence shows that all Vikings, pretty much regardless of social status, had a protein-heavy diet. In fact, during the Middle Ages, even the poorest Viking ate better than your average English peasant. Which, if you want to see, we have a video on the diet of a medieval peasant. A typical Viking family would eat twice a day, once when they awoke and again after the day's work was done. Meat was a regular part of their meals, including goat, reindeer, elk, lamb, beef, mutton, horse, and, next to the incredible skills of Viking
Wild
hunters,
boar?
even bear on occasion.
Were there
Pigs
not
raised
wild
farms
boar?
in the
Oh yeah, I was
south
gonna say.
and pork was especially popular.
Pork, right?
Most of the meat dishes Vikings enjoyed were boiled. One, called scouse, is known to have been a hearty stew.
With,
made
yeah.
from beans, grain, and tree bark. For seagoing people, it's not surprising that fish was also a major staple. Herring was widely consumed and might be prepared in a number of different ways.
See, when I think herring, I think anchovy, and I didn't know herring actually could be like a good size. Like Spanish mackerel, which is a type of herring, I think are pretty good sized. Like trout sized even, and I did not know that.
Or smoked.
See? Yeah.
The Viking diet wasn't all meat. In fact, it was fairly well-rounded.
I was going to say that pink,
and
that pink that I was pointing at is cabbage, and that survived all the way through to now. There's a very, very, borscht is a Russian dish that is pink like that, that is prepared in a very similar way.
vegetables. Evidence shows they ate carrots, beans, cabbage, and apples.
Mm-hmm.
They were also known to use herbs and spices like cumin, mustard, coriander, and horseradish to punch up bland food.
Horseradish.
Despite the hearty diet, Vikings still faced a few health problems.
Horseradish is like horseradish is like white wasabi, right? Whereas obviously wasabi is like Japanese wasabi, but horseradish is like white wasabi. Aren't they both roots? Oh, hi Marley. You having a good day? You wanna do Marley dance? Dance. Yeah, dance. You gotta go back and forth. Oh wow, Lucy, you got something to say? Say it then. Don't hold it in. Stinky baby. Oh, so stinky. How's your ear, stinky baby? Speaking of stinky. It is stinky. It is what it is. But it's better than it was. It's good on fish sandwiches, though.
For one, archaeological digs into Viking sewers and cesspools have shown that many Vikings had intestinal parasites, as if that didn't give them indigestion enough. The same evidence shows that Viking bread was prone to being baked with seeds from weeds that are poisonous to humans. Oops.
Whoops.
Does not like this.
What up, Nate? Welcome back. We're watching typical Viking life.
We're more into a forerunner of beer called mead, which was made by fermented.
See, and also things that I don't consider is that all drinks up until about Cleopatra were warm. I mean, obviously, unless you're getting it straight from the glacier or whatever. But mead, beer in the Old West. So when you think like a saloon, like typically that was warm beer. Some places would be fancy and have a big block of ice under there that it would run through. But for the most part, you're drinking warm shit. Warm milk, warm everything. And that's why milk started becoming more and more popular and as of recently is because of refrigeration and pasteurization. They figured out pasteurization before they figured out refrigeration, believe it or not. It's a root vegetable because potatoes have a fucking spice to them sometimes. I grew my own potatoes and them shits were spicy. They had a little kick to them because onions are also not roots, but they're bulbous, right? They're bulb vegetables, kind of like yucca, right, and other potato family stuff.
And yeast. It was popular at
Valhalla
and was believed to inspire great poetry. Mead was so culturally influential that Norse myths.
But and when they say mead, they mean more so a fermented drink. So it's not like beer. We're talking alcohol. We're talking like 9, 10, 11, 12%. So it was getting you fucked up. And they drank lots of it.
Actually feature a character called Hedron, who is a magical goat that produces mead instead of milk.
Hedron?
Vikings loved to party, and their feasts were epic celebrations overflowing with food. A feast would typically be held in a massive longhouse and be hosted by someone important, like a local chief or king. The event was typically in honor of some occasion like a harvest festival or a religious ritual, but could also be for a personal occasion like a wedding, baby birth, or even a successful raid. While the food at these feasts was important, that wasn't the real point. The feasts were really an opportunity to fortify social relationships in a positive way. Leaders and their subordinates could bond, political roles could be reinforced, and alliances could be formed, all of which was crucial to holding together Viking society and culture. How would you handle life as a Viking? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of the...
Most people know about Viking hygiene and the fact that it bewildered the Europeans how clean they were, to the point that the European women started flocking towards these Vikings. So let's learn a little bit more about that as well. Yeah, so mead would usually be they need some type of sugar, so it would either be fruits or just honey with water and barley, I believe it was, different grains sometimes.
And eventual settlers, the Vikings facilitated cultural exchanges on an international scale. But they also disrupted the lives of the cultures they encountered, and often made an impression.
Also, they never wore.
As a result,
They never wore horns. If you think about it, super impractical. You're running through a fucking forest with horns? Nope.
Vikings' contemporaries saw them as inhumane.
Them shits would be getting caught on stuff.
However, in reality, Vikings valued cleanliness and grooming, and they paid a great deal of attention to their personal appearances. Today, we're going to take a look at what hygiene was like for the Vikings. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel, and let us know in the comments below what other hygienic cultures you would like to hear about. Okay, let's see how clean these Norsemen can be. During the era
yeah, berserkers were typically on drugs. They were known to channel the wolf spirit before going into battle. They would do hallucinogens like mushrooms. They would drink potions that would put them in a disassociative state. And they were known, like I said, for channeling the spirit of the wolf. And so they would howl and they would yell and scream until they would go fucking wild and crazy, and then just fucking charge just straight into battle and just go crazy. The Northman is a great movie, great example of that. The Northman is honestly one of my favorite movies when it comes to historical accuracy as well as cinematography. So that is up there in my opinion with like The Lighthouse movies, where you know that the person who made this knew their shit. Whether it's the language or the customs or like how it's portrayed and stuff. The Northman watches like you're playing Skyrim. It plays out as you're watching it like you're playing Skyrim. It's like a whole storyline. Fucking amazing. Great movie.
Scandinavians were, in general, highly concerned with their appearance, particularly with their hair. According to records in a chronicle attributed to a 13th century English monk called John of Wallingford, the Vikings would comb their hair every day, bathe every Saturday, and change clothes frequently.
Bathe every Saturday?
The purpose of these customs, which he saw as frivolous whims, was to draw attention from oneself. Viking men liked to wear their hair long in the front, but shorter, shaved locks in the back, what many today might call a reverse mullet. The long sections may have been worn pulled back, something women at the time also might have done with long hair. The extent to which Vikings modified their teeth is
prehistoric or classic dentistry was a lot more advanced than we think, or than we give them credit for. A lot of royalty throughout history, like old history, had fucking grills, like straight encrusted teeth. They had emeralds and jewels and rubies fixed to their teeth.
Made among historians, but there is evidence to that effect. Archaeologists discovered filed teeth among the remains at Scandinavian burial sites in 2005 and in England in 2009. The teeth were intentionally filed with grooves that may have indicated victories against opponents. Another theory proposes that the filings were meant to intimidate their enemies. Equally mysterious is what exactly the Vikings used to do the filing.
Yeah, right.
While archaeologists still have no hard and firm answers, the evidence suggests the work was done by a skilled practitioner.
Yeah, I hope so.
If there's one thing archaeological evidence makes clear about the Vikings, it's that they knew the value of a good comb. Viking burial sites reveal individuals who were buried with military tools, as well as combs and other personal items. These combs were typically made of bone, antler, or metal, as were their tweezers, razors.
In a crown? So in the back of their mouth?
Grooming were usually ornately decorated, and as
or a cap.
Drilled into them.
Because I've seen some pretty wild caps before, but isn't a crown for like your molars?
Sometimes they were even worn as brooches. Vikings at times also carried combs in boxes.
That's fucking that's G as fuck. If so, they're like, yeah, no one's gonna even see it. I just want a diamond in there. That's fucking. That's pretty. That's kind of cool.
And their culture dictated that they keep that hair.
I wish I had that. Oh, fucking dick! I almost fell. I wish I had that kind of money.
Razors, combs, and tweezers were just as likely to be used on beards.
Nope, put a diamond in there.
Were on the hair on top of
but you can't even see it. That's okay.
There were other considerations.
That one scene in Always Sunny. You see that? Oh, it's a dead tooth. It's a dead tooth. What is that, Maureen? It's a diamond. It's a dead tooth. It's a dead tooth with a diamond in it. He goes, it's dead. Get it out of your face.
The length of one's beard was considered maturity and even masculinity. A lack of facial hair could open one up to being mocked. In the 13th century Icelandic work, Njal Saga, the title character, Njal, was described as wealthy in goods and handsome of face.
Njal, Jorg. I like the mouth sound and feel of Scandinavian names. You do funny things with your tongue to say them. Jarl. Jorg. Like. Right? Rachel having that kind of money and be like, damn, why y'all are back there? Can you throw a diamond in there? What? Yeah, just put a diamond in it. I mean, we can. Cool, yeah, do it. Okay. I am friends with Marco Rivera, who used to play for the Cowboys, and he actually had his dog's canines capped with silver, and had his jersey number put in them, which I thought was fucking sick. It wasn't just elective. The dog actually needed some denture work, and when he was in there, he was like, yeah, can we maybe like customize it? And they were like, yeah, of course we can. And he was like, yeah. And of course, that's football money right there. So he was like, do it up. Let's see it. And it was a big old mastiff, just with saggy lips and stuff, so you could always see just the silver sticking out. Was the coolest fucking thing. Nicest dog, just a big fucking teddy bear, just a roof slobber everywhere, would run up to you and like not even tackle you, would just be like, ah, yeah. But then you'd see its teeth and you were like, oh, a little scary. If I had seen that dog and didn't know it before it got it done, then I would have been like, oh, that's intimidating. But then when I saw it, I was like, that's cool as shit. Fun stuff. Their kids had really cool names too. I think one's name was Roman, and I've always really, really liked that name, Roman. And I remember the other two had really cool, like not like weird names or exotic names, but ones where you're like, oh, that's cool as shit. Like, that's a name I'll remember. Like, who the fuck is named Roman? Like, who the fuck is named... Yeah.
No beard grew on his chin. His lack of facial hair receives continued mention, even earning him the moniker Beardless Carla, while his sons...
Beardless Carl! Beardless Carl!
Njal's competence and manliness are constantly called into question. The text even applies that his sons, or at least their hair, were derived from dung rather than their father's fertility.
Oh no, I knocked over class 1A.
Viking baths and saunas were visited for more cleanliness.
Man, imagine just
washing in a local stream,
doing cool shit through history and then getting a nickname like Beardless Carl.
Bathhouses and saunas offered warmth and a chance to sweat during the winter. Bathhouses and saunas also served as meeting places and were thought to have medicinal value. A cold bath could ease aches and pains, while steam was believed to revitalize the spirit. Bathhouses and saunas could be constructed near natural hot springs or by using water heated in large vats. According to the sagas, some Vikings even had advanced piping systems to move hot, cold water to the bath. Snorri Sturluson, the Icelandic writer who recorded much of what we know about Norse paganism today, is believed to have built an elaborate bath at his farmhouse in Eichel.
Take a weekly summer at Cidercade. Cidercade offers fun for the whole family. Just $10 each for unlimited play on over 140 arcade games. That's right.
No, that's a real thing.
Though it may come as a surprise to there is evidence that some Norse communities had latrines near their longhouses. The Viking sagas mention latrines that were essentially
I've seen that too.
away from well-traversed and populated living spaces. These latrines were communal, but there are some suggestions that group facilities may also have been built inside longhouses. For example, one kamar, or privy, discovered at Stoink included trenches that carried waste away from the longhouse to an outdoor location. Archaeologists
Have y'all seen the movie Norseman, or the show Norseman? If so, this is reminding me of the one scene about the communal toilet and the person peeping at the communal toilet.
Roundworm, whipworm, and liver flu, the latter of which most commonly affects cattle and sheep. The latrine also contained evidence that suggested the worm infestation from the Viking age contributed to a genetic anomaly that affects modern descendants of Vikings.
Really?
Their genes adapted to counteract intestinal parasites and prevent potential diseases.
So modern descendants of Vikings have healthier gut bacteria? That's an interesting bit of knowledge.
Viking families lived in longhouses, which were structures made out of wood with roofs made out of turf or straw. Benches that could be used for sleeping or sitting were typically built along the walls. Warmth, light, and a place to cook was provided by a fire that was usually set in the middle of the house. But since they had no windows, this meant the longhouses were typically smoky. The dirt floors also contributed to a generally dusty, ash-laden environment. The longhouses would generally be shared by extended families. This meant that privacy wasn't really a thing. During the cold months, the animals would take refuge in the longhouses right along with the people. This further crowded the situation and probably didn't help the smell. According to Valkov, for the laws of early Iceland, humiliating a fellow Viking was considered an extremely serious offense. How serious? Well,
how serious was the offense?
If a man cuts hair from someone's head, or makes him dirty anywhere in order to disgrace him, or tears or cuts clothing on him, the penalty in every case is outlawry. To declare a person an outlaw, the injured party had to bring witnesses to a meeting of the Althing. The assembly had served as something of a judicial authority for Vikings. Only the Althing could pronounce the sentence of outlawry. But the individual, the involved families, and society as a whole were then responsible for enforcing that punishment. Full outlawry, excessive outlawry that sometimes resulted from causing humiliation, was a lifetime sentence that removed an individual from any and all legal and social protections. So to sum it up,
Vikings, yeah. So Norseman is a parody of Vikings. Norseman is a comedy. And it is fucking hilarious. Especially if you have kind of a morbid sense of humor, like I'm pretty sure we all do. If you enjoy Vikings and Norse mythology and this, you would love Norseman. It is fucking hilarious.
You may not be very well dressed, but his shoes and breeches.
Like they somehow make like pillaging and like brutality hilarious. It's kind of like Metalocalypse when we watch it. It's like, wow, that's very, very dark, but also fucking hilarious because it's playing on the macabre brutality of gore and stuff like that. Like you're laughing while they're pillaging a village, and it's like, wow, I've never laughed never laughed at that before. And they all have really cool accents. It's in English too, which is interesting. And it's very accurate as well. It's historically accurate. And it's funny as fuck.
While John of Wallingford indicated that Vikings bathed only on Saturdays, writings from the Viking Age itself indicate that men clean themselves, at least to some extent, every morning. No one knows for sure, but
little bird bath.
Believed to have most likely
little bird bath. Got splash that crotch real quick. Give it a little air bath. Air dry.
Men needed to comb their hair and wash themselves every day, for unknown it is where that eve he may be. Similarly, Havamal is also known as the words of Odin the High One. It states that men should be fed and washed when venturing out for the day. Despite all this, Vikings
that looks like me.
A few things to be desired.
What the fuck?
According to the 10th century,
that was weird.
Muslim diplomat,
I didn't like that. It was looking right at me.
Vikings particularly a group known as the Hus, do not clean themselves after excreting or urinating, or wash themselves when in a state of ritual impurity. And just to be clear, that last part meant they didn't bathe after having sex. So naughty.
Huh. That's also another thing I've thought about too, is that these dudes are raw dogging it. These dudes are raw dogging it throughout history after having not been washed for like a while. That fucking yeast, that pH, that's a strong cat. That's a hardy kitty to be going through all that, and then childbirth with no like anesthetics or actual doctors. That's a tough kitty. That's a tough kitty meow meow right there. You're telling me they didn't die of sepsis after letting their man hit after not washing? Good for them. That's one tough kitty. That's one muscly meow meow. Good for them.
Vikings did not use forks. Rather, they would
right. Like, I mean, obviously, from somebody, you'll have a better perspective on that. But I grew up with my mom and sister, so I know the intricacies of
female biology
as well. So, like, how the fuck was that getting taken care of? Straight up bacon bread with that yeast. Bountiful bread from the yeast. I think that was actually a thing too. I remember hearing weird history of famines where that yeah, I'll not go into too much detail there.
Sometimes their fingers. The knives they use for eating also tended to be
toe knife
for grooming, hunting.
Hey, they got a toe knife. Somebody call Frank.
Just about whatever else they might need a knife for.
Botched toe. Oh, that's a botched one.
They ate from. Like grooming utensils, Vikings kept their spoons and knives close, often being worn around.
See, that just makes so much more sense than having just a bunch of plates and silverware. Why don't we just have a special one? And that's just me being autistic, you know, like the good plate, and the good cup, and the good spoon, and the good fork. Why swap them out?
Or attached to their belts. According to the aforementioned Ibn Fadlan, who observed a group of Vikings known as the Hus in the 10th century, every day without fail, the Vikings would wash their faces and their heads with the dirtiest and filthiest water there could be. He then described how every morning a young serving girl would come with breakfast and a great basin of water. She would proffer it to her Viking master, who would then wash his hands and face of it, as well as his hair. That doesn't sound so bad, but Ibn Fadlan also said that after the Viking would wash and disentangle his hair in the basin, he would then blow his nose. If he did every
and then blow his nose in it. Hell yeah.
Not that horrible. Hang on. After that, the servant would carry the bowl to the man next to him. Okay, that's pretty rough. But it goes on. Then he says, he goes on, passing the basin round from one to another, so he was taking it to all the men in the house in turn. And each of them blows his nose and spits, and washes his face and hair in the basin. That is super disgusting. But there's some debate over how much truth there is.
Yeah, it sounds like that dude was just talking shit.
He was an Islamic diplomat. Viking practices were anathema to his own sensibilities and beliefs about cleanliness. So there's a good chance he may have exaggerated.
Kind of just sounds like he was talking shit.
On the other hand, oh, you Vikings. So what do you think? How did your hygiene stack up to a Viking?
See? I was about to start doing this again. It tried ending the video right when I was about to have my hands full again. Ooh, what was hygiene like on pirate ships? Gimme. Jazz break.
Introducing Discover Online Privacy Protection.
The Buccaneers of Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean ride can be heard to sing, "Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me." It makes for a catchy lyric. It was probably written by someone who had no idea how unbelievably disgusting and disease-ridden
They all had syphilis.
really were. Inadequate nutrition and constant exposure made the sailors highly susceptible to illnesses. And the confined living spaces and lack of access to clean water allowed those illnesses to spread around the ship's crew.
In fact, Jack Sparrow had syphilis. That's what that mark on his cheek is. Throughout the series, that gets bigger and bigger. Which is also why I think he gets slapped at the port. Why he keeps getting slapped by different women. Because he's giving them all syphilis. And he goes, I deserve that. Because he gave him syphilis, and he knows he gave him syphilis.
Below, what other pirate-related topics you would like to hear about? Now all hands be washed. We've got pirate hygiene approaching.
All hands be washed. That was a good pirate joke.
Pirates were famous for a lot of things. Having great dental plans wasn't one of them. This is probably because most pirates didn't do anything to their teeth. And if they did, it was likely to be something like chewing on a wooden stick. They didn't invent the practice. Such shoe sticks actually get all the way back to the ancient world.
Shoe sticks actually are shown to have cleaner teeth. People who culturally chew on sticks, like he made it sound like it was a bad thing, but actually people who culturally do clean their teeth with specific sticks have better hygiene than other cultures. That's where the toothbrush actually came from. They're like, oh shit, why are their teeth so white? You see, they chew on the stick. Oh, well, how do we make that? That tree right over there has it. What do you mean, how do we make it?
Capitalism.
Oh, well, okay, how can we grow those trees where we're going to be? No. They're specific to this climate. Oh, okay. Rubber it is.
In a pirate who's conscientious about dental
Slave trade rubber.
long stretches without even
East India Trading Company.
oral care.
I want to learn how to tap dance just so I can do it ironically. Just like a hit a fucking da-da-da-da.
So when it came to
Right?
bathe, your average pirate probably just jumped into the ocean for a quick rinse. Despite
Man, you know how bad the ocean would hurt, like open sores and shit?
This was for a number
Like I said, all of them had syphilis.
Salt water isn't great for the skin. And
Yeah.
accidentally ingested
Not great for your skin, especially
Second, leaving the ship could be dangerous.
out in the middle of the fucking blazing sun too.
It was impossible to tell what might be lurking in the depths beneath the ship. And third, pirates weren't very good swimmers.
They weren't very good swimmers. That's ironic.
Despite what pretty much every pirate movie ever made would have
Dad?
to believe, most captains didn't wear fancy waistcoats and breeches.
They didn't want to be distinguished from the other crews in case they got fucking raided. They didn't want them to know who the fuck the captain was. They would dress exactly the same as the other people.
They dressed for comfort and practicality. Did you blame them? They were likely to be wearing the same clothes for months at a time. Clothes that would
Maybe a fancy hat, which they do play on
occasionally the
in Pirates of the Caribbean.
If clothes were cleaned at all, it would be when the pirates were on land. Even then, the wash would only be done with water or salt water, so it was unlikely to be involved.
Lucy, why are you hanging your head over
In the 19th
like that?
century, whaling was a massive
You're gonna hurt your neck.
Whaling ships often carried valuable resources. This made them common targets.
Did you know a fun fact about whales? The specific ones that they use for whaling throughout history have a chamber in the front of their head that contains an oil that aids in their buoyancy. And that's where the predominance of whale oil for lamps, oil lamps, came from. They didn't melt down or boil down the blubber from these things. There's a reservoir in the top of this whale's head that acts as a swim bladder. Weird, right? Little animal fact for you.
Privateers. Commercial whalers on the Azores Islands.
We're whalers on the moon. I just realized I never took that that I loaded like forever ago.
For our purposes here, soap. Pirates likely seized blubber from the whalers to make these items for themselves. That being said, making your own soap from whale blubber is not fun. Processing the animal is incredibly difficult, and by all accounts, smells overpoweringly awful.
The blubber was used more for food, because you'd have to boil it off and it would smell
Although
bad.
toilets go all the way back to the 16th century, they didn't have any on pirate ships. Instead, they had a head, which was really just a plank of wood with a hole cut through it that emptied into the water below. Why was it called a head?
That is, it's why I have so much just random fucking knowledge. That's called ambergris, spelled ambergris. It is the raw ingredient to most perfumes. It is the oily, waxy substance sperm whales use to coat the beaks of giant squid that they eat. The beaks of squid are not able to be digested by anything, really. It's keratin. Keratin is hard, it's like rock. And so to not tear up the inside of the whales, their body naturally covers the shark beak in ambergris, and it gets washed up on shore, and they found out when you melt it down and then use it as a base for perfume, it's an aphrodisiac that has alluring qualities, if you would. Technically they're throw up because they can't digest it through. Wait, no, you're right. It is poop. I was going to say they can't digest the beaks, but they do digest the ambergris after it's been processed through their stomach, and then they shit it out. Yep. Oh, for you, I was like, oh shit, special time? That snuck up on me. For you, yeah. And it's very expensive as well, because obviously it's kind of hard to predict when a whale's gonna shit.
Well, the plank was usually located at the bow or the head of the ship.
Is this on it?
Called the plank by its location on the ship, and the name stuck.
That's what honey is.
In fact, head is still a fairly common term for a bathroom on a ship, and in other locations. Interestingly, Royal Navy ships had proper facilities, but only for officers. The common sailors had heads, just like the pirates. And in bad weather, they probably sometimes used a pot instead of a plank, and then just threw the filth overboard later.
We're whalers on the moon.
Movies like the Pirates of the Caribbean,
We carry a harpoon.
like non-stop adventures.
Well, we tell tall
That's
tales.
just because they leave out all
And we set our sails.
Yeah. Pirates spending
And sing this wailing tune.
ships inside and out. Decks had to be scrubbed, repairs had
A shit predictor, right? Put a diaper on that whale.
Every sailor had assigned chores to carry out, and the work was not easy. There was also periodic maintenance. The same way you have to take your car in for an oil change every so often. Every few months, a pirate would have to go find a place to careen their ship. This refers to tilting the ship onto its side, allowing the bottom to be scraped with barnacles and mollusks. The process prevented the ship from becoming infected with shipworm, which are also sometimes known as the termites of the sea.
Oh, termites of the sea, fucking shipworms. Those are eaten in a lot of places.
Table manners were not a big priority for pirates. The famous Captain George Roberts once described the pirate crew he witnessed at a meal.
Now I'm on a pirate kick. We should, I already know a whole bunch about pirates. Look at that, feet content. Free.
To spoiling, so the selection tended to be pretty
Well,
basic.
we're gonna do some pirate content.
Meats, hardtack, and alcohol were common, but they didn't exactly constitute a balanced diet.
Jerky and
Therefore, pirates
hardtack.
frequently supplemented those staples.
Hardtack is flour and water that is baked at a low temperature, so it lasts forever and ever and ever. It's what the Oregon Trail people used. You died of dysentery. Oh, because you ate your hardtack that has black mold on it. Whoops.
Birds, and whatever other protein sources they might happen upon. A wide variety of items, including garlic.
I've tasted it. If you go to a lot of, pretty much all of the reenactment places that do the IRL reenactment of living in the old days. A lot of places will give you samples of it, like the apple juice that they make, or like butter, or the one that I went to, they had samples of hardtack, which it's just like kind of like pita bread. It's I don't know the Jewish word for it, but it is very, very, very similar to a Jewish bread. Pretty much made the exact same way. But I can't think of that word. I'm not even going to act like I know what that word is. My brain keeps going halal, and I'm like, no, that's not even Jewish. Oh wait, no, it is. No, it's not. I'm thinking of kosher. Halal and kosher are the same subject. Approved by the church, pretty much. My brain, that's how my brain works. Associations, big spider web.
Cabbage, fish, oysters, and even snakes might be thrown together in a stew. Seasoning and spices were also likely to be included in the mix, but they weren't always readily.
Spices especially for pirates, because they were pillaging the East India Trading Company, whose main exports were spices to the New World, or spices from the New World. And sugarcane, slaves, and spices were the triangle. What was it? The gold, not the golden triangle. The golden triangle is heroin. The triangle trade route is what it is. The East India Trading Company. Slaves, spices, and what was the other one I said? The other one I said. Like I said, my brain's not doing too good of braining today. The 3 S's. Slaves, spices, and sarcophagus. Serendipity. Charcuterie. That's not even a fucking S, brain. What the fuck?
Of all this was a diet lacking in nutrients, particularly vitamin C.
Oh god.
Outbreaks of scurvy and the effects.
The manic energy is setting in. I can tell. It's been approaching.
Gums would be rotted even.
I can hear it.
The roots of their very teeth.
Sounds like TV static.
Would become hard and swollen. The breath would become pungent, and finally, the teeth would loosen and fall out.
Oh right, death.
Well, isn't that nice visual?
Commercial.
Scotland Master. I own Scotland Master Salon and Spa. I love what I do.
On pirate ships and non-pirate ships alike, scurvy was common for centuries.
Ooh.
By some estimates,
I've told y'all my idea about a horror movie or a horror story about pirates and scurvy, right? Yeah, manic energy is definitely good. I need it. I need to get a whole lot done. Definitely.
The sailors died of scurvy between...
I need to make sure I stop getting distracted, though. That's the biggest thing, is manic energy with ADHD just has you all over the place, and it's hard to, like, direct that energy.
Rotted gums, which gave out black and putrid blood, and legs that turned black and gangrenous.
Ooh, look at that.
He was forced to cut away his own skin in order to release the black and foul blood.
Hell yeah.
He also...
Metal as fuck.
...cut his gums, which he described as livid and growing over his teeth. When he pulled away the decaying flesh, black blood flowed from his mouth. And if you think the story can't get any worse, then brace yourself. Because the next thing he did was rinse his mouth and teeth
with salt water.
He had to antiseptic. It's over here. Did you hear that? Somewhere R. Kelly just liked this video. Anyway, scurvy was bad, but at least it was possible to recover from it. The same couldn't always be said of other conditions, like dysentery. Fluxes and fevers were also common on account of the putrid water.
You died of dysentery.
And a general lack of hygiene. Pirating was incredibly risky, so ships had to be prepared to deal with all
yeah, because manic energy will have you trying to do too many things at once sometimes.
The services of these professionals were often...
You have to make sure to, like, have a list.
Novices might be tasked
and try to stay focused on that list.
One such ship surgeon was John Devitt, who worked for the infamous Captain Henry Emery. He stayed on with Emery even after he was officially proclaimed a pirate by the English Privy Council in 1696. 2 years after that, Captain himself would be tried for piracy and acquitted. Archibald Murray was a ship.
Bill Murray. Oh, Archibald Murray.
Starting with Captain Howell Davis in 1718. In 1723, Cole Wyeth was the surgeon on a ship that was commandeered by the pirate Edward Lowe. Wyeth served under Lowe and then continued on after the ship was taken back by its original captain. In 1717, the notorious Edward Lowe, also known as Blackbeard, seized a ship called La Concorde, which he would famously rename Queen Anne's Revenge. It carried 3 surgeons, whom Blackbeard kept.
Gotta be careful because that burnout will get you too.
Aboard the ship a year later when he attacked Charleston.
You realize you didn't get anything done and you're burnt out if you can't direct that energy.
It's not clear how often pirates shave their faces, but there is evidence that the surgeons on pirate ships may have doubled as barbers. Surgery often requires shaving an area of the body, which would give the surgeon experience with using the razor on a ship that rocks and sways with the motion of the sea.
Motion of the ocean, baby.
Called the
Motion of the ocean.
Describes ship surgeons who had multiple razors and scissors of various sizes precisely so he could being a pirate.
Bone saws got you in here for 3 minutes.
And battles were all common and likely to result in wounds, burns, illnesses, and all other manner of medical problems. As such, a pirate ship typically had a medicine chest.
Bone saw.
And instruments for performing surgery, like amputation. When the wreck of Blackbeard's famous ship, Queen Anne's Revenge, was found off the coast of North Carolina, its medicine chest still contained scissors, mortars, and pestles for preparing ingredients, as well as screws that were likely used for bloodletting. According to the famous
bloodletting.
dubious textbook,
Just drain some blood about it.
The Pirates by Captain Charles Johnston, Blackbeard acquired these medical supplies via extraordinary.
Oh man, I just found out such a better way. The way I just now did it to attach these. So much easier, so much better than what I had been doing.
And when Blackbeard's medicine chest was unearthed, one of the instruments found inside was a urethral syringe.
A urethral syringe, because they all had syphilis.
Smallpox and measles were also fairly routine conditions. Insects and vermin were everywhere. John Astronomy, from Henry Morgan's late 17th century ship, recorded gnats of various sizes, including one that exceeds not the bigness of a grain of mustard, and bite so sharply upon the flesh as to create little ulcers therein. As fun as that sounds, it was just the beginning. Lice, fleas, rats, and even bees can infest ships. In such cases, health professionals at the time were prone to recommend fumigation. Other daily risks might include dehydration, sunburn, heat exhaustion, hypothermia, frostbite, and of course, any wounds and trauma caused by swords, gunshots.
Yeah, dude, you get a fucking splinter.
So, do you think
being a pirate, and you're fucking done.
Let us know in the comments below.
That shit goes gangrene the next day. Sepsis. I want to watch more pirate stuff. Uh-oh. What did I just do? Don't tell me I exit. Okay, I thought I exited out of everything for a sec. I hate it when that happens. I want more pirate knowledge. You ever realize you make noise even if things don't scare you? You're just like making sure, just in case. Or like if you kick something and it doesn't actually hurt, you go, ow! Just in case. Just in case, you never know. Might hurt. Better make sure. Mistress Chang is who I would like to watch a video of. Who is the most prolific female pirate and also arguably one of the most prolific pirates in general. Cheng Shi was her name. Or that'd be sure.
Just before we get started with today's video, I do want to say that I'd love to give you some details about the birth and early life of today's protagonist, but the truth is that her origins were so humble and obscure that we don't even know her exact date and place of birth. Sometime around 1771, somewhere in southern China. We are not even certain about her real name. Official records and histories refer to her by the names Cheng Sao, Cheng's wife, or Cheng Shi, Cheng's widow. So we can only imagine that the unnamed little girl was born to a family of poor
Cheng Shi in the Nine Rings?
Coast of Kwantung Province. We can only presume that she fought her way through disease and starvation, fending off infant death and slowly reaching adulthood. While she grows up, I will give you some historical context which will prove key to our story. In the late 18th century, China was a united and powerful state under the rule of Emperor Qianlong, succeeded by Jie Qing in 1796. Both emperors belonged to the stable and powerful Qing dynasty and succeeded in expanding China's territories and riches. However, they both had failed at modernizing the empire to keep up with a massive population spread. To oversimplify, many farmers were left with too little arable land to sustain themselves, leading them to seek other profitable trades and not necessarily on the
Yeah, the way I just attached this down stem, or the way I attached this fitting on this one is so much better than the way I've been doing
into
it.
the hands of local leaders whose allegiances were to their localities and families rather than to the state. This situation created the perfect set of conditions for the rise of local warlords and rebellious factions such as the White Lotus. Struggling to maintain
White Lotus, somebody called Uncle Iroh.
Depleted of resources, leading to the emergence of even more regional warlords. Among them, especially in the southern province of Kwantung, one could find powerful pirate lords infesting the waters of the South China Sea. In the 1790s, the southern pirates were on the rise thanks to rich patronage provided by Vietnam. There in 1792, the Nguyen brothers had led a successful bid for power in Tay Son rebellion. The youngest brother had become Vietnamese Emperor Chan Trung, defeating the rival Li dynasty. After the rebellion, Quan Trung had lost most of its navy, so he took to hiring Chinese pirates as privateers.
Good shit.
Chinese privateer could
Oh shit, we don't have our navy. Go get the pirates.
Disparate gangs, one emerged as the most powerful, the fleet commanded by Cheng Yi, a man of ambition who sought to unify and merge the major pirate fleets into one single dominant force.
Naval heaven is an interesting
And now we
combination of words.
To our protagonist. By 1801, she was in her late teens or early 20s. As expected, widespread poverty had forced her into a disreputable trade, prostitution. She peddled her trade aboard one of several floating brothels in Canton. On these refined boats of pleasure, patrons could enjoy a meal and a concert before moving on to the main entertainment, which apparently was made even more pleasurable.
Oh god.
But that's all. She was renowned as one of the most beautiful girls on floating palaces, admired for her looks as well as her charming and intelligent personality. These were qualities that would go unnoticed to pirate lord Cheng Yi. According to some versions of the story, Cheng Yi was so smitten with the girl's beauty, grace, and intellect that he courted her for weeks before proposing to her. According to other versions, the pirate lord was initially motivated by pure lust. He had the girl kidnapped and brought onto his ship just to have all for himself. Whatever origin story you prefer, the next chapter is agreed upon. The girl happily and willingly became Cheng Zhao, the wife of Cheng Yi, but on one condition. She was not going to be relegated to the shore playing the role of the warring wife waiting for the adventurous husband to come home. Even worse, she was not going to be relegated to the bedchamber. No, she wanted to take part in Cheng's strategic decisions and lead the fleet at his side, sharing both the risks and the rewards of piracy. If his decision uncommon at that time, and in that line of work, Cheng Yi accepted and made Mrs. Cheng privy to his ambition of unifying with southern Chinese pirates. Before achieving their goal, the couple found time to enlarge their family in a rather unconventional way. Sometime in 1801, Cheng Yi's pirates had captured the 15-year-old son of a fisherman, Chang Pao. Cheng Yi personally introduced him to a life of piracy by trading him lover. This is no particular surprise as homosexual and bisexual relationships are common among teenagers of all ages and attitudes. The boy showed promise. The James was his partner Jack. Cheney even adopted his English captain. This was no ordinary adoption though, it was a legal ploy to ensure inheritance rights for his protege. As Chang Pao grew older, it appeared that Mrs. Chen was also involved in the relationship, one of those affairs that is French for the Margaret Croix. Now, I admit the fact that the Chens were formerly Chang Pao's parents, and while let's just say that the Dr. Croix had been born several decades earlier, had relocated to China in order to focus on Bernard and Canton, well, it was no unfortunate. But the Happy family had other concerns in mind. In July of 1802, an occasion to unify the southern pirates had finally materialized. The Tay-Song forces in Vietnam had been defeated, meaning the privateers had lost their passive employer. The Chinese seized the day and established their own leadership by reorganizing the direction of pirates north of the Sino-Vietnamese border in the Hanoi province. They successfully organized a conglomerate of small gangs into 6 large fleets under the red, black, white, green, blue, and yellow flags. By 1804, the 6 fleets were in perfect run order. The Red Fleet was the most powerful, boasting 300 ships and 40,000 men. Altogether, the Alliance forces numbered 400 vessels and 70,000 men. This was not, again, a pirate system. It wasn't even a crime system. This was a navy, capable of holding its own against any sovereign nation. Cheng might have appeared as the charismatic leader with the hands-on experience and a radical resume, but the true secret of genius behind the black extreme is Chen Yisao. She ensured that leadership of each fleet was in the hands of trusted subordinates. They had something to do with autonomy over the running of their fleet, but were tied by personal or familial obligations to Chen Yi, ensuring ultimate loyalty. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng's fleet was so successful that within a year the imperial authorities were unable to cope with the pirate threat. The sea rovers of Kuantan indirectly caused the downfall of the provincial commander-in-chief. They directly killed his leading military commander, General Huang, and the Giant Tiger. The success, however glorious, was short-lived. Husband and wife team refused to go apart and
Admit it, you use my Old Spice body wash.
Of course. I'm not letting hotel soap be my play.
No, I'm passionate.
It's 11 minutes for me to get that.
So that if you don't get your moisturizer, I'm going to wash.
Y'all smelling so good.
Like I used to say, there's the right way, and then there's the Lopez way that she would take up her shot and throw it at your
Oh shit! More George Lopez?
And you know what? I never forgot.
Lopez versus Lopez, Friday on NBC.
I actually dated somebody who was on the
in 1807,
the Lopez Tonight Show, or was a reoccurring character on it. Let me run the bell.
His wife would come to be known as Chen Shi, Cheng's widow. Tradition dictated that she retired to a chaste widowhood, a quiet life, maybe tending to yard birds in the garden, drinking tea on the seashore. All this while perhaps admiring from afar the spectacle of an imperial ship being blown up by cannon fire of pirate junk. But Chen Shi wouldn't hear any of this. Her ideal retirement was doubtful in the first place. The crafty pirate queen moved immediately to establish her position as the new admiral of combined fleets. First of all, she secured the support of her late husband's 2 most powerful chieftains, Cheng and Pao, and Cheng Pao Yang. Then she appointed Chang Pao, her adopted son, as leader of the most powerful Red Fleet. And to cement their alliance, she had no qualms in entering an open, monogamous sexual and romantic relationship with him. So, yes, she married her adopted son. With strategic and diplomatic skill, the widow had managed to retain the services of the leaders of the multicolored fleets. They all agreed that by working together, they would be more effective. Perhaps most importantly, they agreed to work together under Cheng Shi and Chang Pao. Cheng Shi's next move was to further consolidate her power. She did so by establishing strict code of rules and punishments to maintain discipline and an effective chain of command in the sport armada. Here are some of the laws of widow Cheng. Number 1. Orders should follow a strict top-down chain of command. If, as a lowly pirate, you disobeyed orders from a superior or gave orders of your own, your head would would be chopped off on the
40
spot.
minutes until
Number
420.
two, any raid or
About 50 minutes left in our stream.
By the might of the Red Fleet, she controlled the activities of every single junk. After a successful raid at sea, the loot was to be supervised by an accountant. Chen Shi allowed the crew to keep 20% of their booty, but the rest had to be accumulated into a public fund, the Kang Xian. If you pilfered from that fund, well, your head would get chopped off. Number three, women captured during raids should suffer no harm. They were too profitable. Well, good-looking captives at least. They were to be sold into prostitution or slavery. Not so good-looking girls were unlucky enough to be freed almost immediately. What if a pirate raped one of the female prisoners? Well, he'd have his head chopped off. And if the pirate
he'd have his head chopped off. Good for them.
There was a way out of that punishment. The pirate could choose to take a captive as his concubine or wife, but if he did so, he was obliged to remain faithful to her for life. If he didn't, well, he'd get his head chopped off. Number four.
Lucy, stinky baby. I think she needs to go outside. We'll take him outside real quick.
Coastal villages as supply bases for our fleet. If you stole from those villages, of course, your body would be severed from your head in a swift cutting motion. Finally, if you deserted or went AWOL, your ears would be cut off and you would be paraded in front of your sneering crewmates. If these laws were not enough, Chen Shi and Cheng Pao also devised another scheme to control their subordinates. The Kwantung pirates were very religious and always beseeched their gods before going out for an expedition. To facilitate their prayers, Cheng Pao ordered for a magnificent temple to be built on one of the ships. Before major actions, Cheng Pao and his lieutenants met at the temple to pray, burn incense, and confer with the priests, seeking divine approval for their plans. Miraculously, the gods seemed to always agree with Chen Shi and Cheng Pao's battle plans. Well, the ruse was quite easy to spot. The two admirals simply met with the priests beforehand, exposed their strategies, and ensured they would get divine backing during public ceremonies. Now, you may rule over 70,000 hardened men by the clever use of smoke and mirrors, and by the ruthless wielding of a stick, but you also need to dangle the carrot. Chen Shi knew this very well, and she realized that to keep her men rich, fed, and happy, the loot stolen at sea may not be enough. Chen Shi followed a pattern common to many successful criminal organizations in history. That is, she branched...
I'm glad you're hanging out with me, Rachel. Yeah, we try to keep this stuff pretty interesting, even if I'm not talking too much. I was talking a lot earlier. Like I said, I don't got too many words tonight. Trying to take it a little easy, make sure I don't burn out too bad.
Chen Shi had deployed two squadrons along the route, the first in Tianpai itself, and the other on the fortress island of Nao Chao, one of her favourite hideouts. From there, the pirate junks relentlessly assaulted the Imperial assault ships, capturing both the vessels and their cargo. Eventually, the Empire retained control over just 4 of their merchant ships.
I think I'm done with this. Oh wait, no, I gotta...
With selling the stolen salt.
I was gonna say, I gotta uncap that right there and then bend this back a little bit.
In returns, ceding a large part of the profits. The Widow's Armada had established total armed control over the salt trade routes in the South China Sea. One could say that she had established a monopoly of violence in the area. This is a term which was later coined to describe the activities of the Sicilian mafia decades later, but it does fit perfectly there. There is a simple reality. The pirates were the only ones that decided somebody unable to seek protection from the battered Chinese Imperial Navy, merchants in the South China Sea found it less risky and less costly to simply pay protection money to Chen Shi, buying themselves safe passage from this otherwise treacherous routes. This practice was applied to all sorts of trade, not just salt, and by 1809 it extended to coastal villages, especially those on the Pearl River Delta. As I said, protection money was something normally associated with the mafia, but Chen Shi was no Don Felici. She had no time to stroll around small businesses offering envelopes of cash. She had ambition and an entrepreneurial mind. She had set up financial offices in every major town in the state, especially in Canton and Macau. There, her special fees for foreign traders, selling them official documents, exempting them from Irish tax. The agents collected to buy weapons.
What in the
It was indeed a vicious water.
That hot glass was still attached to it by this fucking... What in the shit? Hang on. I need to process what just happened there. Burnt my foot. You heard firsthand me doing my scared noise. It's Echolalia from the Jackie Chan Adventures show. Hiya, Jackie! Anytime I hurt myself or something scary, I go, hiya! I'm not even Chinese. Oh, yes, I was looking for this. Hiya, Jackie. What up, Risa? I'm just glad it didn't fall on where I dropped that tube on it the other day. I almost went to the hospital. If it had fallen like a millimeter further that way, I would have had to, because it would hit the tendon in my foot.
Selling information on the whereabouts of enticing prey on enemy ships. Later on, Zhengxi secured the cooperation of bandit gangs,
Where was this?
societies, even corrupt state officials. Ultimately, the supply chain and intelligence service created by Zhengxi fed into the real muscle behind the power, the military prowess of her fleet. She organized the larger fleets into powerful squadrons, which attacked in cohesive formations.
I appreciate you, Aquatic. Thank you for hanging out. I'm excited about
personal squadron, for example,
our deals and future possibilities and such.
Men operating more than 200 cannons. The Imperial Navy was no match for such a force, and there are accounts of admirals in Kwangtong sabotaging their own ships.
Oh no, it's worth it. Burning it or cutting feet every now and then. I'd rather be barefoot than constrict my feet. I'm not a fan of feet prisons. I'm just kidding, I'm not like that about it, but I do prefer being barefoot.
The Chekiang general was killed in battle, and within 6 months the Red Fleet had destroyed 63 of the Imperial tanks. With little opposition, Zhengxi moved to attack coastal forts and garrisons.
I'm gonna take it down this time, but that means I need to torch this banger all the way.
While the garrison's artillery...
I'm excited that you're excited, Aquatic. Like I said, I'm gonna make sure that you're hooked up, and we'll have plenty of money to do it again the next time. Lots of stuff, lots of like I said, I we can make it Christmas for sure. I'm not gonna tell you what's gonna be in it, but you said a little bit of anything smoke-wise, right? Oh, I need to make... Oh, what do I need to make for that? I need to make another male joint. We're going to do one in fume. But yeah, again, like I was saying, drop shipping. If you end up getting any of those sold, even wholesale too, we can do wholesale as well, even for the larger pieces. So one of the larger pieces like this, if you wanted to do wholesale with this included, this will be cheaper. Plus, you can get a bunch of other stuff as well. So say $500 wholesale, you would get this and a bunch of other stuff too. At that point. And then you could sell that for $500. And obviously, the more you go, the more expensive wholesale you get, the more margins end up your way. Oh, you're good. You're good. Oh yeah, dab. Where did I put my fucking...
storms the walls, engaging the worn-down defenders in close quarters. This is where
my goddamn
there are no
blue?
confirmed accounts of
One sec.
Zhengxi taking part in the
Grabbing those
fight.
ads.
It's realistic to expect, but she did not. As the overall leader, our strategic skills were far too valuable for her to risk death in a skirmish. There are, however, several accounts of pirate wives fighting fiercely alongside the first lines. A description of one of the few pirates to defeat, Lao Wanshan, mentions a pirate wife who killed or wounded several soldiers armed with a cutlass in each hand. Formidable women also fought on the other side. The account of a battle between Chang Bao and the village militia features a formidable lady kicking pirate booty side by side.
Pirate booty.
Her husband, Wei Tang Chao. Overall, despite fierce resistance and theocracy, melodies in Tongtang proved to be a match for the freedom's colors. With few domestic enemies left to play on, then she started them as did not.
Just
Distance means so little and gives us so much. All she has.
Oh no, you're good, Aquatic. Yeah, so I wasn't actually going to do any of it Christmas. And I do see where the confusion might have come about when I did say like Christmas style. I meant more so the mystery of what would be coming with it. The mystery of opening your Christmas presents, right? I didn't necessarily mean Christmas style on the package. But we can for sure include some Christmas stuff in there. But yeah, I meant, did you want to know what's going to be coming in there, or would you like it to be like Christmas, where you don't know what's inside there, and you open it up, and you get surprises, right? Yeah, gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah. I can include Christmas stuff, though. I can include some Christmas stuff if you'd like.
Qing Shi's fleet escalated the attacks against ships belonging to foreign powers, including Siam, Portugal, the United States, and the East India Company. In a matter of days, in September of 1809, Chen Shi and Chang Pao attacked 5 American
Too early?
in
Gotcha.
Macau, captured the belongings of the Portuguese governor and the Timor.
Yeah, we haven't even hit Thanksgiving yet. Y'all don't let me forget about this dab. I'm letting the banger cool down. Damn, I'm doing this about 30 minutes too early. 30 minutes is enough time. I was gonna say I could have waited 30 more minutes and taken that dab at 4:20. I need to make myself a carb cap. That's what I need to do.
Gradually, more and more Western
I don't have
vessels
any.
entered the fray, putting pressure onto Chen Shi's fleet. Eventually fell into numerical and technological disadvantage. The crafty widow.
Yeah, no, the other carb cap went out already that I had here. I've got a smaller carb cap, but
Chang Pao sent up a letter to the commander of the Portuguese fleet at Macau, asking for 3 or 4 of their men of war. Chang Pao reassured him that he was destined to topple the emperor very soon. After the victory, he would have gifted 2 or 3 provinces to the Portuguese admiral. The pirate lord did not succeed in his negotiations, which were bad news for Shi. By early 1810, Chen Shi's fleet was showing the first signs of implosion. Their new enemies contributed to this for sure, but the main reason was the internal dissent. Chen Shi continued to fight against basically half of the world or complete the transition to legitimate activities. The risk was to see a naval empire crumble to pieces, loyal sailors chains or blown to pieces. The other option was to seize an opportunity for negotiation and see her men off to a wealthy career before it was too late. She chose the latter option. While she was still in a position of strength, the widow offered the Chinese empire a tempting deal. On February the 21st, 1810, Chen Shi and Chang Pao met with Pai Lin, Governor General of
these are the only snowman pipes I have right now, but we'll for sure be making more. That one's the one hitter, and then we got the hammer style. If these do go out, also we've got the mistletoe ones.
The final condition
oh god.
small force sailors. The initial negotiations stalled when Pai Lin refused that Chang Pao retain such a sizable squadron. No progress was made until April of 1810. On the 8th, Chen Shi resisted his concerns and bravely walked into Pai Lin's residence, escorted only by the wives and children of some of their captains. The stubborn widow would not have no for an answer. Pai Lin was the nightmare that was her fleet.
God damn. I need to turn the heater off after that one.
Raised their demands further, 40 extra junks for salt trade. Pai Lin yielded. 2 days later, he met with Chen Shi and her staff at Macau, where they
oh yeah, the dogs.
Easy for all, 120 junks, Chang Pao, and official appointments in the military and civilian administration from their subordinate leaders. Chang Pao himself received a commission as lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Army, receiving a promotion to colonel soon after. Chen Shi was now considered to be for the young rising star within the military, and as such,
yeah. And coughing makes it worse sometimes too.
In 1822, during a storm.
Oh, your body's like, no, I gotta cough more. And it's like, no, you're just hurting yourself. It's like, yeah, but if I cough more, it might fix it. It's like, no, you're not coughing anything up.
The expenses of the state Our twice widowed protagonists settled back in Canton with the two children from Jack Powell. The last years of life were largely calm and prosperous. The once pirate queen, soul trade and gambling.
Might be because just you being awake all day.
The one in Canton also doubled as a brothel.
Waking up with fresh mucus in them lungs, and then taking a rip.
Declined in the 19th century, bullied by West
Oh god.
It appears that around 1839, at the onset of the First Opium War against the British, she may have been...
Oh yeah, I didn't finish that yet, because I burnt my typewriter.
Strategy. By the Second World War in 1940, women known as the Widow Chen began peacefully.
Woo!
By their power, Chen Shi, the pirate...
That dab got me going cross-eyed a little bit. You know when you can feel your eyes like getting low, but like to the point where your eyes are just going.
She also enjoyed her own marital success, first by acting Ada in N.D., and then by stepping into the colored acting in Student March, and then finally by negotiating a masterpiece of a deal that she thought a quiet, orderly life and so you leave the last word to you. Change this. Oh Lord. So we hope you enjoyed that video. If you did, please hit that thumbs up button below. Don't forget to subscribe. Also, I've got a brand new channel called Side Project, which
Right? That's how you know it was a good one, when your fucking eyes start crossing. When you're exhaling, your shit just goes. Careful though, because that's what heroin's like. I need a new torch. I shouldn't say I need a new torch. Just a new torch would get rid of that sound. Check the angle of the dangle. Ooh. Maybe do a little something with the mouthpiece.
covers a whole
That dangle's got a nice angle. I'm talking here. That dangle's got a nice angle, but the one-eyed Willie needs a little facelift. Those were all penis jokes. Why are you doing that? I'm being a perfectionist, it's fine. Only I ever noticed something like that. Oh, the hole is 1 millimeter to the right. Fuck off. Brain would be making things 10 times harder on me sometimes. It's a 90 degree. I sure hope not. Wait. Yeah, I guess. For a sec, I was like, I was like 90 degree, but if the dangle do be angling, it's 90 degree. I was like, you don't want that thing turning left. What else? What else? What else? Huh. Haile Selassie.
What's your comment?
The father of the modern Rastafari movement. That would be let's learn some Jamaican history.
so strong it would fade too soon? Try Febreze Carpet Clips. Unlike other fresheners, Febreze releases...
So if you think Rastafari and you think Bob Marley, and so you may recognize Jah Rastafari Haile Selassie is what they would say. Jah Rastafari, and then Haile Selassie just ended up being part of the saying because that is who was not the face of it, but what started it. So let's learn some history surrounding it. And what's also interesting is around this same time is when modern punk culture started forming as well, because the modern punk iconography and music and sound and rebellious nature started in Jamaica.
Febreze Carpet. Leather makes your money back. During Walmart's Black Friday deals for days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $25 Disney princess doll with kids' dress and accessories.
I will not
plus other hot
spend
deals.
$25 on a doll.
And you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.
Today's video is sponsored by Underlucky Stars. Commemorate a special time in your life or the life of a loved one with a personalised star map. More on them in a bit. In this channel's short lifetime, we've covered endless men who made their mark. Men who became kings, emperors, leaders of movements that changed the course of history. But even among this pantheon, it's rare to find men or women who went one step further, who became not just a human figurehead, but the focal point of an entire religion. Well, in this episode, we're going to meet one such man, Haile Selassie. As a mere mortal, he reigned over the nation of Ethiopia for 44 transformative years. Yet his longest-lasting legacy likely has its roots over 12,000 kilometers away. In the Jamaica of the 1930s, the Rastafari religion coalesced around the idea that Selassie was not just a powerful man, but literally God. Today, an estimated 1 million followers of Rastafarianism subscribe to this belief. Yet, who was the historical figure at the centre of it all, and how did he become this religion's messiah? Born in a mud hut, Haile Selassie rose through the ranks of Ethiopia's royal family to become its last emperor. As leader, he weathered coup attempts, invasion, and resistance to his progressive reforms, only to, at last, be overthrown by his own people. Powerful, tragic, and nuanced. This is the life of Haile Selassie, Africa's King of Kings. It was July the 23rd, 1892, when the boy who would become Haile Selassie was born into a life of both privilege and poverty. Poverty because his family, like nearly all 26 million of Ethiopia's inhabitants, lived in a simple mud and wattle hut within a vast rural country still running the feudal system. And privilege because, unlike most Ethiopians, Selassie had the aristocratic background to escape this life. Members of the powerful Amhara tribe, Selassie's family claimed they could trace their roots all the way back to Emperor Menelik I, himself supposedly was the child of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. This meant that Selassie was also related to the current Emperor Menelik II, and you better believe this conferred certain advantages. As a boy, Selassie was educated by French missionaries. His father, Ras Khan, was governor of Harab. Speaking of Selassie, now would be a good time to mention names. Although he's gone down the mysterious Haile Selassie, the future emperor was actually born Tafari Khan. Like his father, he was elevated to the title of Ras or Duke. It's from the fusion of his title and name, Ras Afari, that Rastafarianism gets its name. And while we're on the subject, we should probably also discuss Ethiopia. If you pay attention in this podcast, you might be under the impression that Ethiopia in this era was called Abyssinia, which it was, but only by outsiders. For this reason, we're just going to refer to it as Ethiopia throughout, just as we'll be calling Tafari, Haile Selassie, even though we didn't take on that name until 1930. Got it? Oh, great. So let's move on with today's story. When Selassie was just a teen, his father died. But while this doubtless hurt, it also took him closer than ever to the centre of power. Taken in by the emperor, Selassie became part of Addis Abeba's political elite, eventually becoming promoted all the way to governor of his dad's old province. It was while working there that Selassie began to truly grasp Ethiopia's problems. While the empire was thousands of years old, the nation itself seemed like it was stuck in the Middle Ages. Dominated by a landowning nobility, Ethiopia had few roads, few large buildings, no organised healthcare, and little in the way of government infrastructure. In essence, it was a feudal society, and that was worrying. This was the heyday of colonialism, and European powers were gobbling up so much African real estate that very, very few places hadn't been absorbed into some empire or another. Selassie was quick to find that Ethiopia didn't modernize it to become little more than an exotic outpost to be exploited. But what could he do as a newcomer? Although he was related to the emperor,
ooh, 16 minutes until 4:20.
When Menelik II died in 1913,
this is really nice. I made this one perfect.
Not too often Selassie. That's with his father's death.
All the practice from all the other ones and figuring out how like shit should go together and the easiest way to do it has resulted in this very, very compact, nice, small, and fully functioning. It should recycle very nicely. Damn, I need to stop putting so much weight on my left heel though. Whenever I'm doing this, I lock my hip and put all my weight on my left heel. That's not good. It hurts. Especially now when I start letting blood back through it. Oof. Oh, my ankle too. Damn. That'll give me the arthritis. I'll have fucking arthritis in the ankles at some point. My fingers will be strong through the fucking centuries. But everything else will go. My back, my eyes, my fucking feet.
They just set back into an event. The SEC
my lungs. My leg! Hang on, I can do that better. My leg! Wait. My leg! My leg! The second one is lower than the first one. My leg! My leg! There we go. Wait. My leg! Yeah, he like, my leg!
It's not elite, we're all Christian. So, when he started making moves to desecularize society, those same elites didn't see a serious attempt to improve the lot of Ethiopia's religious minorities, but rather a diabolical plot to make them all worship Allah and stop bringing their beloved Tage. As head of the Christian opposition, Selassie led the charge in accusing Iyasu of being an apostate, a traitor, and generally just a giant
14 minutes.
douchebag. When in 1916, Iyasu also started making overtures to World War I Central Powers, it was the last straw. Iyasu was overthrown that September, replaced with Menelik's daughter, Zuditu. But since the idea of female rumour was almost as bad to these guys as an Islamic emperor, it was decided Zuditu needed a regent, someone who could give her reign a shot of testosterone. Care to guess who they chose? In early 1917, Selassie was appointed Zuditu's crown prince and heir apparent, and so began his unstoppable rise to power.
Super interesting, I didn't know any of this.
Dream vacation over a rental nightmare. It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Knock knock. Winston, we liking that script I sent?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, Rachel. Is it sticking? Is it cold enough to stick? See, the problem with Texas is it does snow sometimes. It's so pretty when it snows here, but it never actually sticks because it's never actually cold enough to make that ground fucking cold enough to let it not melt. And that's dangerous because it does get cold enough in the air to make ice. The ground doesn't ever get cold enough to let snow pile up really, unless it freezes first and we have a big thick layer of ice and then the snow sticks to that. So whenever y'all see the videos of people who don't know how to fucking drive in Texas, it's because that shit's dangerous. It's because there's black ice under all of it. Under all of it. And we never ever have to deal with that except for like increasingly now that winters are getting harsher. And goddamn, Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz are still going to be here in Texas, so the power grid is going to go out again like it did last year. I have no idea how between Uvalde, the shooting, and the power grid going out, they got reelected. It's going to happen again. I don't get it. It's sticking. Oh, see, that's fun.
In many ways, the pairing
that's when it starts getting real pretty.
Zuditu was an odd one. While Selassie was
that's when people stop remembering how to drive.
Zuditu was so conservative that she'd make Mitch McConnell look like a jowly Che Guevara. Yet there was something both Empress
Mitch McConnell
and
turtle
had in common. they were
He
both
is
capable
turtly enough for the
of being
Turtle Club.
staggeringly ruthless. It was often said that Selassie crept like a mouse, but had...
And see, if it ever does smell like that, the Texas drivers are dickheads in the first place. And most of them have big tires, and they think, oh yeah, my big truck's going to be real nice in this snow. But not for ice. There's no grip for a big tread on ice, and you just go...
Jaws of a lion, and those jaws...
Yeah, Rachel, that's part of the reason I'm getting out of here.
In the battle against Ieyasu's forces, Selassie was merciless. Superior firepower and executions were deployed to solidify his grip on power. It was brutal, but it worked. Ethiopia failed to spiral into the predictable chaos. Combined with the destruction of Ieyasu's army in summer 1917, a larger crisis was averted. And so the Crown Prince was
before World War
I his long-desired reforms. As the 1920s dawned, it was on Ethiopia in the grip of furious change. Under Selassie's orders, new schools were being opened, designed to educate the children of the elite along European lines. A professional civil service and bureaucracy was beginning to be brought in, taking power out of the hands of the feudal overlords.
How did this get to Jamaica, is what I'm wondering.
Although it would be decades before a full-scale ban was implemented. Arguably, the
10 minutes,
most important changes were in Ethiopia's international relations. In 1923, Selassie...
there's probably a mass migration, right?
Kind of precursor to the UN.
World War II, maybe?
Added uselessness. To Selassie, though, the League's collective security seemed to guarantee Ethiopia's safety from colonial powers, as did his
colonial. I like how he says that.
Colonial. In 1924, he became Ethiopia's first ruler to make an international trip, travelling through Europe's great capitals and schmoozing everybody. While the stated reason for buttering up the Europeans was to encourage investment in private, Selassie was more direct, saying, "We need European progress only because we are surrounded by it." In other words, keep the mad colonizers at bay by letting them invest in Ethiopia's booming markets. And in the 1920s, those markets were really booming. With coffee selling spectacularly, more money was being freed up to construct roads and communication lines, while a new class of entrepreneurs was starting to emerge. It was, in short, a good era for progress. Not everybody was happy. In the palace, Uditu and her conservative allies were stewing at the reforms upending their nation. From their perspective, Selassie's improvements were more like unforgivable decadence, the beginning of Ethiopia's slide into ignominy. So, in 1928, they decided to get rid of him, only to find themselves stepping right into those lions' jaws. The September 1928 coup was such a failure that Uditu's limited authority collapsed. In the aftermath, she was forced to proclaim Selassie Natus or King. But this title would only be a stepping stone. A year and a half after the coup, in the spring of 1930s, Uditu was found dead, apparently of complications relating to diabetes. With that, Selassie's takeover was complete. On November 2nd, 1930, the man
look at
who
that.
had been born
Oh,
to
sorry,
foreign
Marley.
economy
Didn't
was
see you there.
crowned Ethiopia's 225th emperor. It's at this point that he took the name Haile Selassie, meaning Might of the Trinity, amid a
Might
large coronation ceremony.
of the
Held
Trinity.
in Addis Ababa, Selassie's coronation was eye-wateringly expensive, involving all manner of spectacular uniforms and sumptuous decorations. Although the European press, including the novelist Evelyn Waugh, ridiculed it, they were missing the point. Selassie wanted to project a vision of Ethiopia with as much pomp and regalia as anything in Europe, a state that wasn't a potential colony, but an equal to anywhere where white men lived. 8 months after taking power, he set out his new vision for this Ethiopia in writing. The 1931 constitution placed Selassie at the centre of everything, a paternal ruler who always knew what was best for his people and could never be opposed. From now on, King of Kings will rule as an absolute monarch. Alright, so we'll get back to today's video in just a second, but first, quick word from our brand new video sponsor, Under Lucky Stars. Under Lucky Stars because in the I'd like to comment, it's not going to fit in as to take it. The first 4 years of Selassie's reign could only be called benign despotism. The emperor used his sweeping powers to drag Ethiopia into the modern age, establishing schools, building hospitals and roads, and instituting a police force. The result certainly wasn't a democratic paradise. Civic participation was almost non-existent, and the idea of anything as radical as the separation of powers was little more than a grim joke. Still, for all Selassie might have held the nation in an iron grip, it was at least one wrapped in a velvet glove. Sultan's autocratic tendencies, softened by real improvements. The next power to take over the country, by contrast, would dispense with softness entirely. On the borders of Ethiopia, in Eritrea, and modern-day Somalia, a fascist power was looking to expand. Benito Mussolini's dream was to establish an East African empire, one that would include all of Selassie's nations.
That fucking hairline.
Of the League of Nations, Ethiopia was supposedly covered by its joint security agreement, but Mussolini was willing to bet that the League was even more toothless than it seemed. In this, he would be proved depressingly right. Tensions started to climb in November 1934 when Ethiopian and Italian troops got caught in a series of skirmishes in the border of Italian Somaliland. This was followed by a massive build-up on the Italian side as Il Duce began preparing for war. But Selassie still believed membership of the League would save him. Rather than mobilise, he asked the League to adjudicate on the border dispute. He was still waiting for an answer when the invasion began. Opening on October 2nd, 1935, the Italo-Ethiopian War was short. It was
Ethiopia. East Africa. Okay. 0 degrees, Nate? Jeez. That sounds very cold. East Africa is where we are set in. Here. Egypt is over here, Yemen, Somalia, then you've got Saudi Arabia, and then Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan up over here. Just wanted to be sure I was thinking of the right place. I thought it was further centralized. I thought it was closer to Egypt, not so far east. But them being invaded by Italy now makes sense.
It was grim and it was humiliating. As Mussolini publicly declared he was on a mission to make progress to this backwards nation, his troops unleashed chemical weapons while Italian planes dropped bombs on civilian populations. As one correspondent observed, this isn't a war, it isn't even a slaughter. It's the torture of tens of thousands of men, women and children with bombs and poison gas. In the face of such dirty tactics, what hope exists? On May 2nd, 1936, Haile Selassie boarded his imperial train and was taken away into exile. 3 days later, Addis Ababa fell. As Ethiopia crumbled, some of the Italian commanders suggested that they bomb Selassie's train, but Mussolini endured. The victory so complete, the fascist leader could afford to be magnanimous. 7 months after they first crossed the border, the Italians had triumphed. One of the only African states to avoid being colonized was now absorbed into the colony of Italian East Africa. Yet Selassie still clung to the hope that help might be coming. On the 20th of June, the 150 centimetre tall, that's 5'4" emperor stood at the podium before the League of Nations.
He was 5'4".
Fascist observers booed. He made a dignified speech laying out why the League needed to act, how Italy had broken international law, the great consequence in action. Famously, he ended with the prophetic phrase, "It is us today, it will be you tomorrow." At the end of Selassie's speech, the delegates applauded. Then they voted to take no action, while the most powerful nations, France and Britain, cut separate deals with Mussolini. And so the most iconic moment in Selassie's life ended not with diplomatic triumph, but with the penniless emperor exiled in the British city of
Hey, he's got good information. The algorithm.
But of course, this wasn't
the algorithm fed this guy to me. It's also funny to be noted that he's got what sounds like a European accent. And we're talking about one of the atrocities of Europe right now. The entire invasion of Africa. It just so happened the algorithm put this here because we were watching this dude's other videos. He's got a good way of presenting information that I enjoy, but you do make a good point, a funny point.
Years after his League of Nations speech, Italy invaded the protectorate of British Somaliland, bringing World War II to East Africa. Sadly for old Shape, it was the dumbest thing he could have done. In response, Winston Churchill called Selassie out of retirement, gave him the code name Mr. Strong, and flew him secretly to Khartoum with a simple goal: train up an army of resistance, invade Italy's colonies, and kick Mussolini out on his pudgy arse. It was a plan that the King of Kings would carry out with extreme prejudice.
There's a white guy who was born in Jamaica who doesn't look like he's Jamaican, but definitely is on TikTok.
There was nothing with Ethiopia now recognised as one of the allies. The army of resistance marched on Mussolini's empire in January 1941. From a brutally occupied force, the Italians became mere papist soldiers, trampling up and blowing away in the face of serious opposition. On May the 5th, exactly 5 years after Addis Ababa fell, Italian control of Ethiopia collapsed. That day, Haile Selassie re-entered the
420! Oh my god!
As the emperor stepped out into the hot streets, he was greeted with a telegram.
420!
It is with deep pleasure that the British nation and empire have learned of your imperial majesty's welcome home. Not that a free Ethiopia was immediately re-established. For the rest of 1941, the country was under British administration. There's some speculation London considered remaining in control longer, but Selassie was impatient to re-establish his authority. In January 1942, the British officially recognised the identity.
Okay, we got it.
All after Selassie finally did what international
Y'all almost let me miss it.
He do for years. He fully abolished slavery. A long-standing form of punishment, slavery had been so entrenched in the nation that even nominally anti-slavery emperors like Merlin II had owned hundreds of slaves. Even Selassie himself is thought to have been a slave owner. Nonetheless, it was by his decree that the practice was finally ended, part of a second wave of modernisation plans for his nation. But first, the emperor wanted that nation to expand. For decades, Ethiopia's north had been cut off from the ocean by the Italian colony of Eritrea. With Italy now defeated, Selassie approached President Roosevelt in February 1945 with a request that Eritrea be handed to him after the war. At first, Uncle Sam simply promised to think about it, but as the hot war ended and the Cold War began, it became clear that an American-friendly port on the Red Sea would be extremely darn useful. In 1949, the joint UN allied powers report declared Eritrea was incapable of sustaining itself as an independent nation. 3 years later, it was joined in a federation of Ethiopia. Selassie's first major geopolitical win in this new world order. And this was an order the emperor wholeheartedly embraced. Despite his disappointments with his forerunner, Selassie took Ethiopia into the United Nations and then sending troops to help during the Korean War. At the same time, his restored nation markets and
we got 420 just in time.
The rise of this dynamic new Ethiopia culminated in 1955 with a brand new transformative constitution. The first time an educated lower house would be formed with lawmaking powers, the judiciary would be independent, the bureaucracy overhauled and made to serve the people. The franchise was extended to every citizen. For the first time, citizens' rights were codified. Yet, for all of its progressive sounding clauses, the 1955 Constitution didn't create a democratic utopia. Buried amid the text, but permeating every line, receptions designed to do nothing but short Selassie power, to make sure no one could so much as question. Selassie wanted a bright, shiny new future for Ethiopia, alright, but only if he was eternally at its very top. It would be this ambition that would turn the final act of his remarkable life.
Got a nice 10mm joint there. We're gonna hang out till 5. 37 more minutes.
So far in this video, we focused on the story of Haile Selassie,
I gotta run to the bathroom real quick again.
The mortal human who became Ethiopia's emperor. But there's another
how does it get to Japan?
Out there in the background, taking place at roughly the same time.
Hang on, let me pause this. I think that's how it's gonna connect. One second. Around the world, around the world.
Came to be revered as a god. Unlike our main story, this version of Selassie's tale begins in 1916 when Marcus Garvey announced to his followers, "Look to Africa for the crowning of a black king."
Right, yeah, okay. Wondering how this all
At the time,
connects.
of course, Africa was mostly a patchwork of European colonies. A truly independent black king wasn't something that came along very often at all. So when Haile Selassie was crowned at a grand ceremony in 1930, it felt to many among Jamaica's poor and disenfranchised that Garvey's prophecy had come true. Over the following years, the religious teaching that Selassie was Jah incarnate began to spread over the island. Taking its name from his old title and birth name, Rastafarianism would become one of the Caribbean's great social movements, a movement turbocharged by the Italian invasion. Playing into Rastafarian concepts about Babylon, in this case colonial society, oppressing black people, the invasion became a rallying cry. When Selassie retook the throne, it only confirmed the prophesized Black Messiah. This elevation in Rasta thought soon got caught up in other cultural currents swirling through Jamaica. After denouncing Selassie as a coward, Garvey changed his mind and started making Ethiopia a focal point in his back to Africa movement. This in turn influenced Rastafaris until Selassie's kingdom came to be seen as the promised land of Zion. It probably helps that after World War II, Selassie had established a land grant around Shasamani village that black people from the Americas could settle in.
And so this is where I forget the name, but the more radicalized black Jews, the blank Hebrew, the blank I forget what it is, but the one, yeah, you know what I'm
Actually
talking
intended
about.
for those from the USA, it soon became a line away of restoration. Finally, in 1966, the Emperor made a state visit to Jamaica.
The Black Israelites is what they're also called.
On April the 21st. So many Rastas swarmed the airport that they took over the runway, turning a working transport hub into an impromptu religious carnival. For Rastafarians, Selassie's arrival in Jamaica was effectively his second coming. To this day, April the 21st is still celebrated as Groundation Day, the day Jah walked among the ordinary men of Kingston. Yet even as Rastafarians abroad were deifying him, back home, Selassie's reign was beginning to lose its shine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's interesting. It's an interesting contrast.
Selassie, encouraged into his new schools, were now adults with enough education to question why they were still ruled by an autocrat. It didn't help that Selassie responded to a failed coup by forming a new government composed of the aristocracy and military elites. The impression was of an emperor no longer taking his nation forward, but rather holding it back, especially when you looked to Eritrea. In 1962, Ethiopia dissolved its federation with its northern neighbour in favour of outright annexation. This had led to an insurgency erupting that tied up the army and brought in a constant flood of bad news. It was about getting worse. As the 1960s rolled on, other ethnicities within Ethiopia's patchwork of peoples would begin to stage their own revolts. He may have just been recognised as the living incarnation of God, but the mortal man who was Haile Selassie would soon have a much bigger problem, making sure that living was exactly what he continued to do.
Okay, Winston, what do you think of the rom-com script?
Oh, great. Really beautiful. And the explosions, so realistic.
You're gaming again, aren't you?
Maybe.
Go ahead, take it down real low.
Stop playing with it, red light, green light, go.
By the close of the 1960s, it was clear Ethiopia was in trouble. In the cities, socialist-inspired students were agitating for land reform. As their Leninist doctrine spread, so did the idea that ethnicities should have the right to secede, a right many disaffected groups even grasped. Soon uprisings were springing up alongside the conflict in Eritrea. Goshen erupted, as did Sidama and Tigray. But it was in Wallow that the match would be lit on the pile of the central dynamite now underlying society. In 1971, a terrible drought struck Ethiopia, laying waste to the countryside. That year, food stocks had to be eaten to supplement the terrible harvest. When drought again hit the following year, even the seeds and the grain was consumed. All of this led to an inevitable and horrific outcome in 1973, famine. Today, it's unknown exactly how many died in the war, and Norway estimates place it as around 200,000 people. But the real problem was Selassie's reaction. Rather than beg the international community for help, the emperor tried to hide what was happening, even throwing sumptuous banquets to cover up the food scarcity. So when the news finally broke, it made the emperor not just look callous, but actively cruel. And that tipped the scales from we need reform to that has to go. In June 1974, following 6 months of strikes, rioting and chaos, a bunch of military officials and self-proclaimed socialists formed a committee known as the Derg. On September the 12th, they overthrew Selassie in a coup, dragging him from his palace as crowds cheered and shouted insults. Initially, the Derg wanted to place Selassie's son on the throne, but when Crown Prince Asfor-Wasson refused to go along with them, the Derg were all like, alright, fine, I guess we'll just rule by ourselves then. The announcement of a communist state on December 20th effectively ended the Ethiopian monarchy after 3,000 years. In its place, then the military junta would take Ethiopia into a series of wars and famine far more terrible than anything that happened on Selassie's watch. But the last emperor wouldn't be around to see it. On August 27, 1975, the Derg tersely announced that Selassie had died of natural causes. While that's not impossible for a man of 83, many still believe he was murdered, especially given his final resting place. After a ball of the ground in 1992, Selassie's bones were found entombed in concrete beneath the private toilet of the Derg's leader, Colonel Mengistu. It would take until November 2000 for his relatives to finally receive an official reburial. Today, as when the emperor was alive, there exist two Haile Selassies. One is the Selassie of Rastafari, a black spiritual leader that a million people worship and millions more have heard about. This Selassie is an icon, not just for his role in Rastafarianism, but for being a powerful African leader at a time when most of Africa was saturated. There was also another Selassie, one who started out as a reformer, only to wind up being consumed by his inability to reform as fast as his people needed. This Selassie is all too human, a remarkable man, but still just a man, one who, sadly, ended his reign not for love, but given him power. Whichever Selassie you believe in, though, there's no doubting his historical significance. As the last emperor of Ethiopia, Selassie guided one of Africa's most important countries through an era of bloodshed and change that effectively turned a medieval society into a modern state. He may not have been perfect. His improvements may have been broadly undone by the Derg's bloody rule, but he still was a transformative leader, one whose name will echo throughout history.
Another person I would like to learn about is Che Guevara. I don't know near enough about something that's so close to my own heritage.
He is the worldwide symbol of rebellion and revolutionary struggle. His silhouette is familiar to billions, representing the epitome of cool anti-establishmentism. Yet few people know the real story behind the legend of Che Guevara. And in this week's Biographics, we discover the man behind the myth, to reveal an individual whose passion for social justice saw no bounds.
That's loud. Why?
Ernesto Guevara de la Serna was born on June 14th, 1928, in the town of Rosero.
Yo, what? That's my birthday. Me and Che Guevara have the same birthday? Okay.
His family was aristocratic, with his father, Ernesto Guevara, then operating construction and shipbuilding businesses. Born prematurely, the infant Guevara, who soon acquired the nickname Che, struggled with asthma as well as pneumonia. His mother was the dominant figure in his life, teaching him to read and write and impressing her belief in social justice upon him. Che was the oldest of 5 children. The family were exposed to a wide range of political and philosophical thought, with his father being friendly with many veterans of the Spanish Civil War. The boy developed a strong interest in sport, excelling at athletics, swimming, and rugby. He was known for his aggressive style of play and the mental drive to push his body to the limit. Che also developed a passion for intellectual pursuits. By the age of 10, he had become a very good chess player and a voracious reader. The Guevara home was overflowing with books on a wide range of subjects, exposing him to the ideas of men like Karl Marx, Sigmund Freud, and Friedrich Engels. Che also showed a great love for poetry. In his early teens, Che's interest in the philosophies of great thinkers of the past led him to keep a personal journal in which he would summarize their main ideas as he formulated his own outlook on life. At school, Che was confident and determined. The schoolmates remembered him as incredibly sure of himself and totally independent in his opinions, very dynamic, restless, and unconventional. He acted more maturely than many of his peers and associates. While still in high school, he surrounded himself with university students, proving to be their intellectual equal and showing a political insight that often even surpassed theirs. On one occasion, his university pals urged him to join them in a political rally. He replied, "Go out in the streets so police can pick us with their clubs? Nothing doing. I'll go and demonstrate, only if you give me a gun." In later life, Guevara made the comment that was certainly the case for himself. A man of 15 already knows what he wants to die for, and he is not afraid of giving his life if he has found an ideal which makes the sacrifice easy. At age 15, Guevara's ideal was still in a raw state, consisting of little more than a passion for equality for all and a rejection of materialism. Still, at this age, he was more interested in sport and politics. He impressed everyone with his fierce self-discipline. His asthma made it a challenge for him to stay on the rugby field, but he saw his condition as a barrier that could be overcome with sheer force of will. Che's self-discipline translated to his academic life as well. After graduating from high school, he completed a 6-year university medical degree in just 3 years. His aunt later recalls, "We would listen to him gasping, studying as he lay on the floor to ease his breathing. But he never complained. For him, it was a challenge." Che began his university studies at the University of Buenos Aires in 1948 at the age of 20. He refused to involve himself with the political movement against the Peron government, staying focused on his studies. He found his respite from academia on the back of his 500cc Norton motorcycle, which he nicknamed La Ponderosa, meaning the mighty one. Yet, Che's first motor excursion was actually on the back of a bicycle, but one that he had fitted a small motor to. In 1950, he embarked on a solo trek across northern Argentina that would see him pedaling some 2,800 miles. A year later, he paired up with a university friend, Alberto Granado, for a massive motorcycle trek across the South American continent. The two men travelled from one location to another, finding work as labourers as they went. At some time, they volunteered to work in a leper colony. It was here that Guevara recalled seeing the most impressive example of solidarity and loyalty. And this was among men who had nothing materially. He was also deeply affected by the intense poverty that he saw in every corner of the continent. In his mind, this was an indictment of the failing capitalist system. Throughout the 5,000-mile excursion, Guevara kept a journal in which he recorded his experiences. These were later published as a book which was entitled The Motorcycle Diaries in the 1990s. The motorcycle journey proved to be a great turning point in Guevara's life. In 1960,
Nate, thank you so much for the $5 direct. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you.
Contact with poverty and hunger and disease.
I do appreciate
that I was unable to cure sick children through lack of means, and I saw the degradation of undernourishment and constant repression. In this way, I began to realize that there was another thing that was as important as being a famous researcher or making a great contribution to medical science, and that was to help people. His experiences over the course of his travels also had proven to Guevara that he could exist on very little. He had the ability to push himself forward despite food, water, sleep, or anything materially. These qualities were to make him an extremely effective guerrilla fighter. Guevara had taken a year's sabbatical from his university degree to embark upon his epic journey. Returning, he threw himself into his studies, graduating in 1953 to officially become a doctor. 2 months later,
thank you again, Nate. I do appreciate you, friend.
Stepped into the political arena.
Sweet tarts.
It's just one thing. But I got sweet tarts ropes.
That the green leaderboard.
Don't you want something that's both?
At the bottom of the screen. That green is the leaderboard for Super Chat. So I think you're in like 4th or 5th right now, with first place being Cal at 74.
With another friend, Carlos Ferrer, Guevara headed for Bolivia. The country had just come under its first reform government. The big issue was the nationalization of the country's tin mines. A revolution was forming, but Che refused to be drawn in, stating that the revolutionaries were not concerned with addressing the causes of injustice, but were merely tinkering with the effects. Rejecting the revolutionary movement in Bolivia, Che and Carlos headed for Peru. Here, they found that they were unable to have any kind of communication with the downtrodden Indians who, according to Ferrer, stared at us lips as tight and forbidding as a vice that refused to reply to our questions. Still, the Peruvian border guards were sure that the two foreign upstarts were forming some sort of agrarian revolution. From Peru, they traveled
about 20 minutes left in our stream tonight,
The revolution had just taken place. Che had not yet fully developed a Marxist philosophy, but he felt a personal responsibility to help the downtrodden. His challenge was to find a workable way in order to do this. The new revolutionary government in Guatemala was led by Jacobo Arbenz, who had managed to pull together a group of young army officers and intellectuals. As Che arrived on the scene, Arbenz was in the process of redistributing lands that had been nationalized from the American United Fruit Company to peasant workers. The ever-present fear was that this would provoke a counter-revolution that would be backed by the Americans. Che wanted to work as a doctor for the Guatemalans in the jungles of Patan, however, he would be required to join the Guatemalan Labour Party, which was another name for the local Communist Party. Che refused to join, claiming that he was a revolutionary and that that designation superseded any political affiliations. The Arbenz government only lasted a year due to the feared American intervention becoming a reality. The CIA trained and financed a revolutionary group who managed to oust the sitting government. Caught in the middle of this, Che Guevara commented, "We are like the Spanish Republic, betrayed from within and without, but we did not fall with the same dignity." Finally, he committed himself to revolutionary action. Yet despite his best efforts, he could not rally the Guatemalan people for a consolidated defense. In the end, Arbenz weakly resigned. Che had been marked for execution by the incoming regime and was forced to flee to the Argentinian embassy, where he was holed up for almost 2 months. His experiences in Guatemala convinced Che that America was the great enemy of worldwide freedom and that capitalism was holding people in a state of subjugation. It was at this point that he began to seriously study the works of Marx and Lenin. From Argentina, Che made for Mexico, where he began to develop his skills as a revolutionary. In 1955, he met Fidel Castro, who had been exiled from Cuba after a failed coup. Castro was actively looking for revolutionaries to join a second attempt to overthrow the regime of Fulgencio Batista. Che liked what he heard and he enthusiastically signed up. The Cuban revolutionaries hadn't even left Mexican shores when they were intercepted by Mexican intelligence services and thrown in prison. It was Che's first experience of incarceration. The screams of his fellow inmates as they were being beaten and immersed in water, it had a powerful impact on him. Castro, though, he was able to exert influence through the Russian embassy that got all of the men released. From 1956, the small band of men were undergoing guerrilla warfare training on the Rancho San Miguel near Jalco. Che proved to be the outstanding student among the group, despite his ever-present asthma. The 82 revolutionaries, they set out for Cuba on November the 25th, 1956, on board a dilapidated yacht called Granma. None of the men on board were sailors, and they all got seasick with most of the supplies getting lost in a storm. They finally landed in a swampy area that led to a mountain range in the southeast of Cuba. For the next few weeks, they wandered around somewhat aimlessly. They found a guide, but he betrayed them to Batista's forces. The rebels were surrounded as they lounged around in the jungle with their boots off and weapons laid aside. In the ensuing firestorm, all but 12 of Castro's men, they were wiped out. Castro, he was wounded in the neck, but he managed to escape with 4 of his comrades. In doing so, he had to make a fateful choice. Of this he later wrote, This was perhaps the first time I had to choose between my education for medicine and my duty as a revolutionary soldier. At my feet were a pack full of medicines and a cartridge box. Together, they were too heavy to carry. I chose the cartridge box, leaving behind the medicine pack. Che led his group to the Sierra Maestra to meet up with any other survivors. He used what he thought was the North Star to guide him, but it was actually another star, and the group got hopelessly lost. They eventually arrived at the meeting place by sheer luck. For the next few weeks, the men had to rely on the generosity of local peasants just to survive. It was a small victory, and the group struggled to enlarge their numbers as they settled into life in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Though few peasants joined the rebellion, they did build up a network of sympathizers. Any who showed any signs of allegiance to the Batista government were put to death, often on the orders of Guevara. It was during this time that Che developed the cold ruthlessness that he felt was necessary to the makeup of a revolutionary. Over the next 2 years, he was to order the deaths of hundreds of Batista followers. By May of 1957, the guerrilla force had been rebuilt to about 80 men, and they had built up a sizable cache of weapons. They overcame another army barracks, and before long, the entire Sierra Maestra region had become a liberated zone where Batista's forces feared to go. During this time, the rebel army had transformed itself from something of a clueless mob to an actual seasoned guerrilla force. This was almost entirely due to the training and guidance of Che Guevara. Castro had made him a commandant second in rank only to himself. As well as training the men in fighting tactics, he also established a field hospital, a tailor's shop, bakery, and a printing shop. Guevara also set up a radio station so that the rebels could speak directly to the peasant population. As a result of his prominent work at the core of the rebel army, Guevara's name came to the attention of the authorities, being mentioned in the same breath as the Castro brothers as an enemy of the state. Within the group, he also garnered his own loyal following, and in time, he would become a threat to Fidel himself. By the end of autumn 1958, the rebel force had won a series of victories in the south of Cuba. This precipitated Che's long march towards Havana, during which his small but determined force traveled by night and attacked the villages and towns that they encountered along the way during the day. The ultimate objective was to gain control of the province of Las Villas, effectively cutting Cuba in half. Che proved himself to be a brilliant tactician. He perfected the art of setting up rural bases, expanding them until a town fell, and then isolating cities and squeezing the resistance out of it. The final attack on the province's capital of Santa Clara involved a suicide squad attack that saw his men
Suicide Squad, hell yeah!
to 1. The victory
Yo, Nate, thank you so much again for the $5 direct. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. You like the pear emoji, don't you? I actually have never seen the different options that are in there. Thank you again, Nate. I do appreciate you.
With the rebel victory at Santa Clara and the rebels heading for the capital, Fulgencio Batista...
Damn, I ate these way too quick. Only a couple more.
And on the 1st of January 1959, headed for the Dominican Republic
don't eat
with an
them
alleged
fast.
fortune of $300 million. The next day, Che entered Havana like a conquering hero. Fidel arrived 6 days later to proclaim that a new era had begun.
Have you been drinking?
No. If you're smelling something, it might be my spiked eggnog body wash. It's
Spiked eggnog body wash.
The men who now inherited the governments of Cuba were predominantly uneducated and ill-prepared for the task. The clear exception was Che Guevara. While he had no direct governmental experience, he was a university graduate who was steeped in philosophical thought. Further, during the time in the mountains, he had proven his ability to organize men. Surely, organizing a country wouldn't be much more difficult. As a result, Che became the brains of the new government. For the next 6 years, he remained in Cuba, implementing his own form of guerrilla government. His first focus was to shift Cuba from an agrarian to an industrial society. In order to become independent from foreign imperialists, Cuba had to become self-sufficient. Che spoke less about the peasantry and more about the urban worker. In 1961, he was appointed Minister of Industry and instituted a program of converting agricultural implements into raw materials. To many people, by such policies, Che was deserting the peasant class. Che never appreciated the complexity and financial resources that were needed to set up new industries. The factories that resulted ended up producing goods that were of low quality and high price. By the end of 1964, Guevara had established himself as an international expert on revolutionary action. During a 3-month world tour, he visited China, North Korea, Algiers, Ghana, Tanzania, and a few other countries, espousing his anti-capitalist ideology and claiming that the Cuban Revolution was something spiritual that would transcend all borders. At the beginning of 1965, Guevara went to the Congo to lend his support to the revolutionary struggle there. For 7 months, he led an Afro-Cuban force of about 100 men. However, his movements were constantly monitored by the Congo National Army and the American CIA, and he was unable to make any traction. After spending time in exile at the Cuban embassy in Dar el Salaam, Che quietly returned to Cuba. Then, in October 1966, he slipped into Bolivia. There, he believed that he could cement an uprising that would lead to the eventual overthrow of imperialism throughout all of Latin America. During his time in Bolivia, Guevara kept a detailed daily account of his experiences, which had been published as the Bolivian Diaries. The account reveals that the spectre of death was ever present. Though it is clear that he didn't go to Bolivia wanting to get killed, he was well aware that the odds of emerging from the struggle alive were slim at best. Che and the Cubans who came with him were not welcomed with open arms by the Bolivian revolutionaries. The Bolivian Indians, they distrusted the Cubans as foreign white men. As a result, during the entire 11 months, Che was unable to recruit a single Bolivian Indian to his cause.
Because he is too light-skinned, that's hilarious.
He lacked the decisiveness and aggression of the actions that he had during the Cuban Revolution. He was also suffering physically at this point, with his asthmatic bouts becoming chronic. Still, his resolve to go on never waned. As long as he could breathe, he could fight. Each rebel division was systematically hunted down by the Bolivian forces. On October 7, 1967, an informant led Bolivian Special Forces troops to Castro's camp in the Euro Ravine. Almost 2,000 soldiers surrounded the camp and moved in to kill. All but 10 men were killed. Guevara,
good night, Rachel. We don't have too much longer in our stream.
I'm Che Guevara, and I'm worth more to you alive than dead.
I appreciate you hanging out.
Captured, found, and taken to a nearby schoolhouse. Attempts to interrogate him failed as he refused to speak. One of the Bolivian soldiers present recalled that Che held his head high, looked everyone straight in the eye, and asked only for something to smoke. A pipe was handed to Che, and he contentedly puffed on it until a Bolivian officer entered the room and grabbed it from his mouth. In response, Guevara kicked out at the officer. On the morning of October 9th, Guevara requested an audience with the...
Until tomorrow, Rachel, I appreciate you.
Summoned, and she listened respectfully.
You have a great rest of your night.
Attention to the dilapidated condition of her schoolroom and contrasted it to the lavish conditions which government officials enjoyed. We told her that is what he was fighting for. The teacher, Julia Cortez, later related that she could not meet Che's gaze because it was unbearable, piercing, and so tranquil. Soon the news came through. The Bolivian president, René Barrientos, had ordered the death of Che Guevara. Before the execution, the soldiers paraded him outside the schoolroom and took photos with him. Then he was taken back inside, where his executioner entered. Guevara stood as he spoke the last words to his killer. I know you've come to kill me. Shoot, coward. You are only going to kill a man. The assassin, a soldier named Mario Caron, then opened fire, hitting Che in the arms and legs. He was careful to inflict wounds in such a way that the story could be told that Che was killed during a firefight. The revolutionary icon was pronounced dead at 1:10 p.m. on October 9, 1968. The manner of his death created a martyr, while the substance of his life created a legend as strong today as it ever was. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below and don't forget to subscribe.
7 minutes left in our stream.
Every Monday and every Thursday. And when you are hitting that subscribe button, do hit that bell as well, because that means you will get notifications.
Do you have one about Castro? Hell yeah.
At Panera, the feast begins before you open your mouth. Inhaling the first bite, the second in the blink of an eye.
He was the personification of the evil dictator. Clad in his familiar khaki uniform and cap and chomping on a cigar, he ruled with an iron fist over his island nation. He took on the United States and brought the world to the brink of nuclear holocaust. Shifting his attention to his own country, he decimated the economy, creating a communistic dictatorship that forced the people to revere him even as he ruined their lives. In this episode of Biographics, we take a closer look at the life of Fidel Castro. Cuba. His father, Angel Castro Lligas, had immigrated from Spain in 1898 and picked up work as a bricklayer and railroad worker before starting his own business selling lemonade to field workers. From this humble start, he built a small sugarcane empire comprising 26,000 acres and 300 worker families. Angel's first wife, Maria
Worker
Arrieta,
families,
gave birth
those
to
were
two
slaves.
children and then either died or simply walked out on the family. Angel soon took up with his young maid, Lina Ruz Gonzalez, who bore him 3 children, Angela, Ramon, and Fidel. The couple were married shortly after Fidel's birth. They were a relatively wealthy family who lived in a Galician-style 2-story house in the country. Still, they did live a decidedly country lifestyle, with chickens and pigs wandering through the house. Fidel was named after a local politician, with his name meaning faithful. He did have his father's temperament, which meant he was prone to violent outbursts. His sister recalls that if he was playing baseball and his team were losing, he would simply gather up the equipment and walk off the field. His friend and future novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez
We'll watch the rest of this together.
was the worst loser
It is
he
only
ever met. When he reached school
20
age,
minutes
Fidel
long.
was sent to study in Santiago, the second largest city in Cuba. For the first 2 years, he stayed with his godparents and was homeschooled by them. After that, he was enrolled at the Maris LaSalle School along with brothers Ramon and Raul. Fidel soon gained a reputation as a troublemaker and a bit of a bully. When he was in the 4th grade, Fidel's father received a letter stating that his 3 boys were the biggest bullies in the entire school. Angel was furious and pulled the boys out of the school. This enraged Fidel, who threatened to burn the house down. He ended up being sent to a more demanding Jesuit school in Havana, with his father threatening to cut off his allowance if his grades dropped below a certain level.
So he was a
Fidel
little
responded to
fucking
this
piece of shit.
by forging his school reports. Castro proved to be a decidedly average student, but there was one area in which he excelled. He had a photographic memory, a fact which hugely impressed his fellow students. They would call him to a page number from their textbooks, and he would recite the page word for word. In his teens, Fidel began to develop his ability as a public speaker and as a debater. After an initial
He was a master debater.
acceptance into the Alavenada Literary Academy, which was the literary wing.
Fidel Castro, master
At
debater.
first, he was paralyzed by stage fright, but he gradually became more relaxed and more confident in his presentations. In October of 1945, Fidel entered law school at the University of Havana. At the time, the university was a self-governing body which forbade the police or army from setting foot on campus. As a result, it was a hotbed of clandestine activity by gangsters and political agitators. It was a very attractive environment for the hot-headed Castro. Fidel's first foray into political agitation was precipitated by a rise in bus fares that had been authorized by Cuban President Ramon Grau. Castro organized a protest against the fare rise and led a march to the presidential palace. The police beat the students, with Fidel himself receiving slight injuries. He used this incident to his advantage by going to the press and receiving some sympathetic coverage. At the time that Castro enrolled at the university, there were 2 main gangster groups who were vying for control: the Socialist Revolutionary Movement, MSR, and the Insurrectional Revolutionary Union, UIR. There were frequent violent clashes between these 2 groups. Fidel quickly sized up the situation and began to maneuver between the 2
there's no
groups.
water in here.
In December of 1946, there was an assassination attempt on a leading member of the UIR, and Castro was fingered as the triggerman. His assumed motive here was that he wanted to ingratiate himself with the MSR leadership. As it turned out, it was the leader of UIR, Emilio Troy, who took Castro under his wing. He gave Fidel a pistol, which the young budding revolutionary carried with him at all times. Troy had been planning an invasion of the Dominican Republic in conjunction with a group of Dominican exiles in response to the terrible conditions brought about by the rule of Rafael Trujillo. Castro quickly jumped on board and sailed with about 12,000 fellow revolutionaries to Cayo Confites on July the 29th, 1947. For 2 months, they underwent paramilitary training before setting off for the Dominican mainland. Meanwhile, Trujillo had learned of the planned attack and had even appealed to the United States for aid. The revolutionary leaders got cold feet and called off the invasion, and the embarrassed Cuban army began rounding up the ships and taking the would-be attackers into custody. Castro managed to evade custody by jumping ship and swimming 8 miles to the shore. In 1947, Castro visited a new model prison on the Isle of Pines as part of his legal studies. When he returned to Havana, he criticized the prison and its inhumane treatment of
its inhabitants. The following year, he was part of a student congress that traveled to Bogota, Colombia. On April 7th, the group met with the leader of the Liberal Party, Jorge Gaetan, who looked likely to win the upcoming election. 2 days later, though, Gaetan was shot dead. Bogota erupted in violence.
I'm going to trim my beard tonight, and then we're going to look at
Castro became
bleaching it
actively
tomorrow
involved,
or tonight.
participating in the takeover of a police station. After 3 days, the authorities restored order, but not before some 3,500 people had been killed. Castro returned to Havana, where he became a follower of Senator Eddie Ribas, the main opponent of President Grau. Ribas was the founder of the Cuban People's Party. Castro campaigned hard for Ribas in his unsuccessful bid for the presidency in 1948. Still, the two men were never close. Ribas saw Fidel as somewhat of an embarrassment due to his gangster background, and Fidel only ever viewed the leader as an obstacle to his own path to power. In order to gain political respectability, Castro cut off his association with his gangster associates. He gave speeches on campus denouncing the two main gangs and naming names of those who were responsible for criminal activity. This made him a target for both groups, and he was forced into hiding. Around this time, Fidel, who was generally awkward and shy around women, met Mirta Diaz-Balart, the daughter of one of the wealthiest men in Cuba. The couple fell in love and were married in 1948, with Mirta's father getting them $10,000 for a 3-month honeymoon in the United States. Most of their time was spent in New York, where Fidel learned some English. Returning to Cuba, the newlyweds moved into a hotel across the street from the military camp in Havana. In September of 1949, Mirta gave birth to a
I
son.
wonder if there's any pictures of Fidel Castro in America. There's got to be for sure, but I wonder like where they are.
Who would become known as Fidelito. Having graduated from university, Fidel began a small law practice. Most of his time, however, was spent dabbling in politics. On August the 15th, 1951, People's Party leader Eddie Ribas was giving his usual Sunday radio address, urging the people to stop accepting the corruption of the government and take action. He then pulled out a pistol and shot himself in the stomach. The dramatic act was intended to rouse the people, but Ribas had spoken for too long, and his suicide attempt was not broadcast. For the next 11 days, Ribas lay in a hospital bed.
Damn, imagine not even getting your shit broadcasted after committing like that.
Fidel Castro. When the leader died, Castro was prominent as part of the honor guard that stood outside the University Hall of Honor, where Ribas lay in state. As the military escort prepared to lead the body through the streets in a large procession, Castro entreated the captain to divert the route to the presidential palace. Fidel was convinced that he would rouse the people to overthrow the government, but the army captain refused, fearing that an absolute bloodbath would ensue. The following year, Castro ran for a seat on the Chamber of Deputies. He managed to garner the support of the majority of the People's Party members and looked in line to win the upcoming election. However, on March the 10th, former President Fulgencio Batista staged a military coup and seized power. He began rounding up...
Don't worry, I know you're all probably getting sleepy because of this.
The People's Party. Fidel and his brother Raul went into hiding. The Batista coup diverted Castro
about 14 minutes left.
Promising diplomatic career in favor of becoming a fully fledged revolutionary. He gathered together his own political group, drawn from former party members and followers from his university days. Traveling up and down the country, he put his oratorical and propaganda skills to full effect. After 14 months, he had a following of 12,000 people. Castro ran his organization with military precision and discipline. Drinking alcohol was forbidden, and he imposed strict sexual standards. He also organized his forces at a cellular level, with members of each cell being unaware of the existence of other cells. By the middle of 1953, Castro had the support base that he needed to stage his own coup. What he didn't have, though, were weapons, or indeed the money to buy them. His solution was to attack a military base and seize its weapons. The base selected was located at Moncado. The attack, however, was bungled from the start. One of the 26 vehicles en route to the base had a flat tire, another took a wrong turn and did not arrive until the attack was well underway. When the remainder of the vehicles arrived at the base, they were surprised to find it heavily fortified. The military defenders soon beat back the invaders, with 8 of Castro's men being killed. The remainder fled, but over the next few days, many of them were rounded up by the authorities. 69 of them were eventually tortured and put to death.
Castro himself was put on trial before a military tribunal. He used the opportunity to speak out about the regime of Batista and his harsh treatment of his fellow revolutionaries. His courtroom defense statement that history will absolve me would become probably his most famous speech. Still, he was convicted and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. Castro and his followers were sent to the previously mentioned Isle of Pines prison. Fidel used his time there to instill a supreme level of order and discipline in his men. The Castro rebels gained a reputation for their good behavior and were given great freedom. Then, on March the 6th, 1954, bowing to public pressure, President Batista granted amnesty to Castro and his men. The show of good faith from the president, however, did not stop Castro from speaking out about the regime. Once he and his men were beaten by Batista enforcers, Fidel became increasingly concerned for his own safety. He would move houses every 2 to 3 days, and then, just 2 months after being released from prison, he left Cuba to Mexico. It was Castro's plan to build up and train a new wing of his revolutionary army in Mexico and then return to join forces with those already in Havana in a huge push to oust the Batista regime. His Mexican army began as a group of about 60 Cuban defectors who lived in 6 small houses under strict disciplinary conditions imposed by Fidel. It was during this period that Castro met Ernesto Che Guevara, who would play a key role in the coming revolution. Castro launched his revolution in late November 1956 from the port of Tuxpan on the Mexican coast. It was planned to coincide with another uprising organized by a rival activity
dry
group.
skin,
Fidel had bought a 60-foot boat that was designed to take a maximum of 25 passengers, and he piled 82 of his men on board. As it chugged its way towards Cuba, the boat was in constant danger of capsizing. The journey was so slow that the planned 5-day trip took 7 days, meaning that they would miss the uprising of the other group. The boat beached at a place called Purgatory Point on December the 2nd. But by now, Batista's army, who had already put down the first rebellion, had learned that Castro was on his way, and that he had planes overhead ready to strafe the invaders and bomb the area. Only about a dozen men survived, Castro and Guevara among them. They began a 3-day march through the forest, constantly being hounded from the air by the Cuban Air Force. They finally reached the Sierra Maestra region, where they settled with the local villagers and began to regroup. 6 weeks later, Castro led 33 men on a guerrilla raid on a tiny army garrison in La Plata. 2 soldiers were killed, and the rebels stole off with a number of weapons. A month after this attack, Castro decided it was time to get his propaganda machine in motion. He sent one of his men to Havana to bring a foreign journalist back to the camp. The man chosen was from the New York Times, and soon a 3-part story had appeared in the paper describing the massive military build-up that Castro was organizing in the south of Cuba. Castro's support base grew exponentially, with more and more disaffected Cubans joining his ranks. In March of 1958, younger brother Raul began to establish a second force out of Oriente, which soon grew in number. Raul proved to be a highly capable military commander, with his force capturing and destroying many planes, tanks, and military vehicles. In April, Fidel called upon the people of Cuba to stage a nationwide strike. He believed that this would be the start of his long-planned uprising. President Batista responded by threatening to shoot anyone who participated in the strike. As a result, more than 140 people were shot down in the street. But this action only fueled Castro's support base, and even more people streamed to support him. With the tide now decidedly turned in his favor, Castro decided to move. He sent Che Guevara and another of his commanders, Camilo Cienfuegos, on a westward march towards Havana, along with their rebel forces. The government forces put up virtually no resistance, and the rebels were able to take control one town after another. On December the 31st, 1958, with Castro's men closing in, Batista resigned and fled the country. 3 days later, Castro arrived in Santiago to a hero's welcome. He gave a speech in front of 200,000 people. Hours later, Guevara and Cienfuegos marched into Havana and seized control of the reins of power. And just like that, the Castro era had begun.
Hey, sweetie.
What the fuck?
No. Let's try this thing.
About 8 minutes left on our stream. Or at least in this. And then we'll sign off ourselves.
Castro had warned his men against looting or destroying property. He had come to power on the backs of an army of poor and illiterate peasants. Now that he had gained power, he would need to educate men to help him govern. He chose to appoint his former professor, Jose Miro Cardona, as Prime Minister and Manuel Urrutia to be President. He made himself Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. Behind the scenes, however, Castro put the organization in place to ensure that he was the holder of overall power. In the weeks following the revolution, more than 500 Batista officials were tried, convicted, and put to death. That number would rise to 1,900 over the coming year. Within 7 months of seizing power, Castro decided that he no longer had any need for a puppet government. On July the 16th, he announced that he was resigning his position as army commander because he could no longer work with President Urrutia, who had accused him of corruption. Castro then disappeared for a number of days. Just as Fidel had intended, the people rose up in protest and demanded that the president must go. The frightened president sought sanctuary in the Venezuelan embassy before escaping the country. This allowed Castro to return in triumph and appoint himself as president. Castro now imposed totalitarian rule. Those who did not give him their absolute support were in danger of being seized and put on trial or just simply shot. Within a few short months, all signs of resistance within Cuba, including critical media, had simply been removed. Now Castro fixed his attention on securing external security. A focus was put on increasing the size and the strength of his army. 6 months after seizing power, Castro visited the United States, where he was greeted with enthusiasm by the media, as well as politicians and the public. Behind the scenes, however, the Eisenhower government was already making plans for Castro's removal.
I didn't know Nixon was hot.
In February of 1960, the Cuban leader signed an agreement with the Russians by which Cuban sugar would be traded for military arms and oil. This was at the height of the Cold War, and many of the oil refineries in Cuba were American owned. When the owners refused to process Soviet oil imports, Castro seized their businesses. The US government responded by cutting 700,000 tons from the US annual purchase limit. In turn, Castro nationalized US-owned agriculture and industrial businesses. Castro's move had a huge impact on the US mafia, which lost about $100 million worth of profit in the tourist industry alone. During this period of nationalization, more than 200,000 professional and upper-class citizens fled the country. Relations between the United States and Cuban governments became so strained that in March of 1960, President
That's when my family left.
Eisenhower greenlit the training of a group of Cuban exiles to stage an invasion and keep control. The ball was picked up by President Kennedy, resulting in the disastrous staged invasion. Castro got the wind of the invasion and had his forces ready and waiting. With their lack of promised US air support, the Cuban rebels were cut to pieces. On December 1st, 1961, Castro went on national television and declared that he was a Marxist-Leninist and would be until the day he died. The Soviets took a review of their newly declared communist fellow, but the Americans responded immediately, imposing a total economic blockade in Cuba. This led to economic disaster, with massive food shortages resulting. Finally, the Soviet government decided to embrace Castro. They offered to station Soviet missiles on the island. In mid-October 1962, the American government got concrete evidence of the missile operation, leading to what became known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. President Kennedy placed a total military blockade around Cuba and announced that a military attack from Cuba on any nation would be seen as a direct attack by the Soviet Union on the United States. Castro urged the Russians to make a preemptive strike on the United States if the Americans attacked the islands. After 13 days, during which the world was a hair trigger away from nuclear destruction, the Russians backed down and agreed to remove the missiles. Castro was left completely out of the negotiation process. He was not happy. Soviet President Nikita Khrushchev tried to placate him by inviting Castro on a 40-day trip to the Soviet Union. During the trip, Khrushchev offered to provide economic aid to the struggling islands. In 1965, the United States announced that it was willing to take in Cuban refugees. This led to a mass exodus, with a resultant huge loss of skills and manpower on the islands. With the international situation having settled, Castro set his focus on making agricultural reforms to improve the economy. He wanted to increase the sugar harvest and set a target for national production in 1965 of 5.5 million tons, increasing to 10 million tons by 1970. These expectations, however, they were totally unreasonable. Still, he poured nearly all of the country's economic resources into the sugarcane industry, leaving all other economic activity barren. The whole country, including the elderly, young children, and military workers, were put to work in the fields in a desperate quest to reach its targets. Even Castro himself was said to have cut cane for 4 hours every day. As the rest of the Cuban economy fell by 20 and 40%, the sugarcane project failed dismally to reach its projected targets. In 1970, Castro announced that the plan had failed. Typical of his flair for the dramatic, he resigned his presidency. The people demanded that he return, though, and soon he was back in power, and the sugarcane crisis was behind him. Throughout the 1970s, Castro...
Yeah, this guy's conveniently ignoring the fact that the literacy rate and the infant mortality rate went way down. Castro did great things in when it comes to strides in education and healthcare during this time, even though the United States had sanctioned them, which is an amazing feat. This guy's not mentioning the fact that even though the U.S. had its thumb completely on them, they still managed to get the literacy rate from, I think it was in the teens, like 13%, up to like the high 70s, which is better than most of developed nations.
To extend his influence abroad. He began involving himself in revolutionary movements and sending forces to train and lead various guerrilla operations. His support of civil wars in Angola and Somalia ate up more of his country's limited resources. During the early 1980s, sugar prices and production had increased significantly. This allowed the Cuban economy to grow at a rate of 24%. But when the sugar price slumped dramatically, Cuba's international debt ballooned to $6 billion. At the same time, it still owed $19 billion to the Soviet Union. The Soviets tried to help by increasing trade, but with the fall of the Soviet Union in 1989, all the agreements fell apart. The already weak Cuban economy was severely restricted. Strict rationing was put in place, the electricity supply became sporadic, and tractors were replaced with ox-drawn carts. With his country on the brink of collapse, in 1993, Castro allowed Cubans to start private businesses. The following year, he permitted foreign investors to own Cuban businesses as well. The economy, which had declined by 40% in the past 3 years, finally began to grow.
He died in, 2016?
By the 1990s, Castro was an aging, isolated,
earlier than that,
largely depressed dictator. The majority of his close associates were either dead or had been exiled. He still kept up his habit of staying in one place for only 2 or 3 nights, so he was constantly being moved around in a bulletproof Mercedes limousine. During this period, Castro's tight grip on the country seemed to loosen slightly. But then, in March of 2003, he imposed a crackdown which saw scores of journalists, students, and professional people arrested as dissidents of the regime. In July of 2006, the 80-year-old Castro underwent surgery for internal bleeding. The following year, he handed over the presidential reins to his brother, Raul. From then, Fidel's health gradually deteriorated. The ends finally came on November 26, 2016, though the exact cause of his death was never released. The country was in mourning for 9 days. So I really hope you enjoyed that episode of Biographics. If you did, there's a couple of things you could do right now.
Alrighty, friends, I appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for learning some stuff with me. We try to be educational every night, in some sort of way or another. We will be back at the same time tomorrow on TikTok, 11 p.m. Central, and midnight on YouTube. Alrighty, friends, until then, y'all stay fresh, and I will catch y'all on the flippity flop.